You know we had to do something ridiculous for episode 200 of Plat Chat VALORANT. It's a big, nice round number. It's the beginning of the year in 2025. So today, we're going to talk about Pacific. That's the crazy thing that we're going to do today. Now, we're also going to talk about EMEA. We're also going to talk about Americas. Wait, listen, we might talk a little bit about China, but that region's still crazy. So we're going to try to do today everything you need to know about the three regions that we're mainly going to cover for this year. And so the plan for this episode is we've got four beautiful people here. I mean, three beautiful people and myself, I suppose I should say. Paper Thin, Sliggy, and Chobra. The bald beauty on the left, Paper Thin. The reclusive
here we go.
Queen in the middle, Sliggy. and the dapper chapper Chobra. So we're going to talk through Pacific. We're going to try to power rank the teams after doing a quick kind of, this is what you need to know about them. So if you've been taking the offseason off, we'll keep you up to date on the roster moves and that kind of stuff. And then we're going to swap things out and go into EMEA and then go into Americas at the end, or the other way around. I can't remember, Kurt. But one way we're going to do it some way or another.
It'll be Pacific now, EMEA later, and then Americas later than that. And if we're feeling cheeky, we'll do a power ranking of China without... I'm assuming we don't know much. Maybe you guys do. I don't.
I know some, but I don't know enough really to give a proper one.
There's about 7 to 8 teams that I'll be pretty much guessing at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you saw our overall power rankings and the fact, I mean, Sliggy straight up said, oh, we can put a bunch of the Chinese teams in the F tier, so surely that's not going to come back and bite us later.
I stand by it.
All right, so let's get started. First of all, this is going to be a monster of a show, and our members, thank you for becoming members, staying with us after the Shanghai co-stream members. You are going to allow us to do this kind of show where we're bringing on huge amounts of guests. And so we wanted to go through our member question first. The member question for today from a member in our members only Discord was from Hazy, who said, which player do you think isn't talked about enough, but you believe is going to dominate in 2025? I want to get an overall answer from you, and then a focused in answer on Pacific, who you think might be somebody underrated in the Pacific region. So does anyone have an overall pick that they're looking at the moment?
I've got an overall pick. I would say that Chichu, it would be my overall pick. I feel like he isn't talked about enough. And if I actually looked at like impact rounds that he had to kind of win champs, I feel like he was very integral. And I can see that he now, like with the team, he should have a pretty good 2025. So Chichu would be my overall pick.
One of the things that I was looking at was, because you just reminded me with Chichu, when we were going through our awards at the end of the year, Chichu was, I think, in third place for his role as Sentinel, which I think makes sense because Gen.G and Meteor were like better throughout the rest of the year. But one of the areas that was super open was the initiator role, right? Rien's dominated, but then a lot of other names were thrown in there. And one of the people I think played incredibly that wasn't talked about very much is EU. EU played really, really well last year, and when 100 Thieves were on the rise, a lot of people talking about how great he was. But then as the team kind of cooled off at the end of the year and didn't make champs, didn't get talked about as much, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll piggyback off of that just because originally I just had one clear answer for a player in Pacific, but then I figured, it would probably be good to have at least some options from the other regions just to talk about him. And EU was one of the first names that came to my mind in terms of players that aren't really talked about. I agree with you. Like, it's if the team's doing well, people realize like, oh yeah, we remember EU. But then when they're not, he just kind of gets lost in the dust. So I'll give him another shout out for sure.
I think for me, I guess it's going to be a Pacific answer and another initiator that I don't think gets talked about nearly enough, and that's Envy from Team Secret. Absolutely slaps. Like, such a good player, is often top fragging for that team, has great utility to boot. I mean, it just kind of stinks because Team Secret is one of those teams that comes oh so close to making it to internationals and then falls short. So I think if he got on an international stage again, I think he would turn a lot of people's heads.
All right. And I suppose that does it for a Pacific player to focus in on as well.
That would have been mine.
Oh, yeah. I have a very different answer for Pacific.
Okay, go on.
I want to give a big shout out to Ivy on Nongshim because everyone talks about Persia, everyone talks about Dombi, everyone talks about Francis the IGLing. But quite frankly, if you look back at Challenger's Korea, I actually think Ivy was such a key part, and just his ability to flex around alongside Francis, I think is huge. And I think he's going to come up big, actually. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. He just didn't have as many like crazy highlights at Ascension Pacific in the grand finals. That's all. But I would say that Ivy's one to look out for sure.
Yep. Okay, so let's start talking about some of our Pacific teams then. Let's go straight into this. Everything you need to know. And I want to start with a team that people already talk about quite a bit. It's DetonatioN FocusMe, but they talk about them for all the wrong reasons, man. Because this team was appalling in the regular season when we saw. I mean, they were appalling for the entire year, the first time that we saw them on the big stage. And then, you know, there'd been moments where it looked like they were going to try and turn things around. Extremely memorable win over T1. But this team has restructured something pretty heavy. I mean, both of the Japanese teams have gone through heavy restructuring. Where do you think the story of this team is at this point? Is this a redemption tour now headed into 2025?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
No, I really am impressed with what I've seen with this team in the offseason. I mean, truly, I'm not just saying that, like, I'm not just on pure Japanese hopium here. Like, I actually think this team can do damage. I think this team, my bold prediction for this year is they're going to qualify for an international event. I think they're really solid. I mean, you've got firepower to back up May. Yeah, I know. This is crazy town where we're starting 2025 in
you started this one big.
Land. Yeah. But I think Akame is a really good fragger. Jinbung as well is really, really good in terms of their firepower that they're going to bring to back up May. Art is an excellent IGL. He's oppressive with the Odin. He is so good with it. He does stuff that nobody else does with that gun. Get that thing in his hands and he's shutting rounds down. The biggest question mark I have is the Cess Gen situation. Like, who's going to be playing that controller role? Because I think with what you saw at the Asian Invitational, like, Cess looked really good. He was clutching rounds out like crazy. But then they bring Gen back in and it didn't look as good at the Riot 1 event. Gen's, I think, like a ranked guy who kind of was like friends with May maybe, and that's why they brought him in. He hasn't looked like he's kind of gelling with all of this yet, but I'm actually super high on this team. I think they are really, really good. I think they're a force to be reckoned with in Pacific.
I just want to remind all of our viewers and listeners that Paperthin was also pretty much the sole guy that was always rooting for DFM during their entire losing streak. So I just want to put this into perspective just a little bit before we move on.
That's true.
Would this be the most successful, if they did make it to an international event, would that be the most successful mixed Japanese-Korean team that we've had? Because the only other one that I can think of that got to an international was Northeption.
Crazy Raccoon as well, but
right, but that was back when
it was worse. Yeah,
that version of Crazy Raccoon was getting destroyed. I don't think that's really a like-for-like comparison. Is there anything can you give us some insight into how those kind of teams tend to communicate? Is it because there normally is like one of the players like knows Japanese or something and tends to maybe even translate for the other?
It's either the case of like if Medusa's on the team, right? Like he kind of helps translate, and it's kind of that game of telephone. But other times, it's kind of like if you watch some of the mixed rosters in China as well, where they just pick up enough Japanese, right? Especially a lot of the younger generation in Korea, like they consume a lot of Japanese media, right? Whether it's like anime or J-pop or whatever else. So they know enough to get by and like get through the comms, the basics of it, and then they try to pick up on more as they go, and they spend their time over there. So.
Is May still going to be the star player of this roster?
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
I think there's no doubt about it. Yeah, it's just more now he has a bit of firepower. Like, I think that was always like the thing with this team. Like they had some pretty good maps. Like their Ascent was pretty cool. They had some like new stuff on with Cypher that we hadn't seen before. But it was always like the whole story of this team was always just May needs help. Like May is fragging out heavy. He needs some more help. He needs some more people that can put up some numbers. And I do think from what we've seen in the off season, we might have that as well. What Paperfilm was saying about Gien is interesting. A lot of people in my chat were just saying that he is just like a ranked demon. And every time Cess was like performing well in the tournament that he played, my whole chat was just like, wait until you get this Gien guy in. So at least like a lot of the general talk is that they have a lot of belief in Gen, even though in my mind Cess was just doing the most outrageous kind of clutches non-stop. So it will be interesting to what they go for. I would imagine you stick with Gen and then you have Cess as like a backup. First split goes a little bit rough, you can probably switch them out. That's probably how I would play it if I was like coaching on the team. But yeah, I mean it's the most put together and the most kind of hopium you can have for a DFM squad, because it does look better. They are fragging. They're at least like off-season wise, frag wise, they look really, really good. It looks like Jinbung, is that how I say his name?
Yeah, Jinbung.
He looks like the guy that is going to step it up in terms of like fragging on the Cypher. It's kind of impressive for me. So him and Akame, I feel like frag wise can kind of step it up.
Karmine was hitting some outrageous shots throughout.
That's what I mean. Yeah, so firepower is pretty good. And then I just called him the Odin guy. This guy's nuts. He's gonna piss a lot of people off.
Oh,
he really is.
Wait, I can't wait.
So if we've got Paper Thin's expectations up on the super high end of they're going to make it to an international event. If we are looking to try to power rank this team within Pacific, is that the upper limit of what they'd be able to achieve? Is like, so a top 4 maybe would get you to an international event, right? Because that would get you to champions.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could even be worse than top 4 overall, but still peak at the right time and make it to one of the international events. So if we were just to slap them in somewhere, Chobra, where would you put them on a 1 to 12?
I'm thinking like an 8 or a 9.
Okay.
Honestly, because I think 8 would be pretty high for me personally. But just to throw Paper Thin a little bit of a bone, the thing I think we're going to find out with Pacific as we go through today is they look good when they're in an objective state, but it's just this relativity, right? Like everybody looks so good, everybody looks so upgraded, so it just depends on like who's upgraded even more. And I think DFM is more like they look like a good team now, and that's great and it's exciting. But I don't know if we can really rank them higher than that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sliggy was about to butt in with something.
I kind of get on board with that. I can see, honestly, I think I can see them getting a little bit higher if they kind of reach the levels of the off season. I would love to know where Paperfin actually would place them, seeing as you said they would get to an international. I guess you're talking like champs, they scrape a 4th, is like what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's 3 teams for sure that I put ahead of them, no doubt. And then there's like a couple teams that I think are pretty close to their power level, like that we've seen so far with this new squad. So that's where I kind of
forwards, man.
Yeah.
if you think a team is going to make it to an international event and you think that they're going to be like a streaky team, it's actually more likely that they don't make it to champs and they like peak top 2 for top 3 for one of the other events, because you actually have to be pretty consistent to get to champions. It's based more on consistency than it is on kind of like a fluky run, like
especially this year.
Yeah. All right, let's move on from DetonatioN FocusMe then. Let's go on to our next team, which is DRX. So we're flipping things over massively. So you could not find a more different team, actually. This is a team that historically has much more longevity than a team like DFM. A lot of that has been filled with extremely good performances within the region. More recently, that has been on shakier ground as they've tried to find their own identity. Last year's identity was undergoing the rebuild and getting rid of RB and Zest right before the beginning of the season, getting rid of Stacks midway through the season. What do you see this identity of DRX being, where they almost seem to have settled on a rebuild, and yet only a couple days ago we saw them bringing Bane back into the starting roster? So we're still not on firm footing, it feels, with this squad.
No, I think Bane is the footing that they're going to stick with for 2025. I have faith that they're going to stick with that. I think we can speculate. I have a feeling that it's probably a number of things like the roles, right, just evening out better with Bane, right, just the comfort there with the comms and things like that. And whatever else maybe, in terms of the pressure and things that Khan just couldn't quite,
Vibes, bro. The vibes.
Yeah, the vibes, right? You needed a vibe merchant. You got to bring him back in. I think it just goes well with that. My speculation is there could also be a case where Freeing wanted to have a bit more freedom in what other roles he could play while he's IGLing, and that just maybe allows Bane to be a bit more flexible, whereas Atan would have to keep picking up new agents. So I'm cool with the Bane pick. Honestly, people are worried about the Bane pick. I'm not too worried about that part. But I also just think this is like we're looking at the start of truly new DRX, right? Like Hyunmin, truly a new talent that they're trying to bring up that could potentially be another great Korean duelist. Mako really right back where he wants to be, which is just that solid controller that can clutch up. And then you've got a new IGL. Yeah, they got a new IGL that looks so promising. I mean, first turn when he IGLs, he suddenly just looks better than almost any of the iterations that we had of the calling from DRX in the past year and a half. So I think this is going to be exciting. I think they're going to be a lot more aggressive, and I think maybe whatever combination of this roster and whatever Freeing is able to convince the rest of the team and coaches, I think it's going to bring in some fresh air and a new look.
I'd like to focus on Freeing just for a moment, because I feel like he is the like core, the new central component to this piece, like the middle part of the bridge that's holding all of the rest of it up. This is a guy that fragged super heavy when he was in the tier 2 scene, right? Or maybe even like you could call it the tier 1.5 or something, because he was doing fairly well. But the role that he was on is massively different. And I didn't realize that he would be able to pick up IGLing and be able to pick up playing like initiator stuff at the same time, because he was going crazy on Cypher mainly and those kind of Sentinel roles. So do you see this as being the real core player to look at as DRX go forwards?
In terms of the most to prove, yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, dude, he's got the most on his plate. That's a lot to do. You're changing role and you're IGLing. That's a lot. So yeah, I think he's like the main player to kind of watch. I'm happy that Mako can now frag out heavy, and that's always a big thing now. Doesn't have to worry about the IGLing stuff. Dude, every time I see an IGL in DRX, you'd see their frag and just go as soon as they put someone on IGL. So I'm happy for Mako that he gets to frag a little bit heavier. And I mean, from what we saw in the off season, small data, it didn't look too bad. Util was good. The calling was pretty good. I think we're going to give props to the coaching staff. Like, we give him a lot of shit here, do we not? But at the same time, like, consistently done very good, even with new rosters.
And I just want to also mention that I think it goes to prove why they have the multiple coaches, right? Why they've always had the triple coaches with Glow and Argency alongside Termi, because Termi wasn't a big part of any of the offseason because he was busy getting married and going on his honeymoon, right? So it was Glow making these decisions. It was Argency, that was on stage, helping the players get comfy and things like that. So it just goes to show that they have a lot of depth. Obviously, with that, maybe sometimes there comes some conflict, but it's cool to see that they were willing to be like, all right, well, let's try freeing IGLing and see how that goes, and looks like they might stick with that in the future.
I think one of the big issues for me when I look at the DRX coaching staff is not necessarily their ability to get teams up to scratch quickly. I think they've actually been excellent at that. But whether they can break through that barrier that's been there. And one of the big things I always worry about is this stability problem with DRX. They love making changes if things don't work exactly as the coaches have in their mind. We saw Foxy9 in, Foxy9 out, Foxy9 in, Foxy9 out. Zest and RB dropped right before the beginning of the season. Stacks dropped halfway through the season. They were looking at making changes. Even now they're making changes, right before kickoff begins. Are they going to settle down at any point here, Paperthin, and actually give this roster a chance?
I mean, I don't know. History would say that that's not going to be the case, but they seem to do well enough. I mean, they kind of figure it out. Yeah, they've never won an international event or anything, but they've been ultra consistent in Asia, right? Like, they're ultra consistent at champs, like at least getting 6 or better in one case, right? So I think a lot of the criticism here would definitely fall on they haven't had stability, they haven't had consistency outside of like certain core players that you had from the Vision Strikers day leading up till the middle of last year and stuff. So it is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a little bit rough and tumble this year, but I have a lot of faith in this coaching staff. I think this coaching staff is really good. I think they're really damn good. I think they're one of the best coaching staffs in the world. Like, how many coaches have gotten teams to champions every time and gotten 6 or better every time? How many? Not many. Maybe like the only coach who I might put better than them is Mini, like just based on his results with FNATIC. And I really think this is going to be just another solid DRX team, probably going to make 1 or 2 internationals, probably going to get top 8 of those, and it's going to be another decent year. It's just, are they going to have that stability? I don't know. I kind of hope so. I think they've got a pretty solid roster. I mean, the biggest question for me is Hyunbin. Like, he's got big shoes to fill coming off the back of, losing Buzz to T1.
I am going to be keeping track of how many people in Pacific you're saying are going to make it to an international event.
We're up to 2 now.
We're 2 for 2.
I know my 4. I know my 4. Well, maybe 5.
Okay. I mean, there could be more than 4, of course, because
they could rotate.
It can rotate for sure. All right, let's throw them into the power rankings then. Above or below DFM?
Above.
How much above though? How confident are we feeling about DRX?
Right there. Kurt knows exactly what he's doing. That's how I feel about it.
5th is fine. Yeah.
I think I'm done for a 5th, and then we can review later.
Yeah. We're going to review at the end of all of this and jiggle some things around as well. We'll have more discussion when there's less spaces available. I'm confident on that.
I think we're doing great.
Okay, well, let's move on to our next team then, because this one, it feels like it should be fairly easy, but when you have these teams that were dominant in the prior year, there's always some funky stuff that happens to them in the offseason. We've seen it many times. We're talking about Gen.G here. They had a fantastic year. They were the team of the year last year with great performances at the first 2 events and then fell off slightly in Champions, not even on the run-up to Champions. Okay, so this team is not able to hold on to all of its talent. We see this frequently with teams that do really, really well in one year. Other people want to acquire the talent sometimes wants to go elsewhere. So they've made a couple of changes, but they've brought in some interesting pieces to fill those slots. So instead of having Lakia as initiator, he's actually not even on another team. It's not like he even got poached, but they brought in Yoman, who was previously an IGL for Rare Adam when they were doing well over in the Chinese circuit. They've also now got in Foxy9 to replace Meteor, who went over towards T1. How do you think this changes the team? They still have that core of Munchkin on the IGL, Karen, the best smokes player, best rookie of the year of last year, and they still have texture up front, delivering those insane impact first kills.
See,
Yeah, I think.
Go on, you go.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to start it off by saying, no matter what you think about the changes, I think when you look at the core and the coaching staff, it's hard to argue that they would drop below top 4 in terms of overall like average power ranking. I think, right? It's so solid and so strong, right? And there's just so much clutch factor in that core alone already, that I think it'd be hard to argue below that. I think the bigger question is okay, well, do they stay like top 2 or not? Is my question for the year.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, because I'm looking more at like top 1, top 2, just with how other teams are going, and then it's like, do other teams warrant to be above them? They haven't changed. Like they changed 2 players, which it's big because it's Meteor. Like let's be fully honest, Meteor was crazy, which puts a lot of pressure on Foxy9 for sure. I think that the Lakia change, it feels like Yeoman's an upgrade from what I see. So that's one upgrade. And then it all goes down to like Foxy. Can he do what Meteor does? And like, does that really drop them off that much? I guess dude, it would be nuts if they have a big fall from grace. Meteor's one of the best players in the world, like ever. Like really.
Let's put it in context though, because again, Plat Chat Awards, right? We were talking about the best Sentinels of the entire year. Benji Fishy did end up winning, right? But it was back and forth, and one person extra voting would have meant that Meteor won it if they put Meteor ahead of Benji Fishy, basically. So it was that tight between the two of them. Meteor was also probably the MVP of Shanghai, at least in my opinion. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal in that tournament. So we're not just talking about taking a good player. We really are taking one of the greatest players of 2024 and then replacing them with somebody that hasn't actually had success in their career yet. They've had promise, but if you were to sell me on Foxy9 and why he's the right player to replace Meteor, what would the pitch be for this guy?
He's got great mechanics. Like he's very good on his own. Like as a Sentinel player, that's the role where he seems to look pretty comfortable in my eyes. He's much more comfortable just kind of making plays for himself, making his own decisions. Like where he struggled with DRX when he was a duelist was that he would make the wrong decision, and like when they wanted him to go, when they didn't want him to go, when they wanted him to try to be aggressive or not, like he was kind of making the wrong decisions a lot of the time, and that's why they kind of switched him off that role. So it was hard to get him to sort of mentally be in the place where the team wanted him to be, and you could see it with like Stacks getting frustrated with him and things like that. So now that you put him on a Sentinel, he does look more comfortable there. But I mean, for me, Meteor was maybe the best player in the world last year overall for the entire year. I think he was absolutely so good. I think the biggest thing for Gen.G for me is just like they were winning a ton of ecos. I think it was like 50%. They won like 50% of their ecos in Pacific in stage 2 or something just absolutely bonkers like that. So I think like a big part of that is a player like Meteor who's got just tremendous ability to use a Marshal or a Sheriff or an Outlaw or something like that and really just shut rounds down. You know, Foxy is a good stopper too, so he's checking a lot of those boxes, but he's not like S tier in all of those categories where I view Meteor. He's like A tier, sometimes maybe B tier, and like stuff like decision making at times. So I think you're losing a pretty core component to what made Gen.G so good. Was you had this player who was constantly winning clutches, constantly just your go-to guy for like 1v4s, 1v3s in situations that you're winning rounds that you have no business winning. So I think it's going to hurt Gen.
He's gone.
Oh
gone.
boy,
He kind of
Lost my internet.
They
Yeah.
got him.
he kind of finished it off. It was good timing.
Yeah, it was pretty good timing. All right, so
All right.
we'll
Yeah,
wait.
anyway, I'm done. You're whatever.
Oh, he's nearly back. Okay, while Paper Thin's internet settles itself out, with all of that in mind, of the maybe slight upgrade with Yeoman coming in over Lakia and possible downgrade, but we're not really sure what the Gen.G coaching staff is going to be able to do with Foxy9, where would you put them on the power rankings? Because they should be in the #1 position, right? They haven't changed too much.
Third.
I'm going
Whoa,
with 3.
fuck.
Third.
I'm going
Whoa,
with 3.
guys, chill a little bit. Let's chill a little bit. Okay, let's
just-
meet
just-
halfway and go second then.
No.
Wait, but I have a question. Are we doing this in terms of like just overall for 2025? Like, how do we feel? Or are we talking specifically for kickoff? How do we rate these guys? Because that makes a big difference for me.
Let's do
That's a good
overall.
question.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think we
overall.
should be
Okay,
doing
then
overall for the
third.
year, because we're going to look back on this at the end of the year. We're not necessarily going to look back on this at the end of kickoff.
Okay, overall, that I'm willing to yield. I'm willing to yield halfway with Sliggy.
But you think they're going to be slow starters then, basically, is what you're saying?
I just think there's going to be others who are coming out right out the gate and kick off. That's all.
Right.
I think that's fair. I'm down for a second, but we can come review this.
Yeah, listen,
we might have to argue it.
At the moment, they're still at the top of all of the teams, so it's hard to say whether whether that's an unreasonable take or not. Let's move on then. So the next team is Global Esports. Kurt said last week we shouldn't talk about Global Esports until they make it to a global event, and here we are talking about them again, going against Kurt's what was it, New Year's resolution. So this is an organization that's had massive amounts of fan pressure on them since the moment that they were announced. They represent, in some sense, a really, really large population of players in India, right? There is no other representation for them in VCT. And yet, the Indian player base is not actually good enough right now to make at least a 5-person squad that would work. Maybe you can argue for individuals being threaded into rosters, but that's not what they've gone with this year. This year, they've gone for, we'll appease the fans by just making a really good team. And they've picked up a majority of Filipino talent instead, rather than pulling from areas in South Asia. So, first of all, from a strategy perspective, do you think that's going to be a good idea? Do you think they've got the talent here that can actually get wins on the board and make a fan base like that happy?
I think if you're an org that I'm just guessing, they're on like a bit of a budget. I think they did incredible to get the team that they did. That's where I'm at with this one, because it's kind of where I put Global. A lot of the time, they're not like the big dogs buying out loads of people. It's just let's try and get some. Honestly, let's try and get to playoffs. I feel like should be their kind of realistic goal. And I think this is doable with this team. Like, it would have to be a good run for sure, but you look at some of these players, they're good up and coming players. Like,
they previously had Texture and Moniette on the team.
Yeah, but dude, that whole thing was I mean, we're not comparing it to that. I'm just saying it was that was a bit of a shit show as well, let's be honest, with what went down. Like, that was an ultimate fumble. It really was. But in terms of this is good. So, like, Udatan is a beast, Crystal is a beast, and this Pappy guy is just fragging out heavy. I think this is awesome, and it's good to know. So Darion is in because Patrick has visa issues, right?
Yeah.
So we're imagine that's like kickoff, I guess. Hopefully, just that. But I mean, he's a good pickup as well. I don't know. They're the underdog team. They're the team that you're meant to beat, but it was one of those teams that you don't want to play, because I'm actually kind of scared of the team. I think if everything went right for this team, I think they could be good. I think they can get a lot of upsets.
Who are you looking towards to make that happen? Like, who are the big names that people should be paying attention to?
Udatan is unreal. Like, Udatan is unreal, and Crystal clutches everything. And then from what I've seen, I would put Pappy in there as well, in terms of just like heavy fragger on smokes.
Yeah, I just want to call out our run of show that mentions Crystal, and then there's a bullet point that says the rest look like a bunch of Pacific and China Challengers players, and I was fuming at the statement, man, because you got players like Poppy and Udatan there.
Yeah, those two
just
have been
write them
sick.
all.
I don't know much about this team. Sorry.
I feel like people don't know very much about the team, and they are a bunch of tier 2 players. Like, I think the case needs to be made for why you should pay attention to them more than other names, right? And I think the case, being made there is that Udatan and Papi are better than you would expect from players that have been drudged up from that system. Like, the scouting seems to be good. Do you put credit for that in the hands of somebody like Juvenile, for example, who's come over from Leviatan and who's had quite a lot of experience in coaching roles before and was looking for a head coach role by the look of things? Do you think he can actually do something that the previous two... I think they've had 2 different sets of coaching staff, haven't they?
And elevated as well. It's elevated and
right.
Yeah, well, this time it's elevated. They did have a racer in 2022. That's what you're thinking of.
Yes, a razor as well. Yes, yeah. But neither of those coaching staffs actually ended up being able to produce results with the teams that they had. And I'm not saying that those teams were significantly worse than this one. I think it's going to be more to do, in my opinion, with how you make it work in the server.
I think this is the best version of GE we've seen so far, in my opinion. I mean, I think, like everybody said, like the players that you guys are all talking about, I think are also really, really good. I mean, Darion's a great pickup to fill in. Like, we know what he's capable of. He had the sickest ace I've ever seen in my life last year in Pacific on Icebox. That was absolutely ridiculous. So Darion's got like high capability. I've been high on Poppy for a long time. I was begging Team Secret to find a way to get him in from now. So I don't know what is going on with all that, because Poppy was blowing us away at Ascension back in 2023. He was so good, so clutch, so steadfast in the anchor role as well. So I really like this team. I just don't know that they have quite enough firepower to get past some of the big hitters up at the top of Pacific.
So let's move on to that then. So if you're only looking at what they did during this offseason, they hadn't had a huge amount of practice, but they weren't able to take any big names down, I would say. They lost, in fact, to people that are around that kind of like tier 2, trying to get into tier 1 level, like your Nous, like your Boom. So do you think that Global are going to kind of grow into themselves and do better than a team like DFM?
No.
I would see it. I would see it like kind of similar from what we've seen.
Yeah.
I would honestly, like a 9th for me is fine. Like that's, and again we can review after. Like a 9th is one of those, again, 7, 8, 9 should be like upset potential. Like you don't want to play them. You should be going to, like, we should be going to a Masters, but maybe you lose to them, and they're one of the reasons you don't get there. I think they're that team. So I think like a 8, 9 around here for me is perfect.
But would you put them under DFM, Sliggy?
I would put them under DFM from what I've seen so far.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know, like potential, I think they probably could overtake them, but I would say they're pretty much.
But they're similar.
Ranked, yeah, they're ranked like very similar teams.
Okay. Well, we can always fiddle with that when we get back to the power rankings later on. For now, let's move on to our next team. We're speedrunning this. Paper Rex. This is a squad that, I mean, the storylines, they're constant, right? They are the constant. Other teams, they go up and down. They make all of these different roster moves. Paper X, maybe they adjust just the smallest little thing here or there. This is a team, everybody knows them. What is different this year about Paper Rex? What is going to change the story from the Paper Rex we know? And TMV has famously said, we know this team. They're not going to win an international event. Don't put them in the S tier. What is going to be different this year about these 5 players and the coaching staff that's remained the same?
James playing Killjoy. Is that not the biggest change we could have hoped for in the offseason of 2024? Like, this dude is expanding his Asian pool. That's all anyone ever wanted.
I mean, you clicked on a game where Jing was playing Jet, Phoenix, and Rays.
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
Wasn't the best example.
Okay, there he's playing Deadlock.
Yeah, the thing is I actually wouldn't mind if he ends up not playing any of those agents during the actual VCT. But the fact that they're willing to try that, and the fact that he's doing it in official matches to learn what it's like for the rest of the team, I think that alone just opens up a lot more flexibility and versatility for the team moving forward in terms of adjusting to different metas.
I mean, I think in some ways, though, like, he's going to play a lot of Rays because of the map pool anyway. So I think, like, for Paper Rex, this is a super favorable map pool for them.
Yes, that too.
Like, this is crazy good. Like, you're going to have to permaban something against them. The only map they're not going to be, like, super happy to play is Haven. Like, that's probably their worst map in the current map pool. I mean, you think they got Pearl, they're great at that. They've got Fracture, they used to be pretty good at that. They're really good at Split. I mean, this is a scary team this year. I assume they're going to be fine. I mean, it took Alex chewing them out. I don't know if you guys saw that video of them. just Alex absolutely losing his mind. They had to bleep him out for like a solid 30 seconds one time because he went on a swearing spree after they lost to DFM in the upper finals at the Asia Invitational. But I think, like, if they can't do it early this year, then yeah, they are relegated to the point where they might not ever win a global. But I think this has to be it. Like, I think they really can do it. I'm really, really high on this team right now, mostly because of the map pool. It should favor them.
When I watch behind the scenes content of this team, it kind of makes me think, how have they not blown it up earlier? And I know that's a crazy thing to say because the performances have been good. But like it doesn't exactly still feel like a functional system when you compare it to other teams behind the scenes stuff. The comms seem very frantic and hectic, and people are doing the opposite of what they're communicating for each other to do. And then the coach behind the scenes, nothing works in a super professional, sanitized way. The emotions are very much upfront, out there. Frustration is obvious. Their expectations versus what they're able to accomplish sometimes leads to that frustration. It feels odd when I'm comparing how Paper X works to a lot of other rosters that we have in VCT.
Yeah, I think you touched on a good point. And I think that's why they're exciting this year, because in the offseason they've shown that they can this is Paper X and this is every other team, and they kind of they're meeting it's still like here, but they're still like meeting a little bit in the way of stealing a lot of the stuff that the kind of proven teams are doing in terms of info Sentinel, and we're playing some Sovas, we're playing some fades and stuff, especially when we look at Jing and some things, actual agents that they're playing, and again that gives me hope. I think the meta's really good for them. I think like Payfilm was saying, I think the maps are really good for them, as long as they don't go too wild with the comps and they lean into a bit of like, you can play a Sentinel on this map, or even something just playing like a Killjoy op on like a Fracture or something like Boostio used to do on EG, like that could be nice. I think they can really lean into that stuff. If they're smart, I think they can get into such a good position this year. But it feels like it's the last dance for them, right? This is the last year for them. If they don't, I don't know what their expectations are, but it feels like if they don't win a Masters, or they don't win one of the three, I can see them going for a change. Even though if they were consistent, I don't think they need to.
That's why you would put the expectations, or not even expectations, but like the barrier of what they need to accomplish would be to win something.
That's where I view this team at the moment. Like, they have to win this year, as I think a change is coming. And I don't think that's like internally. Like I think it's more just like because of the pressure from everyone else. It's like a Navi situation where they kick Doom Bros. It's like, we have to do something because it's not working, even though what they're doing, like maybe excluding
every time.
Yeah, it's close to working every time. Maybe excluding a bit of last year.
Let's have a look at where we would... Oh, sorry. We got paper
my
back
router.
as well.
it was a problem.
Yeah, I think
Chobra, what's your thoughts?
Just hopping off of that as well, it's just one of the things where, like, I think everyone who's looked at the current meta and the map pool and everything, everyone has agreed that the stars have aligned for Paper X, right? So, like, if the world is helping you and you still can't win, and I would say, I mean, if you want to give leniency, like, if you can't get to 2 grand finals, right, even if you don't win them, I think that would be a signal where it's like, it doesn't mean you're bad. It just means that it's similar to DRX. You just can't break through with the current setup, right? And something needs to change. But on that note, I do think that they're pretty well set up to do that, especially at the beginning of the year, because everyone's going to try to figure out what works, and they're just going to be sitting there like, oh, this is the Valorant we know and love. Like, this is what we've always wanted from this game, and they'll be able to just jump right in.
Well, let's have a look then where you might power rank them. So by the sound of it, Chobra, you're saying if we were doing this as a kickoff power ranking, you'd have them really high up there.
100% number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
1 or 2.
Because it's a whole year power ranking, not just a kickoff power ranking, do you still have them in the number 1 position?
That one, I mean, I think it comes down to relativity. That's one that you'd have to review, I think, at the end among like the top 3, in my opinion. But I wouldn't have any issue, right, if we ended up with Paper X as 1 for the whole year.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, because if we're going for just kickoff, I would have like Paper X T1, 1 second, Gen.G third. Because we're going for the full year.
Yep.
I kind of believe in the Gen.G second.
Yep.
Paper X. I didn't realize that these two were just this high up on Paper X as well, man. Let's put them in number 1. Let's do it. I thought I would have to argue a bit.
T1. I think T1's going to be better than Gen.G, but that's the only thing.
I think that's fair as well. Like whole year, you're talking as well.
Yeah, whole year. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Well, let's leave them in the number 1 position for now. We can always alter that later on, and we'll move on to a different team with very different expectations. But the super fan of the year is still with us. It's RRQ, and we always know that this is going to be Chobra trying to push him as high up as he possibly can. So every time you've hyped them up, Chobra, they've not really performed to the level that you've wanted them to. So
yes.
Why should I ever believe you again, you snake in the Garden of Eden?
but are they making progress? That's what you got to look at the big picture. You can't look at the trees, Sideshow. You got to look at the woods, right? Are we slowly getting out of the forest?
I'm not sure. I really don't know whether we are.
I'm not sure either.
Like, are you trying to sell me that we are, that we're making constant progress from last year?
Yeah, I would say so.
Well,
okay, progress.
They haven't changed very much. They're one of the teams that's kept a very like heavy core of what they previously had. They've kept 5 out of 6 of the players, haven't they?
Yeah. So it's Cushy comes in, and that's about the only change, right? So everyone else sticks around. There's no big role changes. It's Cushy in for Elmimore, but Elmimore had already swapped to the Initiator, so there's no other further role changes as far as we know, right? So far in the offseason. So it's not a huge change, but I do think if you look at how the team operates and you follow how Cushy plays and what he's capable of, both inside the server, but also like on their comms and things. I do think it's actually a pretty notable roster shift. I think because RRQ was actually one of the teams that was notably not very good at communicating. If you listen to their comms videos or anything, like compared to a lot of the other teams that we know and love and that we've watched all their behind the scenes stuff, they tend to be a bit more quiet and a bit more kind of lost sometimes in their comms, I feel, and you see that in the gameplay as well. And I think just already in the offseason, Cushy has shown to clean that up quite a bit. Now, I wish we would have seen more of them, right? Because this was one of the problems with RQ in the very beginning was like, well, we don't know actually, because in the offseason, they're the only team that hasn't played anything coming into 2024. And so it was a bit of a mystery. So I wish we could have seen more, but you got Warbirds added in. I would say that the changes are definitely in the positive. I think that there's no argument for that. But I think maybe there is an argument, right, similar to DFM of like, okay, it's good, but is it good compared to everybody else? Well, that could be debated.
I just want to put it out there. This is one of the teams I give the least shits about in the entirety of VCT. And I don't know why. But because I have enjoyed watching Jemkin when he was playing in Tier 2, and then he didn't quite fulfill some of the like explosive potential when he got to Tier 1. I enjoyed watching Monyet when he was popping off on Paper X. And I enjoyed watching him when he was going nuts playing smokes for Global Esports.
Okay, I know
but
why.
I haven't watched him. I haven't enjoyed him as much on RRQ. Like, why don't I care about this team, Chobra?
I will tell you why. I will tell you, and this is something that I've said about this team multiple times, because I think their biggest problem is that they have an identity crisis themselves. So, like, if everybody was just going crazy, then Monyet would pop off again, right? We would get the highlights, we would get the moments, and we'd remember them. But you have this team where, like, certain rounds, Monyet just wants to go crazy Paper X style, and nobody else follows him. So he actually ends up looking kind of dumb, and then the round falls apart. And he might get an ace the next round, but it doesn't matter because they lost the match at the end of the day, right? And then you have Jemkin, who actually, the more I watch him, he wants to play like textbook perfect Valorant. If you look at how he positions himself and how he reacts to information that the team gets, but then Monyet's out there, right, like charging in as the controller. So now Jemkin's just left on an island, so we don't get to see him pop off. So it's this thing where this team keeps taking turns on what ideas they want to take. And then you have people like Xfero, who used to be so good at lurking and finding his own timings, who ends up being really passive as a Sentinel because he's like, okay, well, what's going on with the team, guys? Like, what are we doing here? And nobody actually gets to shine. And I think that's what it is. Now, I think that's a fixable problem, but obviously there's no like objective answer to how fast they can or cannot fix it. But I look at what Ewok and Warbirds have done with their previous teams and players, and I would say that it's worth giving them the benefit of the doubt. That's what I would say. But I totally agree with you in that the team itself actually just doesn't have a solid color. Like they keep shifting it round to round.
It looks a little bit like they're gonna lean into Jemkin go-ins. Well, they're doing the duelist thing, right? Where Jemkin will play Raze and then Monyet will play. Sorry, Jemkin will play Jet and Monyet will play Raze. But there's a lot of Raze maps coming in, so you kind of might get your hope of them having more identity of him being able to send it in. Because I think Jemkin looked pretty good, like on the Cypher. So I don't know. I think it could work. It's so weird because, again, like you said, it is an upgrade from the last years. This is the most hope we should have in this team. But I'm so close to losing hope. But I will hold on because I kind of trust in Warbirds. First of all, I think that he's a great addition in.
Yes,
I think the coaching stuff is good. I'm holding on hope for one more year, and then I'm out.
What does hope look like here for a team like RRQ?
Hope looks like playoffs and. Oh, I don't know.
Wow, you're lenient.
The rest of in a power ranking sense, trying to get to a top 8 level.
Making a lot of semis in the playoffs in Pacific?
I'm looking at
I would say they need to get to an internet.
Oh, okay, well, 6-7th though, that's not trying to get to playoffs. 6-7th is comfortably in playoffs to some degree, right?
I agree. I guess I wanted to say trying to get to champs, but then I didn't want to sound like Paperfin. Because he's been in everyone there.
What? No, I think I'm not putting this team there. I'm not putting this team there.
Oh,
okay, so where do you see them at Paperthin?
7th, 6th, yeah, something in that range. I mean, I think the fundamentals in this team are going to be great. Like those two coaches, Ewok and Warbirds, are phenomenal at putting that together. But I just don't see who's going to be the player that's going to clutch up for you, that's going to put up big rounds when you need it most, when you need those rounds where you're going up against a Paper Rex or a T1 and, you know, Izu or Jing or somebody's popping off on you. Who's going to be the game changer that's going to turn it around for you? I haven't seen that from them, that they have somebody who can consistently do that. And so I always look at kind of like firepower first and foremost, and there's a good level of firepower in this team, but when I compare them to some of those other teams, I don't think they stack up.
I think that's the issue. You got to compare them to the rest of Pacific, and everyone leveled up.
Yeah,
So
but I
they are around 5th, 6th.
You're still rating them above DFM and Global, who we were talking about as being some like.
I rate DFM above them. DFM beat
That's
them in the
what I was.
offseason.
What? I would be. I'm more. Okay, I don't know whether they're better, but I'm more excited about DFM, and I'm maybe more excited about Global.
Well, that's because you put your
Yeah,
house on
but-
the line for that team. So
Well,
there's
yeah,
a lot of
maybe.
investment.
I'm not going to detonate my house anymore if Detonation start winning games. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But were you excited for like G2 last year?
What, G2 snooze fests? No,
That's what I mean.
actually.
But it
No,
doesn't mean that they
I was
can't play.
excited.
Oh, you were excited. Okay.
Yeah, I was excited for that team. They had
Okay.
Leaf playing Duelist at the beginning of the year for them. At least that was the idea.
Yeah,
Of course,
I
I'm
was-
good.
I was-
I'm a
I was
number
gonna try
one
to
Leaf
use it
blower.
against you, but okay.
Leaf blower.
wait. Chobra, where would you put them at the moment?
Well, oh man, I would
Dude, I
would
kind of want to
argue
argue
for
them down just so that you
I-
just that we have a screenshot of your head next
yeah,
time.
We
Like,
can
nice.
always we can go through this later on.
Yeah,
as well.
I mean,
Leonardo.
listen,
We can
in
fix
the
this
current
later on.
state of things, I would argue for 6 because in my head they are 5
That's
or
what you're
6
arguing
for the
for.
whole year.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
for
good.
the
All right,
whole
we're
year.
fine.
And
That sets an upper limit for the rest of us, doesn't it?
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can't go
we're
beyond
fine.
6, otherwise you're more of
Well,
a
I'm
than
having-
Chopra is.
I'm having good faith that you guys aren't just going to pull them down for the sake of it.
That's fair enough. So let's move on to our next team. Next team is one that I think a lot of people are super excited for. It's one of those teams that we're going to probably end up filling up a top 3 slot with. It's T1, who've really tried to put together, I think, what you could call their attempt at a super team. Would I call it necessarily a super team? I don't know. Do you think
Yes.
it counts as a Pacific super team, this one?
Yes, 100%. This is an outrageously good roster. It should be. Like, this is like top to bottom some of the best players you're going to find in Pacific. I mean, Meteor, I think, again, best player of all of last year. Izu has been going crazy in the offseason, absolutely just slapping teams around. As Stax is back to IGL, I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see if maybe with a new coaching staff and other things that looks a little bit better. Buzz is the second best duelist in Pacific behind Texture, and he's really consistent. His opping is getting a lot better. And then Sylvan, a guy who there's some question marks about him. He looked so good a couple years ago when we were still VCT Korea. Before we came VCT Pacific, he was like the one player I'm like, why is nobody picking him up? He goes over to Gen.G. I don't know, it didn't look great, but this team should be, if not number 1, number 2 throughout the whole year. I mean, it should be them and Paper Rex in a horse race, in my opinion. Gen.G might be there kind of bumping one of them out every once in a while, but I think these are the two, like, they're the 1A and 1B of Pacific for 2025. There's too much firepower.
They've certainly had an extremely good offseason so far as well. They've been
Yeah.
like genuinely winning stuff. What I'd like to pick up on though is that normally super teams, the ones that people get really excited for, are filled of players that already have a huge amount of like clout and things that they've accomplished in the past. And certainly that's the case for a number of players on this team. But does that mean then that you think this is going to be a year where people start putting Izu and Sylvan in with like these are the best players in Pacific? Because I don't think most people would have associated those names with, you know, elite caliber. These are some of the best players in Pacific or the world prior to this year.
I think people will give him more respect because Sylvan's been out for a while, so I'm still like kind of sitting on the fence as to like where we're going to see him. Izu, I have full confidence is like an absolute beast, so like that's where I have a lot of confidence that he's a player people will be talking about. I kind of, dude, I'm not going to go into the super team debate again, but it's a really strong roster. Like it is a top 3 roster, and I think if we look at off season in terms of form, their form should be real good straight away. Like they should be one of the top teams that we look to go to kickoff, really.
So if this was a kickoff power ranking, I assume that we would have them probably at
I
number
would
1 or something.
Probably have them first.
Just because they're looking super strong. But
Yeah.
as the year goes on, are you expecting teams that have made those shifts like Gen.G, for example, to start reaching back towards those heights? Are you expecting Paper X's volatility to overtake a team like T1 at various points?
To me, the biggest thing is whether Gen.G kind of reclaims their spot or not throughout the whole year actually just entirely comes down to Meteor. To me, it's can Meteor provide the same, if not more, value to T1? Because then I just think Gen.G can, you know, kind of reconfigure themselves around Foxy9 and the new style, etc. But the value that Meteor is going to bring is just going to be too massive, right? I think the reason Stax looks good in his IGLing during the offseason is partly due to Meteor and what he provides, right? I just think Meteor just brings so much to whatever team he slots into. So if Meteor continues to do well on T1, I think Gen.G is going to be hard pressed to always play catch up, so to speak. But if Meteor, he starts well and he's fragging out, but it's not really a team thing anymore for T1 compared to Gen.G last year, then I think Gen.G, I have faith in the core and the coaching staff to be able to find their own style and footing again to overtake T1 throughout the year.
Just as a tiny tangent for a moment, as we solidify these power rankings. Last year, Gen.G were kind of like a three-headed beast. They were a three-headed serpent or dog guarding the gates of hell or whatever. They had obviously texture at the front. Yeah, there was the Cerberus of Pacific. They had texture at the front. They had Karen on smokes, and they had Meteor on Sentinel, and all three of them were absolutely outrageous. Neither Gen.G nor T1 seemed to have three triple threats like that on the team.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I think T1 absolutely
who
does.
are you putting as the third player then? Because I would agree with Buzz and I would agree with Meteor, obviously. Who's the third like big triple threat? You think Isu's going to be as good as like a Karen
He's not.
or something?
He's not. Like Isu's this player who everybody I talk to behind the scenes is so high on this guy. Like they're just like the sky's the limit. They think he's like you could see it now in this offseason. Like his mechanics are great. He's been playing a lot of like info initiators even, and he's been like just destroying. So I think this is the guy that's going to be that third head of that three-headed beast. I think he is absolutely going to clap throughout this year. He is. It's his moment. It's his time.
I just feel like I'm always living in a different timeline than everybody else in Valorant, because I was like so big on Izu in 2024 and I was so down on Stax. And if you ask me, I would actually Stax is the third head going to 2025. Not that Izu's bad. I just think Stax has really leveled back up into prime form. So I feel like I'm just in some fourth dimension here. But I mean, I'm fine with either. I do think they have the option of either Stax or Izu to kind of be that third beast that's always clutching up and fragging out.
Yeah,
okay.
Just give him four heads then. But I think we don't say stacks just because of the IGLing and stuff, right?
Sure,
I guess.
sure.
That is the big question mark with this team. Like they have they're similar to Vitality in that sense, where it's just like the biggest question mark is the IGLing. If that is good, they could take it all the way. They could be the best in Pacific.
So we put them at third for now, but we can always go back and edit that later and have more of a discussion. For now, I want to move on to the next team. So this is a team that's made it to Champions this year, picked up Primi right beforehand. It's TALON. So this was a team that made an extremely opportunistic signing right at the end of the season. So it didn't have very much time to work around, but has managed to hold on to Primi. Primi didn't get poached. So still has this really big asset, this big tool to work with. Then have changed up some of the roles on the team as well, in my opinion, to kind of better empower Primi to go and carry, right? They've moved Governor over to go back to his role as mainly playing like Sova and the Initiator kind of stuff. So how would you view this version if you didn't look at anything that happened over the offseason and you only knew TALON for what they did right at the end in Champions? How would you expect that story to evolve heading into this year?
I would be relatively high up on them, apart from the fact that their comps sometimes are a little bit crazy. So I'm not sure, like a whole year of like, if you were doing some of those comps, I think some of them would fail and some of them would succeed. This is the team that is like, they're like this, and I don't know, dude, I move my camera every time. They're like, they're somewhere in between here, and I don't know which version I'm gonna get. Like sometimes I watch them, then they're so sick, and then sometimes I watch them and I'm like, God, this team is fucking shit.
And do you think that's because they prep so many different comps?
I think so.
The coach has talked about, Frost has talked about the fact that he likes to have like, what did he say? Like 4 different comps per map or something?
2 or 3, I think.
Minimum 2, but more, yeah.
Right.
He has quite a few, and again, I think that works as long as it makes a lot of sense and everyone's like knowing what they're doing. Then I think that's a good way to approach it, especially with a format like Kickoff, where it's just double a limb and you can have an upset. You're playing against a team you should be losing against. You're playing T1 or something, and you bring up a random comp, and it's a Vice, and they don't know how to play against the Vice. I think that stuff has a lot of legs. But if the team doesn't understand some of the comps, or maybe the comps just have like a giant flaw, then I think sometimes it struggles. I don't know. I like watching this team. The ceiling is super high for this team. They can be very, very good, like all of them individually, but consistency is not there.
Would you agree with me that even though they ended up being the 4th place team in Pacific, And I am right in saying that, aren't I? That they
Yeah.
were the 4th seed entering.
They were the
Champions.
4th seed, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that they weren't actually the 4th best team of Pacific of last year, and that they went on a bit of a run towards the end of the year? Because that's how I would think about this. Is that other teams, like, I would maybe put like Team Secret probably as the 4th best team of last year. Or,
I think Primy's too good for them to not be there, though. That's the issue.
So was the difference that with Primy they actually are a lot better than they were throughout the majority?
He literally came in and basically beat Team Secret. I mean, he just walked in and absolutely destroyed them. Like that first game, I distinctly remember coming into that match just being like, "Oh man, you're bringing a rookie in for like a playoff. Like you lose and you're done. Like your season's over. Like man, this is the biggest gamble." And I don't know. And he just came in and he clapped. I mean, he was crazy. That first round, I remember he just comes in and destroys, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" You could see it in the way his like pre-aim was, like everything, his reactions to stuff. I'm like, oh no, this kid's cracked out of his freaking mind. This is game on. Like, let's go. Like, so it's just a question of like, I agree with Sliggy that I see the ceiling is high, but I also see the bottom is very low potentially for this team. I'm really concerned that coming into this year, it could go real sideways real fast.
Okay, so I think there's two different ideas there. One is that in any one match, you don't know what you're getting from Talon. The other is that they could be a really good team for the whole year, or like they could get a really good record the whole year, or a really shit record the whole year. Like if you're one of the teams that goes up and down regularly, you expect it to average out to some degree. But what you're saying, Paper Thin, is you actually see a world in which they could be a great team, or they could genuinely just be bad all year long because they're fumbling.
This is the biggest question mark. This is the biggest question mark in Pacific for me, is this team. I have no idea where they're going to end up. I truly am like scratching my head. The off season, some of those matches, they looked real lost. Like, and so I'm hoping that they get it together, but I truly am. I'm concerned.
Can you bring up the power rankings while we talk about this, Kurt, and kind of get it into our heads?
Because then you had some maps where they look like the best team ever. So that's what I mean. Dude, I watched that Sunset game, and I'm watching Ban and Cruz, like look like the sickest aimers I've seen in Valorant, and I'm just like, holy hell, this team, man, it could work. And then you watch the next team, like, oh, you're just like, well,
I would be fairly confident in putting them above the tier of our 7, 8, 9.
100%.
Right.
But they could end up under here. But I agree with you. I think they will and should end up above.
And so I'm looking towards those 4th or 6th spots and thinking whether or not you believe in them. Because I don't believe in them enough to crack into the top 3. But do you believe in them enough to overtake DRX?
I kind of do. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I do. I think they can. And one thing I wanted to mention is Frost has gone on record saying that he doesn't care about overall record. He just cares about winning the matches when they matter, right? So they've gone on record saying that they will play a very calculative year, and they'll experiment when they want to, and then when push comes to shove, they'll make sure they win the ones that matter. Obviously, you can't guarantee it, but that's how they kind of look at the whole system. They'll game the system itself. So love it or hate it, I think that's a smart way to do it as well. Now, that's what makes, I think, ranking them, again, hard, right, for the whole year, because it's like, well, the consistency is out the window. But I would agree. I think they can overtake. I think they can be a top 4 team, again, at a certain point within Pacific, for sure. But if we're talking whole year, would I say that, I have faith in them being the definitive top 4 team in Pacific? I would not say so.
We've definitely got some other candidates in here that, I know that we need space for them, and at the moment, we don't have space for them.
That's true, yeah.
So let's move on to one of those teams that will probably fill up one of the slots that we have available, right, in that kind of upper towards middle of the pack. It's the team that I said was probably, in my opinion, the 4th best of last year in Pacific, which was Team Secret. I loved some of the ideas that they brought out. They were like the thinking man's Valorant version of Valorant. They had a lot of set plays, these cross the map shock darts to break a trip to allow a flank to happen or to allow some big set play. It was all very like big orchestrated stuff that looks beautiful. It's beautiful Valorant. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's like good or is going to win, but it's beautiful to watch. They ended up getting upset by a team that just brought in a incredibly talented Thai rookie who beat the piss out of them in their really important game at the end of the year, and they didn't make it to champs. So that, that shows you what the beauty is good for. This is another team that hasn't really changed very much. If you're talking about like the teams that haven't done too much in the offseason, I'm looking at RRQ and I'm looking at Team Secret. Team Secret were good, but they didn't actually get to a single international event last year. Can they this year with Envy, who you said at the very start, Paper Thin, was your like player to watch that people don't talk about enough?
Can they? Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, so right, the head coaching situation is a question mark because Dummy's out, and they just posted a picture, like a teaser of who their next coach is going to be, and I would say it looked awfully dubsteppy. If I'm being honest, is who I suspect is going to be the next coach.
120 BPM on that announcement. Strange.
It just might. He looked a bit like dubstep. It was. They only showed like from like the neck down, but my guess is dubstep. But I think like Envy can pop off. My concern is like the rest of the team and their consistency and their fragging power. Like Jeremy as a duelist is kind of up and down. At times I'm like, oh, he's back, he's good, and then he kind of falls off a little bit. 2GE at times looked really good last year though, so maybe that can be a thing. Wild Warrior comes in, looks really good, but then kind of fell off a bit as like the games wore on. And I mean, again, it's really concerning though when you come into a match and Talon brings in a rookie who's never played a game on stage in his life and he destroys you. And so like what does that mean for them going up against, you know, the consistency of all these other squads, the top tier talent that mostly beat them up other than Paper Rex, who their Paper Rex is kryptonite? Like, is that enough to get you anywhere? I have huge question marks right now about Team Secret. I think like normally I'm very much about a team that sticks together, kind of works in the process, believes in the system, builds it, but they didn't get any better. And a lot of other teams did. And so that's where I'm kind of like, they might be sliding for me a little bit overall.
I will say that I think similar to Primi, obviously much earlier, but I would say the signings of 2G and Wild Oreo kind of count for Team Secret's build towards 2025. And I would say Wild Oreo was a huge upgrade on that front. Like Wild Oreo is another player that I think people should be looking out for in 2025. I think he's going to have similar levels of impact next to Envy with the way that he was playing for Secret. But to me, and I hate to do this because I really don't like pointing fingers or throwing anyone under the bus, but I think whether they can break through, right, of getting away from being the gatekeeper team really comes down to Jeremy. Like if he can be consistent in the high pressure matches, if he can be the consistent opper when they need it to be that wild card, that curveball, then they absolutely break through and they make it international again. But if not, like they're consistent, he's great in certain matches, but you know, push comes to shove, he forgets to buy an updraft and he falls down on Abyss, things like that. It's rough. It's just rough. Yeah. Like you're doing that in a match that determines your entire year. But it's not the first time we've seen that from him, right? So he's very talented. I want to see him do well because we've seen his peak. But if your duelist can't clutch up when you need him to, then that's your ceiling, right? That's always going to be your ceiling. And I think that's what it comes down to for Secret.
Well, then, if you look at the power rankings of them, I'm inclined to agree with both of you in that they not making enough changes seems to slip them down the rankings to me. And if I would have put them at 4, I definitely don't have them above Talon anymore. I don't think I have them above DRX anymore. Do they fit into that nice little 6th spot we've got for them right there?
No.
You think further down?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just gonna say we rated DFM too high, but we can come back to that later.
No.
Well, we need to move teams because
yeah, we do.
We're not putting Nongshim in 10th or something. That's just not happening. So
I mean, with the current slots left, if we're gonna go with this whole system of we're only reviewing at the end, then they gotta go into 10 for now,
we
right?
Can listen, we can do a little bit of movement. We don't have to. We don't have to keep exactly. We're not doing one of those like the TikTok rankings where they don't see what's coming up beforehand.
Can't move anyone.
Yeah.
They've always only had one coach, right? So we can imagine they're only going to have one coach again. That's true, right?
I would imagine so.
Yep. That's big in these days. That's
huge.
big. It doesn't really work anymore, to be honest.
No.
Well, Jesse's basically a coach. I mean, you could look at
it. But he's got an IGL as well.
So let's throw them in somewhere for now, and then we can revisit later on. Do you want to throw them into 6th, or do you want to throw them into 10th?
Let's throw them into 10th, but we'll come back and no one screenshot.
Okay.
As long as everyone in chat doesn't screenshot, we're all good.
Okay, they're all going to be really good about it, Sliggy. I'm sure they are.
Then we go.
Let's go into our next team then. The next team is ZETA Division. So we talked about one of the Japanese teams earlier on, DFM. ZETA Division have a very different story. This is an organization that has been towards the heights. They got a 3rd place finish at one of the events. But with the benefit of hindsight, looks a little fluky because they weren't able to replicate anything like that again. They rebuilt last year, made 2 big moves. We thought they were going to do fairly well because they'd already been able to get, towards champs, win LCQ. They floundered. They looked bad. Sliggy was roasting them. And now they've made a lot of other moves. Some of them maybe that they wouldn't have even chosen as Laz retired at the end of the season. is there some kind of almost like poetic irony there that the best player from Japan retires just as the team finds potentially their best version of themselves? It almost feels like some cosmic irony going on that's just designed to fuck Laz over. Or was that a requirement for them to find a new direction?
I don't know about requirement.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the big reason that Laz was the only reason, in my opinion, that they actually qualified 2 champs, just because of the chamber that he was pulling out. So I think losing him was big.
Depp was having a great year in 2023. He was like actually statistically the best player in Pacific. So like I think like when I look at that team, I think, all right, Depp, he's very, very good. Sugar Zero, so we saw some moments of Sugar Hero last year. I was actually pretty high on their choice of players. I was worried that ZETA would go to DFM. Like those were some of the rumors that I was hearing that they were really trying to court this player who a lot of people in Japan view as the next like Laz, the next big player is ZETA. And so that's when ZETA picked him up, I was like, heck yes. And then they pick up Clues, and I'm like, heck yes, they get the best IGL that's available in Japan. This is all going according to plan. This should be great. And then the offseason rolls around, and I'm not impressed. I haven't been impressed yet. I really want to be. I really think they made good moves. Bringing in Junta as well as the coach. He did great with Fennel in Tier 2 in Japan. I really like the guy. I think he's got a great mind for the game. So I think they made a good move there. He's got experience coaching with Japanese players and Japanese teams. I think he's about the best they could have picked up in terms of actually being able to communicate with the players and get everybody in line. But so far in the offseason, it hasn't looked great. So I'm not super sure about ZETA right now.
Yeah, I think ZETA is almost feeling similar to what you were describing RRQ as, right? They had this hype when they announced the roster, and now suddenly, like, I think the expectations were much higher. And it's not that I think they looked like terrible or anything. They've had some shining moments, and yeah, things can take time, but it's like, okay, well, everyone else has spectacles and fireworks to talk about, and so ZETA Division is just kind of there, right? And it's like, okay, well, you've upgraded, I think, and probably. And that's great, but nothing tells me like, oh, I think you might reach top 4, right, and go to an international. There's nothing screaming that aside from, well, yeah, Depp might like become the child of God again, but we've had that story for 3 years, and I think everyone's bored of it by now. So I think it's going to take some time. I still want to have faith that over time that they will actually impress us more than DFM. Given time, but that's much more of like a hopium thing at this point, given what we've seen from the offseason. We just have more data from DFM.
Yeah, and the main thing is they changed their coach and stuff, so that's like, that's the main thing. So like after a set amount of time, they might actually understand how to play some maps. So that's given me a lot of hope for that.
It's funny that you all seem a little down on ZETA Division, but I don't feel like they had a bad offseason.
I thought their offseason was good.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I think it was fine. I actually was really hyped about their roster.
Right, you thought it was going to be better.
I thought they were going to be the ones that like get to a finals or something similar to DFM, right? Like I just thought it'd be much better.
I thought
crazy expectations.
I thought they'd be better than DFM until the Asia Invitational. Then I was like, oh no, DFM is like light years ahead of them right now. Like,
ZETA did beat them twice in the offseason.
They did. Yeah. They're the only team that DFM is losing to is ZETA, which is very bizarre. But I mean, ZETA, they looked awful against FNATIC at Riot 1. I mean, it's a one map, so you can't really read a lot into it, I guess, but they got destroyed. And so I don't know. When I watch them, I guess maybe I'll have to go back and watch them a little bit more. I watched a lot of DFM because I was sitting in my hotel room in another country watching a lot of the Asia Invitational. So I guess I'm kind of like biased on just what I had a lot more time to watch. But I think from what I've seen, ZETA looks a lot more disorganized right now. The firepower could be good, but I haven't seen, like, ZETA in particular hasn't been impressing me like he used to in Tier 2 in Japan, where he was like lights out, always kind of carrying it for his team. So a little bit worried there as well that he maybe isn't quite up to scratch yet.
And my understanding was that Sugar Zero was going to be IGLing for them, but is that not the case?
It's Clues.
No,
CLZ,
it's Clues.
It's Clues. Yeah.
Right, okay. So if we were going to power rank this, I consider them to be a fairly, like, I think they're going to be a stable middle of the pack kind of team, around where we would have put like an RRQ. But it sounds like you guys are inclined to put them quite a bit lower.
One of those other teams that's down there, I don't think.
They're not.
Which one? DFM?
No.
What?
No. I don't think they're better than one of the other 3 teams we have. The other 2 teams we have left. I think
of
one of
course.
those
Yeah.
two teams is better.
I mean,
Okay.
Noodle City is out here just as the little sleeper pick that we have to keep a spot open for. Yeah. But let's take a moment then to just sort out what our thoughts are here for like the secret Zeta and this kind of mess of the tier in the middle. So where are you viewing Zeta? Are they in the same tier as RRQ, DFM, Global, Secret? Is that all one group together?
That's probably where I would put them, but I think in terms of expectations, I would put them at the lower end of it. But in my opinion, they're an upset team. No, cut. Go to the right one.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not it. I mean, I would put them
Okay.
in the same group. I just wouldn't have RRQ in the same group, but that's a separate.
Right, you would have RRQ in the group above, but you're the
Above,
only
yeah.
case that would have them in the group above. Right. It feels like DFM and Global are just getting a nice ride here because we left those slots open to the right of them.
Well, then, do you wanna switch Secret and Global? Just so it's.
I mean,
I can't have Secret this low.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think Global's there's a lot of hope and hype around him, but we haven't really seen anything to prove it just yet.
Yeah,
so.
It seems
it's a good dark horse team.
More that I'm realizing, the more we go through this, it seems harsh to put any of these teams down in the 11th, 12th, because I actually feel like
I agree.
almost all of the teams in Pacific are going to be to a reasonably good level. I don't see a like bottom feeder awful team. Maybe you could say Boom is.
I think Boom will struggle.
Yeah. I think Boom will be, for now, I think it's fair to say that they are the definitive 12th for most people, but that doesn't mean like I think they're going to be like DFM in the past where they just don't win a single match. I just don't think they'll, consistently win enough.
I agree.
I don't want to skip ahead to Boom though, because they were going to be the last team that we talked about. Let's talk about Nongshim RedForce first, because this is the team that we needed to keep some kind of slot open for up towards middle or maybe even better, because this is a damn good squad. And in a kind of unusual series of events, they were a team that won in Ascension, looked incredibly good in Ascension, and yet haven't been picked apart or poached or anything like that. It feels like that should be a likely outcome of doing well at the tier 2 level and doing so well that people are talking about. Like, I'm sure you guys from being in Pacific were hearing these scrim rumors of them taking on a lot of the teams at Seoul for champs as well and doing very well against them when they were at the top. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
so this is a competent team.
Yeah, for people that are wondering, like rumor-wise, I had Nilzinho come on my stream, and he said that they got wrecked. So that's Heretics coach saying that they got wrecked in a practice.
That's the second best team of champions.
Yeah, and FNATIC as well. So in terms of like practice results, they're doing great. Like they're teams that are turning a lot, or at least were turning a lot of heads, like middle of last year.
And I think what's important to note about that is often you get those kind of rumors from tier 2 teams that are kind of up and down in matches, right? They're like, you know that they're a good tier 2 team, but they're not a dominant tier 2 team. So it's like, all right, well, maybe they can't always put that performance down on the match results. This squad has not lost since they added Persia to the team. Like, how many months ago was that? Like 8 months ago or something? They haven't lost a BO3. So they're waiting for somebody to beat them. And just at the moment, they haven't faced good enough competition. The closest, obviously, was that the very final against Boom in Ascension was outrageously close and genuinely could have gone either way, like an actual ping diff moment.
Yeah, but I think because of how dramatic that match was, everyone kind of forgets how they got there in the first place, right? Because that match came down to that crazy clutch. Everyone's like, oh, wow, like one clutch and it would have been Boom, which is true. Like, I'm not trying to take that away from Boom. But also, the way they got there wasn't off of just clutches, right? Like, they had clutches to carry them through, like, just over the edge every now and then. But it was how they adapted. It was the fact that they were playing a bigger macro game, right? Pulling out Ascent against Riddle Order with a one-off comp. Like, they talked about it in a Korean podcast where they were like, yeah, that was a composition that we just, like, it was specifically just for Riddle Order. We were never going to play it again anyway. Things like that. Like, you're out here playing the meta game enough that you have the leisure to do so, and then you can adapt to the point where the coach doesn't feel pressured to call the timeout until it's really late. Like, it's a very, very sturdy team, I would say, if you were to kind of spread out a stat sheet for what they're good at. And then on top of that, you have like all 5 players who are able to clutch. So I think that's what keeps them winning nonstop, no matter who they're playing up against. And I don't think it's really gonna change much in VCT Pacific, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I think you also touched on a good point there, because a lot of people will be looking at this and looking at Boom and looking at the final result and being like, dude, this is so close. Why are you putting these teams like so opposite way? But if you'd like actually watched Boom throughout the season, and you'd actually watched Simprissa, they were called back then, actually through the season, there is a big difference. I felt like Boom probably played the best that I'd seen them in that final, and Simprissa played to one of their lower levels, at least when we're looking at some of the maps. So that's kind of like the difference of why we're viewing them so different. And the big thing with this team is, because dude, if they had the Neon meta, they were going to dominate. Like I probably would have put them going into kickoff, to be honest. But I do think they do take a hit, even though they can play other duelists. I still think they do take a hit because they did look like the best team with Neon. So not having the broken Neon is a hit.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a hit. No, I would agree with that. Partially also, but I think one of the other strengths you can look at is also they were aware enough to know what to abuse, so to speak, right? I mean, obviously it helps that you had a player who could do it, to begin with. But I mean, Slicky, you and I have talked about this when we were watch partying them as well, where Domby's great at the Neon, but it's also just the fact that the team plays around it so much, right? Where they're picking the fade for the Neon, things like that. So I think if you're carrying that over to other metas, it is a hit. Like, it's not going to be the same Nongshim, but I don't think it's necessarily a hit that suddenly brings them below teams that they wouldn't have been otherwise.
I get what you're saying, because they kind of invented, at least from what I saw, they invented the Prowler into the slide into the head bob bug, where like, the Prowler would like block your bullets and you wouldn't be able to shoot the Neon. And so the fact that they found that gives you a lot of hope that they can find other stuff of like what works well, right?
So the way that we're trying to frame this as well is, we are probably going to put Nongshim RedForce very far away from Boom. We are also going to be we probably would have put Nongshim RedForce in the Neon meta really high up there.
Sure.
So if it's not the Neon meta, if it's the entire year as totaled, and we accept that the level is probably going to increase dramatically from tier 2 to tier 1 of their opponents they're going to play against. Not that they're not up to the task, but their opposition's going to get better. How high do we think is reasonable to put Nongshim RedForce? 6th would be kind of middle of the pack. Maybe they've got an outside chance of getting it to an international. But I'm looking at that like 4th place spot and thinking, hey, that is quite a reasonable position that you could put Nongshim as well.
Yeah, I would say that 4 is the ceiling of reasonable realm for Nongshim. It might be a bit of a stretch if we're talking like whole entire year. But like I would consider them 4th, 5th for the whole year. Like that's where I would look at them.
I think they're solid middle of the pack. I think they're a little bit lower than 4th, 5th, but yeah, definitely above 9th. They should be better than that for sure.
There's a big gap between that. Okay.
I just worry because of what I saw in that finals, because it seems like pressure did get to them, and therefore, like, you're gonna have a lot of those games this year, and it's like it's gonna be a growing pains year for them. I would guess, but I could be wrong.
Just a counterpoint, and obviously this is all like it's just off of the small sample size we have, but that was the same concern I had with them in Challengers Korea when they were undefeated on Bind, and no one could figure out how to play against Cypher Deadlock. Once they finally got pushed and Korean Challengers team started playing Sova just to break all the traps, they still adjusted and they were still winning. And then they got to the grand finals undefeated, and I was like, dude, Nongshim's looking really good. At the peak of the then Nongshim, they could actually ruin SPG, and they got pushed to another game 5 in that finals where I was like, oh my gosh, is this finally where they learned their lesson? And they still came through. And then it happened again at the Ascension final. So to me, it's like they have the determination to be able to adjust on the fly in these to me, it's more of a they've proven it just enough times that they can adjust in high pressure rather than, well, they still haven't really fallen off just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the concern for me is that they don't play their best in high pressure like that. I mean, to be fair, nobody does, but I would say I'm a little worried that when you get to some of those like do or die matches, that,
I mean, I'm just gonna say that Paper X doesn't play their best in high pressure situations, and they're at number 1. So.
No, but they destroy enough teams that they're able to get to second or third on a relatively consistent basis.
I'm just saying, I feel very similarly about Nongshim.
Oh well,
okay. So Nongshim are going to become the new Paper X. Let's move on to Boom. Once we've talked about Boom and their storyline, then we've got all 12 teams and we can start figuring out a bit more about the power rankings. So Boom Esports, we've already discussed actually quite a lot of their story already in the context of setting up Nongshim RedForce's story. They're a team that's been around the tier 2 scene. They've been trying to break through actually for ages. If you've been following this roster, you'll be very familiar with some of the faces from previous times that we've seen them, even at some of the international events. Champions. So They have made shifts, and they almost made it by, what was it, 0.02
18 or something,
seconds or something?
0.018.
that.
Yeah, it was
And the
crazy,
yeah.
crazy tiny amount in this like clutch overtime situation in Ascension. But then they still get to VCT anyway because Bleed scam artists, and they get kicked out of VCT. So Boom are now in. Why do you think that they... What is it about the stuff that people might not have seen? If people only looked at the finals that Boom played against SPG, what is it about the rest of what they've done that causes you to undermine some of the confidence that they'll be able to compete in the same way that Nongshim will?
I just want to jump on this real quick. And before we talk about it, I also want to make it very clear. I don't think it was purely the home crowd buff, right, that carried them through. I do think they played a legitimate great game in the finals. Like, I think that was the true peak skill that those players had. But if you looked at their performance during challengers in Indonesia, they were they were a skirmish heavy team, and when they got the fight they wanted, they were good, but the moment they didn't know how to adjust their macro. Like, they weren't really playing a macro meta game of Valorant. They were still just playing a gun game, which it is, as we all know. But if they didn't meet you there, they were just kind of stranded and being like, okay, well, now we're getting picked off, and now we have to clutch to win, right? And this actually kind of showed up for the beginning portion of Ascension as well, where it's like, it's a very one-dimensional strategy they had until they got to the finals weekend. And then they said, okay, we really got to bunker down and start to play a bit more versatility, a bit more macro, a bit more rotation heavy, right? Have some backup plans and trade off of each other nice and early to get util rather than just to get frags. So I think, yes, they showed signs of realizing their weakness. Like, they talked about it afterwards as well, where they said, hey, we were really behind on the meta. We admit that. We're going to make sure that never happens again. So that's great. It's good news. But throughout the whole year, it was very much like, all right, we set up for this specific fight. And if we get it, we win. But if we don't, if they figure it out, now we're at a loss for what to do.
So they went on a run. That's what you're saying.
They went on a
In
run.
Ascension, they went on a run. Yeah.
And also, I think it's very telling the way that people talk about that was them at their peak, right, in the Ascension final. Because if that was them at their peak and they still weren't actually able to beat Nongshim, then their average is going to be significantly lower than that level. Do you think that that's fair to say, that you're expecting not that performance in the finals every game throughout VCT?
For sure. I think that's fair to say. This is probably one of the most teams I'm feeling confident in placing them, like last.
And you're placing them, right. So if we go to the power rankings now, you're looking at them as a last place team. And are you saying they're the only people in Pacific that will genuinely be like struggling, that won't be in that kind of like fight for bottom playoff spot kind of thing?
I can see him pulling a few upsets here and there.
Yeah, I think they'll get a couple of wins, they'll get a couple of maps, but I honestly, I think if they do above 12th, they did great from what I've seen in terms of how they play. But,
or they just hope for someone else to shit the bed.
Yeah, all that, yeah.
There's always some unexpected team that shits the bed.
Yep.
That's true.
Always.
So if we're locking Boom in at the 12th spot, I don't think there's an obvious 11th place spot. Is that controversial?
No, I
No, I
totally
said that's
agree.
fair.
I don't think it's easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, I think it's much easier to look at like 8th through 11th as one group, but then whoever we think is like the weakest out of that.
This RRQ loving motherfucker puts it 8th to 11th just because we put RRQ in 7th.
Dude, there's no way RQ is in the group that potentially gets pushed down to 11th, man.
They're losing to DFM. Book it.
Oh my gosh,
Book
you
it.
guys are crazy.
Book it.
Okay, so there is a large grouping here of like the next tier. How do you feel about consistent, like the teams that haven't made too many moves but have shown results in the past? So teams like RRQ, teams like Team Secret, those two teams versus the made a shit ton of changes and are looking promising like DFM and Global. Do you think it's just a crapshoot who ends up on top between those?
No, I don't think it's a crapshoot. I just think it's much more on DFM to prove, a team like DFM to. I think DFM is still the clear challenger there, just because it's like, say what you will about Talon's inconsistency, RQ's inconsistency, but they were still just consistent enough to very confidently be considered middle of the pack, right? The past 2 years. So I think, yes, DFM looked great in the offseason, but you would still have to get through a full 3 maps of that inconsistency to prove that you are more consistent, which it doesn't matter if your peak is better, because May can peak in one of the maps like he did in 2024, but it's not going to get you over the finish line. And that's where I would draw the line, right? It's same with Secret. It's like, yeah, we all meme about how they're gatekeeper team, etc. But you also have to put respect to that name, and that it's kind of hard to consistently be a gatekeeper team in 6th and 7th place, guarding everyone else from playoffs.
For sure. I mean, if you ask me about my power rankings, I'd have Team Secret at the 7th place right now, and I'd be moving the other teams down because I think Team Secret were the 4th best team of the prior year.
But you guys have some crazy evil genius plan to just constantly push RQ down.
No. But would you agree with me that RRQ were lower than Secret from last year?
For sure. Dude, you can't argue that one. You can't argue that one. Come on.
Yeah. Barely, but yes.
Pick your fights.
Starting with this, I'm starting with the. I'm starting with the things that I have in concrete, or at least that I believe in.
You guys and your result-based analysis.
And so what you're looking at is that you think the cushion, the belief that you have in RRQ is going to push them over the line. I would disagree with that. I would be more in favor of this kind of setup.
Yeah, here's where I'll yield, right? Is that I just think it's kind of similar to Talon, where I think RQ has a higher ceiling to me than Secret. And I think they've shown that they're willing to try to break that ceiling. Whether they can reach it consistently or not is up to them, right? They have to prove that. But that's where I stand. I think Secret's average was higher. Yes, I would agree.
It also, I get a weird feeling looking at these power rankings, seeing ZETA so low, because they, in my opinion, have had some pretty good results in the offseason. And it feels odd to have them at 11th place in Pacific when they've, beaten Leviatan in a BO1, when they've beaten DFM in a number of games, when they've, I can't actually remember who the hell else they've beaten, but they've had some all right results.
That's about it.
Throughout offseason. Is that it?
I mean, they did get, I think they got to the finals at the qualifier for APEC Red Bull Hometown?
Yeah, they lost to
right?
T1.
They lost to T1.
No.
Yeah. I mean, that's respectable. But I've seen some of the same concerning things from them. That being said, again, I thought for sure during the offseason, when they made their roster moves, when they bring in John Tom, like, this team is going to be better than DFM. I thought for sure, until I saw what DFM is doing. DFM is playing really good stuff. Like, they're calming really well. Their movement is really well coordinated. They're reading their opponents incredibly well in terms of, like, putting their pieces in the right places to do the right things. That's right. Put them above RRQ.
Dude, this show is broken, man. What the world?
It's all right. You can just do another YouTube video after being like, these are my real pick'ems, and have RRQ and just fall for something.
Let's zoom out though. Let's zoom out. Top 3. Are we fine with the teams that are in the top 3? Maybe not the order of them.
Yes. That 100%.
Yeah.
And I assume we would all disagree on the order of the teams in the top 3 because they're kind of unknowable to some degree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm happy just leaving the top 3 and basically whatever the hell order Kurt has happened to fiddle with it last. Kurt's fiddling all over the place with it.
Oh god!
Wow.
But in general, we've got that kind of top 3 of those teams that we're agreeing on.
Then a little tier gap.
Then a bit of a tier gap, and then we're looking at this Talon, DRX, Nongshim group. In my opinion, I don't think there's another team that really gets into that tier. No?
Well, so personally, I would have DRX Nongshim separate just because of the volatility of Talon. Like, I think Talon's peak is included in that group, but I think Talon's floor is in the 7, 8, 9 group. So
right. Yep.
They're just all over the place,
I think I'd put DRX out of Talon.
Okay, all right. So just because of the volatility, consistency kind of thing, would that not also apply to Nongshim, who have been an extremely consistent?
Personally, I would say the same, but
they got to prove it tier 1.
Sliggy's smiling.
Yeah, I'm smiling because in my head I'm like, Nongshim I could easily put in 4th, but I think until I've seen them play without the neon and look like good against the tier 1 teams, I can't do it. Right. But I if someone put it there, I wouldn't argue against it.
If you put them at a Talon, I could agree with it. Yeah.
Right. So there are a number of different reasonable power rankings you could make, but they would all have these teams somewhere around here in terms of the DRX.
Sure.
I'm fine with that. We're not trying to get absolute truth. We're trying to get somewhere close to it.
Honestly, I kind of look at this. I say like 1, 2, 3. It kind of works out perfectly. Like 1, 2, 3, kind of tier, then 4, 5, 6, bit of a tier, then 7, 8, 9. I feel like it could all easy upset. Honestly, 5, 6, and 4, and maybe even the top 3. And then I would say it's all like perfectly 4 blocks of tiers, basically. Yeah. Where I would have it. And but then I'd be happy with them everywhere apart from Boom. I would always put them in 12.
Right. Okay. then I'm pretty happy with that.
Dude, there's
Lock
no
it
way
in,
we're
send
locking
it
an
away into
RQ
the
at
vault.
9th, man. There's just no way, man.
You wanted them at
Ninth?
6th. You wanted them at 6th. That's not that
Whoa.
far. Don't put him in 10th, man. That's how much he wants to troll you. He'll put global above them. Kurt's one thing was that he wasn't going to put global up there.
I'm
Yes.
kind of
Yes.
whoa. So relax. I
No,
would
but
actually
in-
put RRQ. Dude, RRQ's potential is pretty high.
Yeah, see, listen, DFM has shown a lot and they've proved a lot, but I just feel that RRQ has showcased their ceiling at least, right? Like we've actually seen what they're capable of. It's just similar. They're like a lower grade talent. They have a shorter span of volatility, but that means the ceiling's lower as well, right? So to
Okay,
me, I just think, yeah.
Dude, I would honestly be fine for switching Secret and RRQ and just putting Secret just down to the fact that they only ever get one coach.
The agenda.
What the Lord's name have you just done?
Which putting them back up. I said I'll believe in them for one more year in terms of RRQ. Where this is the year.
But there's no reason to. They
No,
weren't
they
even
got
that good last
upgrades.
year.
Wait,
Well,
yeah.
you can't put a plural on that, at least.
No, that
Well,
you can. Coach.
You can.
Extra coach.
Because it
and player.
impacts
Extra
yeah.
coach.
Extra
But
play
why
to
don't they
coach
just
and
do
player.
what ZETA did and add 6 coaches then?
Yeah, but
Extra's
no,
always
but this
better.
coach is proven. This coach is proven. He's good. Those other guys, man, come on, don't start me on them.
Well, I'm not going to try to have too much impact here because Sliggy's just going to say that I 1v3'd you all and change it all at the end. So I'm going to leave it in your hands and then I can make the video where I'm like, these are
Yeah,
my
I like
real
that.
There you
power
go.
I like that. I like that.
Okay, so I'm sure the viewers here then have got some idea that it's not the screenshot that matters. It's the way that we were thinking about these different tiers of like the 1 through 3, 4 through 6, etc., etc.
I got sorry to butt in. I got
No,
a
go
hot
on.
take. Can we move DRX down to 6th and everyone else up one?
Yep. I'm down with that.
Are we actually that high up on DRX?
Well,
Yes, I am.
Well, I would put DRX 5th, but I agree that I don't think they're top 4 material.
I think there's more of a chance of
Coaching staff is too good.
I think there's more of a
That's
chance
true.
of Nongshim or Talon sliding down than there is of DRX significantly sliding down. I think
Nongshim,
DRX are
Talon,
always
yep.
going to be very solid, like minimum, like 6th kind of place.
This is where I'm at.
But I
So
I
like
do
we won't
think-
have them slide down; they'll just sit down on the slope at 5th, and then Nongshim will be in 4th. You know what I mean?
I'm fine with that as well. I mean, I think any way that you fiddle around with these, it's just based on personal preference.
No,
I
I agree. I agree.
I don't think we're-
okay.
It's true. It's true.
Committing egregious thought crimes here.
No,
No, that's true. That's true. Then for safety, let's
Somebody-
switch Talon and RedForce.
What do you mean for safety? You've just put it back.
We've done
Yeah, but
every
because-
possible
no,
configuration of these 3
Yeah,
teams.
no, but this one looks better. This one does look better.
What do you think this looks?
He's lost in his superstitious mind. He's just
No, it looks-
baiting
it
for
looks
another.
nice.
He's baiting for another Just Flow video where it's like Sliggy gaslights the power rankings for 8 minutes straight.
No, but this does make sense if you look at it, because Talon, we're saying has the highest peak of where they can be, right? So we're talking about them out of all
surely
the other
Nongshim
teams.
has the highest peak, don't they?
I mean, maybe with a broken neon. You reckon they have a higher peak above it? Honestly, yeah, no, I agree with
I
it.
think
There are
so.
none
It didn't take me long.
insane rumors about like if we're just gonna
Yeah.
go straight in the rumor mill of like this is the team that we think has the most potential. I'm down to ride the Nongshim
I don't
fucking
believe
Okay, then
hype
put them in
train
fourth.
all the way up
Yeah,
to
put-
Noodle
dude,
City, baby.
Okay, then put them back.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
Oh
go.
my God.
But Talon above DRX, right?
Dude,
we're
we're-
back in the scrim bucks.
I just want.
Oh my
We're
God.
just LCK
We just
again
need-
now, right?
we
It's
just
Riot
need to-
Games in Korea.
We just need to move on to EMEA. We just need to move on to EMEA. We need to get you guys out of here. You're just going around in
Are we
circles.
locking this in? How do you guys
It looks
feel?
really good.
You
That
can
looks
take a
great.
screenshot of anything we've done within the last 10 minutes. It's all the same. It's all the same.
What's everybody's happiness score right now? Out of 10.
100.
4.
I would say a solid 4.
Y'all are doubting DFM. I can't
Yeah, I
believe
would
this.
just be at a
This is just like
50.
last year at the beginning when you were all doubting Gen.G and I was right and you were wrong.
Yeah, but you've also been rooting
So
for
real.
DFM for 2.5
That's true.
years.
That's true. I have mega bias on this one. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Wait, can I say it one more time?
4 to 100
That's
is an
massive.
enormous roller coaster of emotion.
Damn, RedForce could really flop this year.
Yeah, they could.
but
They
I'm in for
absolutely
it.
could.
I'm in for it.
You can't build your power rankings as to what you think is going to look the least stupid at the end of the year. That
Sure.
would just make you too safe on it.
No, that's true. No, that's true.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's boring.
honestly, I'm in for this.
You're overthinking it, Sliggy. Lock it in. No one's going to look anyway. People move on after a week, and then you could just gaslight them and say, no, we definitely had DFM in fourth place, actually.
Yeah, I think TMV was on that episode, actually.
Yeah. Actually, it was Barla, wasn't it, that we brought in the beginning who messed everything up? That's crazy. Bren really had some insane takes. All right, then. So that is the end of our Pacific segment. We're going to go into an EMEA segment. We're going to swap out everybody apart from Sliggy. And then I'm going to return later on to do an Americas segment with some other people as well. So we'll be bringing on TMV, Mimi, and Shayo for EMEA. And I believe this is a sponsored episode, actually. So I think I'm going to bow out and leave you in the hands of Sliggy to do the sponsor read, I think.
Yeah, we'll do it after a break real quick, if that's
okay. After a short break. Okay.
We'll all go on a little bit of a break. Everybody get your popcorn ready. We're going to go to EMEA. Thank you so much, Chobra and Paperthin, for being on the show.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
No problem. DFM number 1. Bye.
See you, dude. All right, let's get
See you
some
guys.
Kevin McLeod going. It's been a minute since we've had like a break to just jam out to music. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. All right, I'll be right back. We'll get everybody on. This is the fun song. Oh, I totally forgot. I have to like bring the other guests in. Probably should do that right now. All right, it looks like we have everybody here. We have Shayo, TMV, and Mimi. We can now hear you on stream. I just added you guys to the call. Woo!
Hello, hello.
Let me change the song. It's giving me anxiety. Oh my god, it's still going. There we go. All right, we got everybody here. We should be able to hear you, TMV, and Mimi. Mimi is not at her computer right now, so we're gonna give it a few minutes. Can we get a mic test, TMV? I see you're jamming out.
Mic test for Kurt. Hello.
Oh, you sound great.
Hello, Kurt. Hello.
All right, Mimi's taking the reins of the show, guys. Do you think she's gonna be able to handle the show or what? I thought Sidra did a good job. I'm worried about Mimi.
I mean,
I think a really good job. I think she'll do fine. She'll do great. She's been milsimming for the last like fucking 14 days. It's been like
She's been what?
just playing milsims. Like she's been part of the army pretty much. for the
Oh
last 2 weeks.
yeah.
So this
It'd
might be too
so-
rigid, you know? Like
She's just gonna be wearing a freaking army suit.
This is my favorite song in the whole wide world.
Welcome, Mimi, to the pod.
Thank you, Curtis.
Are you guys ready? We could just start now. Start a minute early. Mimi's standing up right now.
Let me close my windows. You know, I always say there's no excuse for being early.
It's true. Don't show up late.
Snowing.
Don't show up early. Show up on time or not at all.
X.
Real. That part. God damn. God damn, that's my shit. All right. Welcome back. Hello. We have new people. Everyone got fired except for Sliggy. Now it's me, Mimi, TMV, and Shio Wager, who is dressed for the occasion. Can we get a fit check on what you got going on here?
Yeah, I got the foot what's it called? Foot blazer going on. Purple for is there purple Koi's like old logo, I think. I don't even know. I got the goggles just to dive into the power rankings if possible. And the tie just to be more powerful because there are power rankings. But yeah, we're in it.
And you know what? It's very powerful.
Yeah.
TMV, how do you rate that fit?
It just exudes authority, is what I think. When people will look at this show, they'll think,
Is that a bottle of cologne or a vape?
Yeah,
What
it
did
had
you
like a
just
Ferrari
pull
logo
out?
on it, which I think is like from the EU. So I just put that in my blazer pocket. But past that, yeah, we're good.
Sick. You're drift out for the occasion. But yeah, TMV, what's your fit check here?
I am coming off a very sad night where the Minnesota Vikings lost to the Detroit Lions to lose the #1 seed. I stayed up till 4 a.m. to watch it, and yeah, it was a depressing night. So what better
Why
way
are
of...
you a Minnesota Vikings fan?
I picked them at random.
Have you ever been to Minnesota?
I have been to Minnesota. Yeah, I watched one game.
It's nice.
They lost.
Yeah. Okay. Sliggy, I
Hello?
heard that you're the sponsor of this episode, and I would love to hear what you're advertising.
We would love to hear. Okay, well, today I actually went and made a video for this. Went and made an advert, so we might have to have silence in the pod for it if Kurt can play it with some sound on.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'll be talking over
run
myself.
It.
We
And
have
if
to
I
watch it
screwed
with
up the audio.
reverence.
It might be great if I screw up the audio, but I don't think I did. We'll see.
Okay, let's see. Coach Potatoes. 2 ex-coaches making playbooks for your team or Premier team. We show you how the best teams approach maps and even give you POV links to copy the strat yourself. As head coaches, we have attended 11 international events, came top 4 in over 70% of them, including a combined 2 Masters wins. We have old strats, new strats, and some really over-the-top strats that even some tier 2 teams have decided to try out. Also, unique lineups made by us, the pro teams Heretics and Gen.G used in their 2024 run. We have recently added Pearl, showcasing some nice stuff you might see in Tier 1 this year, and we made our Ascent and Sunset playbook for free, so you can go check that out on Patreon now. Also, just released How to EG Play Fracture. Go check it out if you want to for $10 a month at Patreon/CoachPotatoes. Lovely. Thank you so much, Kat. Yeah, so me and Minnie are basically just doing guides for people to learn how to play maps, how pro teams play it, how we think it should be played. And it's just free guides. Some of them you have to pay for as well, but obviously if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. And it'll just give you a better understanding on how to play maps themselves, especially the Fracture one that we just did, because I spent about 16 hours doing all the videos, but it's really good. And Minnie's great at what he does, even though I like to flame him a lot. He's actually very, very good at like a lot of the macro stuff, so worth checking out if you ever want to be a pro. To be honest, even if you're a pro team, I see a lot of you and how you play a lot of the maps. I think you'll learn a lot. Go check it out.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that, Sliggy?
No, I mean, okay, the furthest I'll go into it is the 6 coaches from ZETA. should probably look at the Icebox one. That's all I'll say. The 6 coaches last year would definitely benefit from looking at the Icebox one.
Okay, well, that's $10 a month. Patreon.com/CoachPotatoes. Thank you for your advertisement.
Thank you for having me.
Sliggy there. Let's hop into EMEA, though. We have a lot of teams who have made some big changes coming into this year, and we have to start, of course, with the most important team in the region, and that's the big, beautiful ladies at BBL Esports. They finished in 7th place last year in the region. This has been a team who has pretty much always been pretty bad throughout their run in EMEA, and they have completely exploded the roster. They are no longer fully Turkish, and somehow they have gone out and signed Yampi to this squad. Is this the year where they're going to do something other than be towards the bottom of EMEA?
The first thing I want to know, I want to know from Sliggy, be real. Do you think Yampi will be a good IGL?
Yampi will be a good IGL, yeah.
Okay.
If everything went a little bit better in Liquid, I would have stuck with Yampi as IGL. There was a bit of like confidence knocking, and like when we were trying it out, maybe people didn't listen to or like overcalled when I just wanted him to just take the reins fully. So I think if he gets like a proper go at it and it's like fresh and everyone believes in it, I think he'll be a very good IGL. He works super hard. And his calls and shot calling is like really good. I think he'll need some help from the coaches, like if I'm being fully honest, in terms of just like macro and how you want to approach maps and strats and stuff. But I'm very confident in this coaching stuff as well. I know Pau, I know of Pau a little bit, and from what I can tell, he's a great assistant coach. So I think they have like a good coaching stuff to help him with the IGLing. I'm pretty high up on this team, to be honest. Out of like, because I think a lot of EMEA, especially like middle lower of the pack, you could probably argue either way, like people going above or below. But I think like the fragging power in this team as well is like really, really strong. So I think especially when you have Chihuahua, as he used to be called, like he's a great pickup. And Profec was like the big smokes player that everyone wanted to kind of get from tier 2 as well. If you actually look at the roster pickups, I think this team did great.
Yeah, they're an interesting team because like and it's kind of the same with what BBL did last year. Like they were, like you said, they finished 7th. They weren't shit. You know, I think we have in our minds like this idea that BBL were just like, oh, they're a bottom tier org. Like they don't even try.
I mean, let's be real. 7 out of 11 is not stellar.
No, but midway through last season, it really looked like they were going to like really compete. They had like a brief stretch where they looked like, oh, this team's actually pretty good and can actually do something. So I know obviously it's a completely different team, so it's somewhat irrelevant, but I think in your mind you might think, oh, it's BBL, they're going to be shit. But I think for me, like, you know, you see that they beat Heretics, right? Well, like you go and beat Heretics and NAVI in a row, it's like, oh, you know, this team can actually do something. But I think for me, I think in EMEA, and this is where this is going to be tough when we get to the power rankings of it, there is a lot of teams, I think, in this kind of sense of like, oh, this team could be good, and probably like 1 or 2 of them will be, and then some of them are going to be shit. And it's going to be very hard to parse out which ones we think are going to be good and which one we think are going to be shit, because I think there's a lot of kind of unknown in EMEA. It's not like Pacific, like you were just doing Pacific, where it's like, oh, there's a top 3 and then there's a next 3 and then there's. I don't think EMEA is really like that. I think it's more of a mess.
There's a lot of teams that like had so much blown up that you kind of have no idea how the pieces are going to fit together properly.
Yeah.
For this team too, I think one thing they did in the offseason is they got BBL Pacific as well, which is like other like tier 2 players that are coming through. And I'm not sure if it's going to be like focused on just looking at this roster specifically, because even in the off-season event they did swap around roles a lot in terms of who was playing what. I think Yampi experimented playing different roles and still IGLing on those roles. But my question is like, are they looking to make a better roster for 2026 by experimenting with like 9 different players, cycling them through the coaches in Yampi? Or is this the year where they kind of focus on this 5? Because I believe their Pacific roster has like a bunch of people that aren't 18 yet. Like that's the specific thing, or 17 yet. So that's just my question, is what do they want from this year? Is it like solidifying a team? Is this like the year where you have like, you know, the first draft picks or the bottom draft? I don't basketball analogy, but that's basically the question. Is it a 2026 thing or a 2025 thing with this team?
It kind of, the way that I look at it, it looks a little bit like a holder team. It does, and then we're kind of waiting for LaRock and Loiter, I think, are the first two to turn, or is it comeback? Maybe it's comeback, because two of them are, so out of Loiter, comeback, and LaRock, two of them are 17 and one of them 16, so two of them can play next year, and then one of them can play the year after, so they're the kind of people that we're waiting to go out there, and I think when they go up, maybe they'll go with Rose as well, so they have options, and I think that's like why it's kind of nice for this team. Like if I'm on this roster at the moment for BBL, it's like you got a throwaway year where it's just like, we have no pressure, like most likely they're going to go with this Turkish roster next year, but if we can prove like individually or as a group that we're good enough, then other teams will pick us up, or people will just, they'll go like, oh, we have to keep this core, and then they'll add the two in. So it's like a throwaway year, and I think there's no pressure for this team. I think it's gonna be good. If everyone wants to excel, like from this team, I think this is the year to do it. I would as a player, I would love to be on this team right now. I think it's a solid roster. Expectations are relatively low, and I think it could be a good year for them.
It's a really good chance for any of these players to prove themselves. But I want to pull up the power rankings, and I want someone to come out and give me a pitch of where this team should be. Because for me, I'm feeling like 7th to 10th, somewhere in there. Not the worst, but not very high up. But anyone have a strong opinion on how to
Can I just say,
BBL?
Mimi,
Sure.
are you a bold woman?
I could be at times.
I really want to.
Are you a bold
I don't
man?
want to change them. I feel like I can be a bold man. I want to, wherever we put them, just stick them there. I don't want to change it at the end. I want everyone to know that those people on Pacific, Sliggy excluded, of course, were playing safe. They were playing, too passive. We're going to be aggressive and just stick them wherever they are.
You want to
not change
stick
it at the
rule?
end.
Is that for every team, or is that just for
Every
BBL?
team, just
Every
stick
team?
them somewhere,
Ooh, okay.
and we just go with it. And
How
if it
about-
ends
how
up being
about-
shit,
I like
then
this
it's
offer.
fine. It's funny.
I like this offer, right? But as the dragon at the den, how about a counter offer with we get 3 switch tokens? Why does my camera keep freezing? Actually, it adds the mystery of what I'm about to say.
It makes me more immersed.
Lip readers are mad. Yeah, how about 3 switch tokens, 3 to 5 switch tokens on teams? 'Cause
Okay.
3 to
these
5.
guys
If you do
played-
5, we've just got.
No.
I ain't gonna do it.
On Pacific, they played like a shuffleboard on a cruise ship. It was just like, we'll
Yeah,
put
it's fun.
everyone here and then just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
What, you want to play? Dude, okay, I'm in for 2 switches only.
Yeah, 2.
3. 3 is such a good number,
3.
right? Like gold, silver,
Kurt,
bronze.
be the
1, 2,
tiebreaker.
3.
2. Flip a coin.
I'm getting a call from the CEO of Plat Chat, Matt Mr. X, and he's telling me we just lock in every team like we did with Pacific, and then we make adjustments at the end. We can go for 3.
Okay.
Only
We
Hey,
can go-
Matt Mr. X said it. So TMV,
We can do-
if you are so confident in where you want to put these teams, then I'm gonna give you the power. Where is BBL? And then
8.
we are moving on.
Kurt got
8.
it right. 8.
Great. Let's talk about our next team.
And we can't move him?
8.
That's crazy.
This was his
He
idea.
just did
This
an
was his
8.
idea. We got to keep it rolling. Next up, we got to talk about FNATIC. The gang is finally starting to disintegrate a little bit. They lost Leo this year because of medical issues. He had to step down. They brought in a sub midway through the season, and it looks like he's not going to be starting with them into next year. Mini is also now gone from this team and is instead joined Sliggy Esports to be on Patreon over there. And Durka as well, allowed to explore his options and off to new horizons. So for the first time, that core of the FNATIC super team from 2023 is now down to just 3 players. And after a really disappointing 2024, the question is whether the new additions in Crashies and Kayak are enough to build FNATIC up to their former heights, or if this is going to be another similar, like, top 4, top 6, pretty okay, but not amazing year for FNATIC.
Sure. Let me start with a couple of positives. I will say that in terms of meta, they seem to have a defined meta of like where they want to go. We're using a lot of ISO, using a lot of Yoru, and I think it's a pretty good take at the moment. I think especially when you put Alpha on ISO, it looks very, very strong. I would say he had a rough year last year, but on ISO on its own, he had a very good year. So that so I think that him on that agent and that kind of double duelist actually works pretty well. I'll also say that their Fracture and their Lotus have historically been very, very good, and they're both coming back. So in terms of map pool, it's a very solid map pool. So they're kind of like the big positives that I'm looking at FNATIC, feeling like perfect storm of a lot of, well, not perfect storm because obviously Leo's out, but it's not all bad news when you're kind of looking at the map pool and the meta, because I think they have a good read and the map pool's good. So I'm kind of thinking they should have at least a good start.
Yeah, I think the map pool thing is massive for them. Like two of that, it's not just two of their good maps coming in, it's two of their worst maps going out as well.
Yeah.
Right, Ascent and Sunset. You know, they were banning Sunset a lot, and Ascent was always the map I think that FNATIC, even in their best days, was always the map I think you could target against them and potentially beat them on. So yeah, like you say, obviously the map pool will change somewhat midway through the season probably, so we'll have to see where that goes. But I think for early on, pretty good. But I do think there's big questions though. I think that this is the first time coming into a season where it's like you could actually put FNATIC not in the top 3 of EMEA, and I don't think it would be crazy to do that.
The thing is, though, I feel like there's like 2 teams that I'm like pretty sure like I want them in the top 3, but I don't see like the other team that pushes FNATIC out for me. Like, if you're saying they're not in the top 3, where are you pushing them to? Because I still feel like just off of the players they kept, off of the proof they've had in the past of being able to implement new players really well, that they should still be up there.
Yeah, I think that if you wanted, to be like the Pacific and play it super safe, go for that. But I think
That's why we're getting called out so much. It's crazy. We just moved some stuff around.
You've talked more about yelling at the last.
We were told to do this.
It's what Matt Mr.
I'm just saying it would be
Come on.
interesting if we put FNATIC 4th or 5th.
Who would be top 4 then?
Well, we'll get to the other teams when we get to them. I just think it would be interesting. I'm not necessarily saying I would put them there, but I think... Well, I also think as well that I wouldn't necessarily put them top 2 either, right?
Okay.
I would put them 3rd.
Then let's meet at a 3rd. Let's not get too wild.
So safe.
Dude, you were saying like 4th, 5th, 6th?
Look, I could see a world where...
Well, give me
for instance,
why?
FUT. I think FUT could be better than FNATIC. Why? Because Kayak, I don't fully trust. Like, I just don't fully trust Kayak yet. And maybe, he can definitely prove me wrong. He obviously has the talent, but, it's just the consistency and doing it in, like, big moments and stuff like that. Like, FNATIC, you always felt like, even if they were down in a game, in 2023, it was like, they could be down 11... Well, I mean, literally, they could be down 11-3, and you still felt like they could win. Because they literally did in the biggest moment of their lives. So, but, like, with Kayak, I don't know yet. And Crash Esports, I think, is good. He's not Leo, right? Leo, I think, is legit one of the best, if not the literal best player in the world when he's playing. And I think when you lose, like, even though I think Crashes is a good player, when you lose, like, when your sub is literally arguably the best player in the world at the game, like, that's still a big drop off, even if I think Crashes is also very good. So
I mean, you also lost Sturka, who's always been considered one of the best duelists in the world.
It's very
but if
good.
you're thinking about like the whole year, right? Because you're looking at it right now, but this was the whole year. Like the potential of Leo coming back is also slotted within that year, right? Like, and at the base level they are at now, I think that 3rd is still too low. I feel like they're still top 2 when it comes to FNATIC. Yeah, because you guys mentioned like the highs of what happens in the switch towards the season, like in terms of the map changes and the meta changes as well, with Neon kind of leaving and like what's been stopping them in terms of consistency in that aspect. I put them at top 2 still in this year, this overall year. But the potential was coming back. I'm actually high on Kayak as well because he kind of had he put everything on the line when his team needed to just win Ascension 2. Like he carried the last map 5 when pressure was high and he was the most tired he could be playing in a series that meant the most to him at the moment, right? Like, I think he's a very good sub-in for Durka. He has a lot of big shoes to fill, of course, and like maybe might not be at that level yet, but he has like the best core possible needed to get him there. I feel like out of everyone else in the EMEA, like you join in with this team, you have the steps needed to still maintain that top 2 spot.
My pitch is thus: we put them in 3rd place for now. We put them in the safe 3rd. you were saying 4th place. What do you mean you were convinced?
Yeah, but
look at the players he was doing this with before, right? It was like the Avova, Mulsi, Soulcast core, and like he was looking like a diamond there. Imagine the jewel potential of him on FNATIC, right? Like I don't even know what goes past diamonds. He's
wearing a suit, Mimi.
Yeah,
he is wearing a suit. Sliggy, you're the
second.
deciding
like
vote. Second or
because your
3rd.
favorite players leave doesn't mean that the players coming in are bad.
That's
all
real.
I'm saying.
But Sliggy's the decider here. And then
I think it's fine to put them in 2nd. It's a really good map pool for them, like really, really good, and I think we should keep talking about that. So that's why I'm in for that.
I respect that. Let's jump ship to one of the possible contenders for one of those top spots that you were mentioning, TMV, which is of course FUT Esports. With BBL blowing up their roster a little bit, they're now the only remaining full Turkish roster in Valorant, and they are coming off of a really strong year last year, right? Making it to a lot of international events, doing pretty solid at all of those, and proving some great consistency back in EMEA as well. But they've lost one of their biggest players in CNED. He announced in a video on Twitter that he's going to be taking a break, stepping away from Valorant for a time, and now they're signing Zeus instead to step into the shoes of who is probably the greatest Turkish player of all time in Valorant. And Zeus isn't a guy I'm super familiar with, so I want to hear from someone who is passionate about this guy, the pitch. Is he going to be able to fill into CNED's shoes, and can FUT keep the consistency they had last year with him in the roster?
Yeah, I think so. If you're looking at 2021, it's not an upgrade because of how good CNED was. But if you're looking at like the past 2 years, I think it is an upgrade. Because as well, when you look at CNED, it didn't look like it sometimes fit into like what they actually wanted to achieve. They did some weird comps, and he would do a lot of solo plays where it'd be like him on his own, just trying to make a play on his own. And I think back in the day that used to work, but you kind of need someone more in the system. And I think this guy is like made for a system. He can overextend, but it's not like he's doing anything mad. It like makes a lot of sense. I think he's really good, this guy. Like, he's really good. He's one of the duelists that everyone was trying to get, and the fact that they got him is a big thing. He should have a good year, and it's just like the four behind him are so confident and comfortable, and they're starting to use, at least off-season wise, cracks maybe on a little bit more KO, which I really think they should be leaning into. I think KO is in a really good spot at the moment, and Zeus can play all the duelists. So if you wanted to do like you want to switch up your duelists like dependent on maps and have like flash dash plays or whatever, then you can do. I think that if they lean heavy into KO, they should have a really good year. It's a solid team. It's a solid team with an upgrade if you just take into account CNED, how he played last year, and not the peak of what we've seen him play.
But is it a top 3 or top 4 team?
Well,
yeah, that's for debate.
Tough. CNED has shrinking feet. That's the thing. His feet have shrunk. Mimi was talking about how big his shoes were to fill. Well, his shoes have gotten smaller, as time has gone on.
I see.
And so
I didn't think this was the kind of podcast where we'd be talking about men's feet so much. A little strange.
What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, there was a comment about small feet, shrinking feet. Don't worry, you didn't miss much.
TNV thinks CNED has small feet. Continue your point.
I'm good at leaving it with that.
You can't just have that as your statement. That's crazy.
So CNED in an interview said that like the biggest issue with FUT kind of was like their micro from last year, and I think they made the biggest mistakes possible as a team in terms of like doing really well at like a Masters and then like kind of middling a little bit because of that good performance at a Champs. Take all of that and come into this year. I think we're looking at good FUT and better FUT and a FUT that won't like stink for the rest of the year and make that same.
Okay, I've had enough FUT puns. I've had enough FUT puns. Stop it! Place them.
Fourth. Let's move on. Yeah.
Next. Yeah. Our next team. I'm just going to read verbatim what Kurt wrote in the run of show about this team. GIANTX. Arguably the most organization all of Valorant, GIANTX failed to qualify for any global event in 2024. They are the most organization of all in Valorant. And they've released 3 of their players. Fadinho, Hoodie, and IGL Redgar are all gone from this roster. They brought in Tamazi from K-Core last year, as well as Runner from Vitality, and Westside, who is going to be making his debut for VCT EMEA. And this is one of those teams where I don't know what's going on. Cloud is apparently IGLing, which seems weird to me. Does anyone really have hope for this roster?
Yeah.
I'm fucking big time. The Giants is my teams that people think are going to be middle of the pack, don't know if they'll be shit, don't know if they'll be good. This is the team I'm banking on being good. This is the one. This is my fucking let's go Giants. You are right that they have been perhaps the most forgettable organization in all of Valorant, pretty much. Like in terms of just they are there. That's it. This year though, they're going to fuck some people up. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not.
Well,
It's
you
a
didn't
horse with
give an
really bad
argument
lighting.
of why they will. You just said they're going to
Yeah,
fuck people up.
Cloud is good, right? Let's start there. Cloud
I agree.
Not only is good, it's
True.
extremely good. I do have some doubts about maybe we'll see how he does as an IGL as well, but Cloud, insanely good. Thomasy and Runner were both good tier 1 players last year. Like,
Yes.
okay, maybe not like amazing, but like clearly were tier 1 level players that I think were good, and also will have had the benefit of like they have played in tier 1 now. They know what it's all about. You know, they know the scene. They're there now, whereas last year they didn't have that. So they have that as well. On Westside, I watched quite a bit of Westside playing in the East
I love
League,
his story.
Okay. Great one, Mimi.
Really do.
Someone clap. Please clap.
No.
No, please
That's
continue.
it.
your
You've ruined
point.
my point, but he's good too.
He is a beast, though. He actually is a beast. Like individually, he's one of the better fraggers from tier 2. Like there's literally like him, Zeus, him, Zeus, and Profec were like the 3 that people were kind of looking for in their roles. So getting him is a big deal. I kind of agree with TMV. I think this is the year where we actually notice the org giants, because they're legit.
What? Are we proving we're gonna notice them because they get like 6th place?
No, maybe
Is that what we're saying?
Maybe a 5th Mimi.
Yeah, I would actually put them in like they're close to where FUT should be. Like really, if they reach their potential, they're like a 4th upset team. Out of all of the EMEA, like middle of the pack, like new rosters, in my opinion, this is the best one out of all of them.
Yeah. The darkest horse.
What about
fifth.
6th?
I'm at 5th.
A fifth, and a
Fifth?
fifth,
Yeah.
Mimi, by the way, is a team that can make 2 internationals.
That's
If they
crazy.
get a little upset
That's true.
in the playoffs one
Alright.
time, they can make champs. Like, they could do that. It would
Yeah,
not shock me.
I'm in for
I
this.
hope to see it. I hope to see it. Okay, so we'll leave them 5th for now. And I think we'll move on to another one of these teams that is probably in a similar, like, middle of the pack. Could be really good, could be really bad. And that's, of course, KCOR, who made a pretty big rebuild after starting last year super well with that run in kickoff, making it all the way to Madrid, and then faltering in a couple close games there. They really had a massive fall off, and now they've imported Sadak to lead the team, signed Sugetsu from Navi, and then also picked up Avez and Elite. And to me, I think this is going to be the most important year for KCOR, because Champions is in France, and if the most popular French team is not qualifying, that is an all-time disappointment. And the question is, have they built a roster that can be top 4 and make it to that French crowd?
It's a solid roster. The roles are a little bit odd because Sugetsu and Elite kind of play the same role for sure. The thing that I love the most about this team is because last year they had like this whole thing where you could tell it was just a lot of like pre-planned strats, and then when it got to mid-rounding, they had no mid-rounding because they didn't really have like a born-bred IGL in terms of Magnum. So now they have a natural IGL in terms of Sadak. So they can have all of these set strats, and then they can actually fall back on someone that knows how to mid-round and can be like, we've got this map control, we can fake here, we can insert, etc. And so actually having that and not just sticking to a set script that the old K-Corp were doing gives me a lot of hope that they can be way more consistent. This is what we saw from the first year. They were crazy inconsistent. They kind of got to Madrid just purely because it was double elim and the fact that no one had seen a lot of their stuff. So the fact that they actually have a good IGL and a lot of firepower behind them, they should be a very consistent, like top half team, I would say.
I feel like their offseason has been like anything but consistent though, in terms of not just results, but like the way people are even playing in game, like Sadak on certain characters not looking as confident in his role comparatively to like other people and other IGLs inside EMEA. It's not like a troubling thing, but for some reason, like looking at this roster and asking like top 4 versus like the rest of EMEA, it's a question mark. I feel like they're more on the lower end of the, you know, bottom 6 rather than top 6 for me. KC, but
You think they're all the way bottom 6?
yeah, I mean, we've already ranked like what a few teams. You're telling me they're gonna go like what 4th, 5th over like BBL or something?
And we
I feel
can't
like they're-
change them, don't forget, Mimi.
Yes, we can. We
I
had a
feel like they
fucking
rank them
royal
low, just
decree
for
that we
me.
can change them.
But yeah, because like if they're inconsistent and we go back into the same woes, apparently the pressure that they have to like make these types of, you know, masters that are in their own home country and stuff, I feel like that's just a lot more than what a lot of the other teams are rocking with. And like in do or die situations, if you're close to dying, you end up dying sometimes. So, you know,
Fight or
Either way.
flight, we choose death.
I don't know if Shai was just exuding a certain confidence from that suit that I'm just taking
I
in.
think you just like a man in a suit.
Maybe. But I was going to say the exact same thing. I don't know why. I feel a sense of doom with this team. I feel a sense of dread creeping in.
The rebrand was like around Martine. I know they brought in Sadak, right? But like you're looking at your point man in terms of what he can do. I just don't think it's as the potential of the player is not as high as other teams like FNATIC. When you ask about Kayak and how high he's going to be fragging, or like a new team coming together with Durka on what's it called? Vitality, right? Like the potential for this team, I just don't feel like is a high enough number to compete with other teams. I think it's a good number, but some of the other like
So
chefs
give
that
me
have
a
been
number.
cooking in the off season are like I'm smelling like pizza and like other good food. I don't know why I can't name other good food that smells good, but like it's the rest of the EMEA is cooking good, and these guys are cooking like nicely, but not as crazily like rich.
They're the
as,
microwave
like, the other
mac
teams.
and cheese of E EMEA.
Yeah, it's a conventional oven versus like Michelin star chef kitchen with a line cook and stuff, you know, like the conventional oven's dope. Like it gets your food crispy and it's nice.
You
And
know,
maybe that's a bit too
professional
low.
chefs use a conventional oven too.
Yeah, but like, or a convection oven. That's what I meant. My bad. Not a conventional oven. You know the ones you just
Okay.
kind of. It's like a super toaster almost. But it's like. It's,
Yes.
But I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. Like I'm not calling them bad, but they're good because I don't want like an entire region.
So give me a
naming how
number. Power rank them.
Can I see what we have left? I
Are
would
they
rank
7
them
or 9?
At 9. I will put them at 9.
Oh, guys.
BBL. They're worse than BBL.
Fuck you, Sideshow. Fuck you.
They've got to be 7.
I don't think
Keep
they
them
have.
They got to be
Sliggy,
at least
help me,
6.
please.
Think about
They're gonna be at
everything you
least
said about-
6.
Think about everything you said about BBL. Think about everything you said about BBL and then compare it to KC. Because I'm looking at this, I'm comparing speeches. I'm not just looking at where we're at. I'm looking at where we came from. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had a lot to say about BBL that gave me more confidence than what we said about KC. Like, we had essays for BBL. And for KC, we have Cope.
Yeah, but look at their roster. It's proven legit, whereas BBL's like a lot of potential. Legit.
BBL being this high is already a gamble, I think. You have an IGL who's proven to be one of the absolute best leaders in the world at player development and building people up. You have Martin and Sugetsu, who Martin had a great year last year. Sugetsu had a solid year and has always been one of the best players in EMEA, even when his team was struggling. And you have a couple promising tier 2 players coming in as well. And they already had solid showings in the offseason. I really think that you guys are very like vibe based, trying to cast a shadow of doom over this team.
I
When if
agree.
you look at the past and the results, like by all metrics, this team may not be a top 4 team, but they at least have potential to succeed. Like, can we at least put them 6 here?
I'm
guys?
totally with. Like, to me,
We got
Karmine
6,
Corp are a
right?
very volatile team. I could see them being very, very good. I
And
could
what's
see
more
them being a top
volatile
2.
than exactly in the middle? Could be bottom, could be
but
top.
but I
7.
want, you
Do
know,
7.
I
feel like
want to be
7's
bold.
good. I feel like with the Doom filter on, 7. Mimi, you're
Yeah.
right.
Put the
They're
Doom
Infinity
filter on,
Okay.
put them in
This
7.
team
Here's the
has
thing.
Infinity
Who are we
stones.
putting above them?
They're good.
I don't
They're
know.
powerful.
That's
but
the joy.
The gauntlet is not meant to hold the stones. Like, I just don't feel like it's. Anyways.
Okay,
Flicky,
I
you
want
work for
them
one of these
6.
orgs.
I want them 6.
Yeah, but
Shio
that's
and TMV
I'm
want
not
them 7.
working on the team.
Sliggy,
decide.
give me
So
a
you
number
decide.
and then we move on.
Oh,
Dude,
sorry, the
I can't,
median
dude. I can't
Sliggy
put them
show.
in 7th. The lowest I'll put them in 6th.
Okay, great.
Alright.
They're 6. Next topic. The
You
next
guys wanted them
team.
9.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
When you
That's
said 9, I was like, he's
ridiculous.
gonna say
I'm
7 here,
predicting.
and that's
I'm
gonna be
predicting.
interesting.
Let's move to Sugetsu's former team, Nautis Vincer, which I don't think anyone have ever called them that in Valorant before, maybe ever. They had a fucking year in 2024 where they were constantly one match away from qualifying to global events, so close to greatness, and then Navi said, you lost 2 games, fuck you, Doom Bros, and dropped his ass, and then they proceeded to win nothing for the rest of the year and they beat Gentlemates in that one game. Besides that, they won nothing for the rest of the year. And now they've had some pretty significant changes. Artists, Sugetsu, Zippin, all gone. The majority of that FPX core has vacated this team, and they've picked up some new players from Tier 2, Koala being imported from North America, Ruxic from EMEA as well, and then they signed Hero, who had his year with FNATIC. And I want to frame this question around one man. Angel, the leader of this team. When I've thought of Navi in the past, it's always been like the founding fathers. You need checks and balances. You need people to keep Angel in line, right? Like he has these amazing ideas. You need to balance him out and kind of have some real leadership in the team that is going to stop his craziest ideas from going on the loose. And I feel like this is now a president who has taken complete control of the country, has no more checks and balances, and I wonder if it'll be a tyranny of great success or one that is bound for failure.
No, I think you kind of nailed it because, dude, this whole Doom Bros thing is playing on my head because once you have no one like taking control of Angel or, dude, even just the demoralizer of just actually just having a coach that gets kicked, I'm so nervous that they're gonna have a bad start and then someone high up in Navi is just gonna be like, well, we got to make changes, dude. And then we just see a giant fall off from the Navi.
Keep going.
It feels to me like it feels to me like this is like the Soviet Union under Stalin, and you start with FPX. You get this picture of 6 men together, all having a happy time. They just went on a run. They won Copenhagen, and then slowly throughout these last 2 years, we've just been erasing people from the background, and eventually it's just gonna be Angel left, and the team is gonna slowly fall until fucking Mr. Gorbachev tears down that wall.
Yeah, I would say in general I'm anti-tyranny. I'm going to be bold again and go on an anti-tyranny stance. To be fair, Navi are another one of these teams though that, like, again, could they be good? Like, would it completely shock me if, you know, they ended up being like the 3rd best team in EMEA this year? No, I wouldn't be completely stunned by that, right? Like if Xiao turned into, you know, the Xiao of old where he's one of the best players in the world, and, you know, we saw Hero do pretty well last year on FNATIC, right? And, you know, maybe Koala and Ruxic, you know, turn up and the team works pretty well and the meta's open. So maybe some of Navi's, Angel's weirder ideas actually work now because, you know, there's a lot of decent stuff maybe you could play. Like, would that completely shock me if that was the case? Like, no. But I think, again, if we're looking at most likely scenarios, yeah, it does. I mean, we've got the Doom filter on Navi. The Doom filter is heavily applied here.
Yeah,
I got pink sunglasses on. I don't know about you. I feel like the 3 new guys coming in, well, not new, but like the ones that have like things to prove, like Ruxic, Hero, and Koala Noob, will shine a light so bright on this team that yellow is all you'll see in the EMEA. It matches the logo color. It's on the jerseys, and it's going to be great. Koala Noob, I feel like, is one of the best Jets in the world, and we're going to be able to see that this year. Ruxic looks so good just last year overall, the entire tier 2 run with this team, and then Hero just feels like has something to prove in terms of finding a home, and I feel like he was always just kind of the sub on FNATIC, but when it comes to Navi, there's going to be a place for him to just kind of build that brand and legacy across a few years. It's a hotter take than usual.
Where are you placing them?
Yeah, where
go on,
you put them?
say 3rd.
I wanted them at 5th, but I'm not sure if I have them as high as 3rd. I think based on this graph, I would put them 6th and KC 7th in my mind.
Damn,
I want to put the Doom filter on them.
I think 7 is very reasonable.
They are wild. They're very wild.
7? Yeah, I can get on board with 7 because I agree with Team V. It's like they're like the upset potential team of that could get good, but do I think that K Corp and Giants are more likely to be that upset new team that are good? Yeah, I do. So I think 7th is fair.
I think this team entirely relies on Angel. I'm memeing up him having full control, and that could be a bad thing, or it could end up being a very good thing, right? Like, he's most likely going to get to do exactly what his vision is. And if that is the right vision, he has some very good talent. He has people who had great years last year for Hero with FNATIC, for Koala and Ruxic in tier 2, both really stellar players who are all very kind of hungry, I think, for that opportunity for Hero be more than just a sub, for the tier 2 guys to get on a tier 1 team and show what they have. And he also still has one of his kind of right-hand men from the old days in FPX alongside. This roster has potential to go up and do great things, but I think on paper the most reasonable thing to do is to keep them low mid-pack, 7th place, and they're another one of these teams that it could be great, or it could be a flop, and I think it really all goes down to Angel's master plan, and if it succeeds or not.
Yeah, nailed it.
Let's move on then. Team Heretics should be a team that is just going to stay the same, right? No roster changes, incredible year, made it to every global event, went on a run at 2 of them, made it to back-to-back finals. They haven't changed a damn thing. They're number 1, right?
Yeah, unless
What-
TNV's
what do you
got
mean-
something
what
mad
do you
for
mean?
us.
Shia, what is that face?
So like with the map rotation coming in, they've struggled with Lotus in playoffs, like across the entire I think at least Split 2 last year. And some of the later tournaments. And then Sunset's kind of one of
No,
those stronger
Sunset,
maps, and
Wash.
that's leaving too, right? So
Yeah.
that-
Okay.
Neon's
Permaban
also
is also
gone.
going in Ascent though, so
yeah,
kind of
it's
swings and roundabouts there.
it's here and there. I mean, there's just a lot much to see, but I'm just looking at the facts in terms of stats, in terms of stuff that's rotating in and out. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I mean, I'm just
Even
like,
I'm not
That's what you
crazy
had.
enough to argue
Yeah.
against Heretics being one.
That's what I
Drew,
mean.
I
If
have,
you didn't
I
have
have high
Heretics
hopes for
won.
Vitality. That's just my thing. I have a very high, heavy bias against a big prediction in terms of where Vitality ranks in the overall standings next year, which is why I think it's correct to put Heretics at 1. My personal pick'ems are a bit different. I
So
just
let's do
wanna
it
put
and
that
move on.
Yeah, that's a bit of a one. Dude, I gotta hear your personal pick'ems at the end of this. They sound absolutely wild.
Okay, so our obvious easy one is out of the way. Now we enter the doldrums of EMEA with some of these upcoming teams.
Right, get the goggles on.
And the keeper of the doldrums, the team that has been living in them for the last 2 years, is none other than Koi. Back to back, probably the worst team in EMEA for 2 years running. And they've gone and tried something new. They dropped their coach, they dropped 2 players, and they're signing Flya from NA. They're cycling Soulcast back into a tier 1 team after playing in tier 2 and winning Ascension this year. I want to hear not an argument of like any wishy-washy stuff. Are they not 12? Is
Oh, they're
this
not
is
12.
this team much higher? Like, where are
Then-
they? Is this the year?
Then
That
they're
they
not
make
12th
ninth.
in my opinion.
I don't think they're 12th. I think they're 11th, but I don't think they're 12th.
I personally would have a couple teams below them. My
Yeah.
reasoning for that is, I think Rubinho, if you were gonna keep a player from Koi, I think Rubinho was actually not too bad last year. I have to call out fucking Kurt in this as well, because the document, whoever wrote this document, these players joined Shados, open bracket, remember this guy, question mark, close bracket. Kurt, we're talking about like one of the most iconic fucking Valorant teams of all time. Prime Gambit, one of the best teams, one of the most iconic teams, and Shados on Reyna, on Icebox, bringing fear into the hearts of men. Remember this guy? A disgrace.
Hey,
Shados is pretty good. as
What
you can
what
see.
year was that Gambit team again?
Oh, here we go again. 2021, Kurt, if you must know.
That's like an age ago in esports history. That's
That's-
so
he's
long
not
ago.
wrong.
He's like the grandfather of Valorant at this point.
Tammy's taken over from Mixwell. That's wild.
Well, either way, I still think he can play a bit. And then I'm gonna be honest. Do I expect them to be really good? Like, no. I'm arguing for like 10th over 12th here, but I don't. I personally think there will be worse teams.
I know, I agree with that. I would.
You gotta feel
you
bad
say-
for a team when the argument is there will be worse teams.
Yeah, that's true. No, I think it's one of those, again, like they're an upset team that has a little bit of potential, but in terms of consistency, I can't see them beating too many other people. Like the thing that they have going for them is similar to BBL. They got no pressure. So, but I would. Let me look at the things. Oh no, I do. I put them in 10th as well. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay. I think 10th is very fair. Let's hop on over to another team that isn't in the deepest of doldrums, but is still definitely down here, enjoying the lifestyle, and that's, of course, Team Liquid. From 2023 to 2024, they had a bit of a fall. They did not make a single global event in that year, and coming now into 2025, they've dropped everyone except for Nats and Kiko, and I've added 3 Polish players around them. You have Camo, Kamek, and Patatek, who I'm pretty excited to see on this team, having had obviously a stellar year when he was subbing in for Team Heretics, and now slotting into this Liquid roster as well.
I think it's dude, this is one of those teams that comes down a little bit to the chemistry and how they all kind of click, and Nats' IGLing. I like I like the whole Kiko going over towards smokes. I think that's pretty smart. I think in terms of duelist, someone that's a little bit crazier in terms of Camo's play style probably suits that a little bit better. And Patty Tech's always been a player that likes to send it as well. So I think you kind of have two people that like to entry. I'm relatively high up on this team in terms of like the whole pack of the new players that are coming in, the big switches. I have them nearer the top than I do the bottom. But again, in terms of like going to champs or anything, I feel like they're more just playoffs kind of team.
It's strange for me because in the document here I'm seeing keeping Nats, but I don't see an open bracket remember this guy for Nats like I did for
Well, do you remember him?
I do. Yes, I do remember him. If I remember rightly, Gambit 2021, which I've been reliably informed was an age ago.
Well, no, that's
Yeah,
Nats
but Nats did
from,
this crazy thing called attending another global event after that one. So,
What, lock-in?
yes.
Yeah, where they had a great game at Lock-In. Guys, everyone go watch Team Liquid's game from Lock-In if you want to see some incredible Valorant.
He was at Masters
Truly
Tokyo.
one of the best matches of all time.
He was at Tokyo.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
What
Oh,
a
you're right.
memorable run that was.
it was a great run.
Anyway, my concern is though, I mean, Nats IGLing. I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, I still think that Nats is good, by the way. I'm not disrespecting Nats. I think that he is a good player, but I don't know. I just don't know. I don't feel like I think this team will just be okay. Like, unlike some of the other teams where I can see a vision of them being very good, like even like a Navi where I can picture it all coming together. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the org. I just can't picture like, oh, this is the team that's really going to push on. I just think that they'll be okay.
Shayo, you're a man with a vision. You've convinced TMV before.
Yeah, go on.
Do you have any stocks to sell?
I have a very specific vision with this team, which is kind of like, it's the same as what you guys are both saying, Sluggy and TMV, where they're just kind of a okay type of team in terms of even the switches they made. They're pretty safe switches. It's not a crazy risk in terms of the roster coming into this season. And that might play for them really well because they're facing a lot of other teams that are taking really big risks. And if they get paired up in these weeks over and over again against a team trying something very new, or the players might not be comfortable this week, and that has a higher chance of happening because we have so many new players who have never seen the stage before, or teams that don't have that chemistry yet. If they get a lucky break like that, then they suddenly go from that, 7th, 10th place team to someone who might be in the top 5, the top 4, not based off like the crazy stuff they're doing, but just because they're that consistent and consistently okay, which I feel like is their angle, is just play the consistent game and just try to play the numbers pretty much week to week and see, hopefully you get top 4 via that means instead of like pushing a campaign of greatness that is TL.
Number 9. Right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
All right, let's move on then. That was quite doomer. Let's get some positivity back in the building, which is Team Vitality. Definitely a team to be excited about coming into this year. They ended 2024 going to champs. Didn't have a great run there. Didn't really do too much throughout the rest of the year. And as we mentioned with K-Core, this is the year to Viva la France and try and do something great for the Paris champions at the end of 2025. They've picked up Durka from FNATIC, a huge signing there, and they've also imported less over from Americas to play in Europe for the first time. But there is one storm cloud over this team. You look at these players, holy shit, they have Trex, they have Les, they have Durka, they have Safe. It looks good. Who is IGLing? Where is the leadership going to come in for this squad?
Safe.
I think it's still safe. Yeah, I think there's no change there. I think it's 100% still safe, and I feel like his role gets easier because he's on smokes, and I think historically it's been a lot easier to call overall in terms of understanding the game plan of the game and what's going down when you're on that role. And then past that, I think their coaching staff is insane this year. With the addition of Malik in terms of strategic coach, this guy was like cooking on G2 in CS, like for.
Is that like the ancient, like the CS coach guy?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
like he is nuts. Like third or fourth place average in majors for a team is like kind of wild, right? And then you have TSM's challenger coach coming in as well, who I guess is going to be that much hungrier to prove that he has what it takes to be at a level like this with this type of team, with this type of staff. I feel like this is like the golden snow globe, right? Where you shake it and it rains more gold. That's not even a saying, but that's the picture I have of this team. It's like it's money. It's good. It's lit. Yeah.
Does anyone think, and we know, Mimi, we know that this is a so-called super team. We know this for sure.
Are they?
Don't go there again. Does anyone have
They are a
any feeling
superb team.
that this could be the NRG team?
Dude,
Is
nothing will beat the NRG team. In terms of
maybe
biggest
not quite
fails.
that bad, but is there any doubt in anyone's mind that like maybe this won't go so well?
Yeah, of
I
course. I,
think
mean,
they'll
teams
have
like
a
this
slow
fail all
start.
the time.
Yeah,
I think if
it
this
depends
team
on
fails-
expectations.
If this team fails, it's a good thing because their staff is immaculate in terms of turning that fail into like a fast food, great tasting win next time. On.
I mean, my personal opinion is that they'll be somewhat like Lev of last year. That they will start a little slow, maybe a bit inconsistent to start with,
And
but by the
peak
time we
just
get
in
to
time for Paris champions.
yeah, by the time we get to champs though, they'll be
Dude, further
Top
champs would be
three.
good.
I'm not gonna
I kind
lie.
of agree with that though. Like I think slow start. I actually reckon they're gonna have a pretty bad kickoff, and then as long as they don't implode, then I feel like they're gonna have a good rest of the year.
As long as they don't like hate each other after that, I think they will be good. In my opinion, I was ready to like be a little bit more like down on this team, but the stocks that Shio is selling with like Malik, I actually kind of believe because like a guy with that legacy, I feel like is like when you have a super team like this, I feel like you need a really strong like leader that has the respect of all the players to like tie people together who haven't played with each other before, who for less is like moving a super long way from Brazil to LA, then all the way over to Europe and now playing for a team in Berlin, that you need someone who can really tie them together. And I have some faith that he can do so. I also think for Safe, obviously, like there is still questions about his leadership after some of the past results for Vitality, but I think he's really continued to grow as a player and showed a lot of maturity and a lot more success last year when he was with Vitality, that I really do have some hopes that well, it might take some time. This is a roster that is going to be competing for titles by the end of the year, but I don't think it's going to be immediate. So I think third place is the spot to put them in.
Well, Kurt just slid them into third with no. Does
anyone disagree with third, though?
No, it's facts. It's
No,
just
I
facts.
think we
it's
should
fair.
just put him 11 just because of it.
Great. Moving on
Oh.
to our next team. We're in Ascension land now, and we're going to start with an Ascension team who qualified into 2024 and didn't go super well. They've blown up the roster on Gentlemates. It's an entirely new roster with entirely new players coming in, the majority of whom have never played in VCT before, except for, of course, Zipan coming over from NAVI. They've also picked up Goked, the coach, who I don't know if he was kicked or left or what happened, but left Leviatan mid last year, right before they had their massive turnaround and started to become super high quality.
Sell it.
So yeah, I feel like this is a fight for 11th, 12th for this team.
I don't think so. But I
Go
think
on.
that's what we have left. But like, I'm so high up on Click. Like, Click is the GOAT. Like, this guy was just running stuff and running people down 24/7. And I thought that's what I was going to be watching the offseason. But then Robbie comes in and like IGL shoots, leads, moves, and does everything himself like a tank. In the games that I was watching, like this guy was popping off. I feel like I'm a bit more higher than 11th on this team. I feel like they land like 7th, 8th on the board, in the middle, and then have a chance to go even higher maybe in later seasons. Maybe there's a really big upset, and like any team can do that, but I feel like these guys end like 7th, 8th in the middle of the pack.
Damn.
Wow.
So who
Your
were you
fucking list
kicking
is-
out
you-
to
what
let
have
them
you
go up?
been
I mean, I'm not going to
smoking?
explain like my entire full pickums here and then change the whole board to something that just gets me complete hate.
I think
from
we
all
should just end
communities,
with
but-
your board, to be honest.
Dude, your board 1 from 12 must be so insane.
It's nutty. It's a bit different than what we have now. But I think that this team, as whatever we have, I put them higher than the ones that are left. I feel like their potential compared to everyone else, from how these players were playing in the tier 2 that was happening last season and the offseason now against some of these teams and some of these show matches and other BO1s, just look really confident. And these are on maps that are not rotating out. So I like the core that is like Robbie and some of the other support players around him. And I really like Click in the duelist role. I think that this team will do it much better than what people think they're going to be doing, which is bottom of the pack. I think compared to their counterparts, which I think is APEKS, I think a lot of teams are going to be comparing Gentlemates and APEKS together. They're miles ahead of APEKS just based on what they have cooking already and what we've seen so far.
Well,
in the
I mean,
Five
offseason.
Apex doesn't
players,
even
so
have
that's a
5
start.
players.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
what I say is correct. Like it's just facts.
Yeah, I mean, again.
Do
I
you
don't know
guys
if it's
agree,
the
or
suit
are
or
we
what, but
shifting them up?
I'm completely sold. Put him in fucking wherever he's
but who do you have them above? That's
Mates, for me, honestly, I put BBL just a bit lower than what everyone else was putting them. Like I have them kind
give
of.
Give me a 1 to 12. Just go for it.
On with 12 now. Okay, we got FNATIC at 1, Vitality at 2, Heretics at 3, 4 is Liquid, then Navi.
It's liquid!
Listen. It's a prediction based off of how much other people are cooking, right? Ice cream looks really good all the time, no matter where you put it. And then if 10 cooks in the kitchen try to cook other meals and 5 of them mess up, listen, ice cream gets to number 4. Now, if everyone cooks amazing meals, then ice cream is up at 10th, and I'm an idiot.
So
but
you're
I'm
assuming
thinking,
then that all of these
Oh,
that everyone's just burning shit.
we
Everywhere's
can
just gone.
see
You're
things
walking
already at
into
10
an
heat.
abandoned village full of
TMV,
burned
look
down
at half
houses.
these teams. They look like burned houses almost already. Like half the points we're saying for
With
some of
just
these
one
teams.
little ice cream store there with just Liquid. Team Liquid's little ice
You
cream
haven't even
store.
been to the restaurant and you assume there's a fucking fire in the kitchen.
I know,
Wha-
but you guys are already calling for fires in half these restaurants. We're talking about consistency for player X and like, you know, if these teams do that for player Y. I feel like Liquid's the only
I
team
swear
where we
you.
just...
Wait. You said, tell me if I'm wrong, but I distinctly remember you saying that you kind of agree with me and Sliggy that this is a team that's going to be okay. By that logic, do you think the rest of EMEA is just going to be absolute dog shit?
Oh, I'm saying, like, I agree with your logic, and they're okay is like 5-6, right? But I'm also like, my personal bias is that they're okay with some other teams being more dog shit, so they go up to 4. That's my thing. And TL's always at that 4th place curse. Like I come from League a little bit, so it's like when I was doing these pick'ems and I saw TL go to 4 and I wrote 4 Team Liquid, I was like, that feels like that's how it goes all the time.
Okay,
right? Like,
so finish your list. Fifth through 12th.
5th is Navi, then we got Giants, then we got FUT, then from there, because I switched some things around, I gotta see.
What's that low?
It's that low. But that's also me not being as familiar with FUT. So like that one just might be that might be heinous. All right, I respect any heinous throws on that ranking there. Then we got Jesus.
Gentlemates
Then we
gonna
got
end 11 in this.
Gentlemates. Then we got Gentlemates. Then it's KC. Then BBL. Then Koi. Then Apex.
Damn,
Okay.
that's
BBL, then Koi.
that was a roller coaster, dude. Heretics third as well. Heretics
Yeah.
third,
Third
Liquid
is
fourth.
insane.
Heretics
FUT
third just because
7th.
I believe in
Wait,
the
who
Fnatic
was
like
number
that
2?
being meta.
FUT
Number 2 is
7th.
Vitality because I'm a little fanboy and I just feel like Vitality is going to be awesome, but not as
Vitality.
crazy
Dude,
as
that's
Fnatic.
not the one you need to defend.
Yeah.
So
All right,
goes, I think every
I've-
other pick.
I've heard enough of
2
this.
Vitality. Don't worry about it.
Shia, you're fucking not allowed to touch the power ranking. Let's
All right,
pull
it's
it
fine,
back
it's
up.
fine.
Let's finish this one out. Surely are we putting M8
Put 'em
up?
11th.
M8.
Yeah, but
M8
11th.
11.
You were
Yep.
so bullish on them that we have to.
Apex,
Yeah.
I don't think we even need to do a big Apex segment. They don't have 5 players yet.
What is going
12.
on? Does that, Sliggy? Do you know what the fuck is
Yeah,
going on?
but I can't say anything.
But
it
why
doesn't-
have they not announced it?
I have
Who is
no
it?
idea.
Fucking
Do they have a
Obama?
5th?
I feel like
Yeah,
they're
but
going to
fair.
announce it with their doc that comes out, is my guess, on the 12th.
It's Kamala Harris. She lost the
Is
election,
it Joe
so
Biden? Oh, we can't announce it because he's still technically the president. Like, what?
Dude, I don't know what's going on over there.
I genuinely think it's a marketing timing thing. Like when that doc comes out in terms of how their year went, they'll also announce the players so that the most eyes possible on the hard work they did for the doc behind the scenes. It makes
Well, it's
sense.
getting them 12th in this power ranking. They should know that.
yes. Okay, so they
They'll
don't
also
have
include
5
this in the
players.
doc, though.
They don't have 5 players, but this is still our everything you need to know episode. So we should preview what we do know about Apex, which is, I think, 2 things. They're the winning Ascension team from last year, keeping 3 of those players, and they've also picked up Floor, who's obviously GC champ, first GC player to play in a VCT team. But I want to start by talking about their Ascension run. What was the team like then? What can we expect from the 3 players that are sticking around from that run?
I mean, they were consistent, but they weren't like the carries. That's the issue. They lost double carries. They lost both of their carries. And like these players have been proven to be like good and reliable, but I don't know. You need big carries with them, and we're just left with like a consistent core. Like they're not going to mess up or anything, but it's just not the biggest fragging power that you need at a tier 1 to do like big upsets.
Yeah.
Like Fluorescent is gonna have to go crazy.
Yeah, it's just a little. It's just like they're just like a safe team, you know. They probably won't get absolutely destroyed. Like, you know, they won't be like losing 2-0 every fucking game and, you know, a terrible team. But it just feels like they're missing that kind of like, oh, don't worry, guys. You know, this is where, you know, we can really excel. Like if you're an Ascension team, you'd rather be kind of an inconsistent, you know, up and down. Some weeks we're going to destroy anyone that we play, and some weeks we're not going to be so good, right? Because you're going to probably end up middle of the pack if you do that. Whereas this team just feels a bit more like steady, you know, but like steady and like maybe just a bit worse than everyone else.
I think putting them number 12 is a safe bet, but to me this is another team that could. You're saying they're going to be steady. I think that's very much like what they were last year. I think they have potential to be more explosive with Floor joining the team, right? Like,
well, it would help if I knew who that 5th was.
Yeah, it
if it
definitely
is Joe
would.
Biden, they deserve 12th.
Yeah, I mean, he's what, 85? Probably not going to have the fastest reaction times in the world. But for Floor joining this team as well, obviously we saw what she could do in GC, playing in some like tier 2 events in NA as well. Like, she is an incredible duelist player. I think it's just a question of how much that translates into VCT, how much that kind of shift in the level of play, and if she can keep that quality up. I think she's a player with the potential to keep it up, but I also think it's a lot reliant on like having the right team, having the right system that's going to build that confidence. It's going to have a system that kind of allows her to do that stuff. So for me, like, this team is so reliant on like what can she do and how much can she actually succeed in this new position, and also who the fuck is the 5th player.
True.
So they're 12th for now. Let's look back at our list. And this is where we will take cases before the court and change some things if we need to. What pitches do we have?
I'm happy.
I'd swap KC and Navi.
KC and Navi.
Dude, that's mad, is it not? Why are you so down on KC?
I feel like I just it's I guess it's not predictions more than it is just power rankings. I don't know what it is. I just don't have the faith in the org that for the last couple of years. It's just kind of been the same way. I know it's a big boom and it's a big change.
In the
but
org? What does the org have to? I have faith in Sidak that he's gonna at least make a top 6 team out of some good players. Like,
I think the hungriness.
Did he make a top 6 team out of some good players last year?
Okay, Loud was not that bad.
I feel like the combination of having 3 players that really wanted on Navi versus 1 player that has to kind of do everything on KC. I like the Navi story better. I feel like that has more power than the IGL that comes in and fixes things. It's the players that band together and win versus like the fixture squad. And I'm not saying the rest of KC's like just drones. They want it too, but I just like what Navi has going for the next season.
Dude, I think we're doing K-Corp dirty by having them 6th.
Where would you put them?
Real.
I would probably I don't know. I
would
honestly
put them above GIANTX.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, Giants have such a good roster. But I think on paper, roster-wise, I probably would say that K-Corp have a better roster. Dude, Elite's so good. It just depends on roles. If this was kickoff, I would probably put Giants above, because it's whole year I would put K-Corp 5th.
True.
Okay. Any other arguments? Any other big shifts we want to make? I know there was some controversy in the top 3. I think Heretics, FNATIC, Vitality is very safe, but Shayo, you said you had different. Does anyone else have a difference in that top 3?
If Shayo wants to push Liquid up into the top 3, I'm not going to argue against it.
No. I'm chilling. I think the top 3 is sick. I feel like everyone can have their own takes, but I think this is the best one and the most colloquial one out of everyone that's looking at the top 3. I want to change 10 and 11 personally. I think that Mates goes above Koi.
Whatever. Go for it. I mean, you have such belief. I mean, who am I to say no?
You sound so
dude,
you're so struck with Shayo this entire
I mean,
segment.
I'm just saying, what do you want? You want me to really go out there and fucking lay my heart on the line for Koi being 10th instead of 11th? Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna do it.
But honestly, out of all of your takes, if that's all we're getting, like the switch of Gentlemates Koi, I think that's a win.
8. You could argue to me that Gentlemates should be 8. I can take them in 8th here. Those bottom 5, I'm kind of happy
Mimi, you got to take control, because this guy's gonna go crazy if we give him some more power.
Is it that crazy that Mates could finish above Liquid?
Who would you put Mates over then? Do you think Liquid's gonna finish worse? Honestly speaking, switch Liquid
Gentle
and BBL.
mates.
What
It's
are your
literally
thoughts?
right there.
Liquid
it's in
and
that
BBL?
fucking
Liquid and
logo.
BBL
8.
and keep mates in 10th because M is kind of like a 2 plus 8 is 10. That vibe is there. Liquid, middle of the pack makes sense.
M
right? 'Cause
is
we're saying
kind
they're
of
the
a
most normal
2.
team. You feel me? I just
In
feel
what
like this.
sense?
And then if you look at the chronological coloring of 2 to 11, it's like orange, blue, blue, blue. That makes sense.
Okay.
I feel like this is the power ranking right here.
Sure.
Can I?
I'm
have
happy with
one-
8 through 12.
Go on, Kurt.
Really quickly. Oh, Kurt, go ahead.
No. If you want to make I want to do something before you finalize something. But if
Okay,
you're
we're not
done-
finalized
okay.
yet. I want to ask a question. Who is the dark horse of EMEA? I think the top 3, it could change around there. That has potential. FUT maybe could make it in. But the rest of the teams, it doesn't feel like anyone's going to break in. What is the team
dark
that
horse?
is... What is the team that is going to surprise us, that might make a global event, that has the most potential, that has the vibe, in you
GIANTX.
guys' opinion?
GIANTX
Yes?
for me. Yeah.
Is that something you guys agree with?
I mean, yeah, I would probably go on board with that. But if everyone's as low down as K Corp as I'm hearing, then I'll go for K Corp. I think, dude, no joke. You look at 5 to 9, any of them could do it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just say Navi.
All right.
No
Kurt,
reason. Well,
I think we're
yeah,
ready to
fuck it.
finalize.
I think you gotta do this. You gotta do this.
Yes.
You have
Yeah.
to do
Oh,
it.
but also,
And you
I'm
could
not against
potentially
it.
do this as well, but
Oh.
that's
I like
just-
that.
That is foolish in my opinion, but it is also not unrealistic if we're talking about
I
the
mean-
year.
Look,
I'm
I'm
fine
happy
with
for
this.
Fnatic to be fucking 5th.
As long as, as long as everyone remembers it's like not it's the whole year, because I
So,
think
yeah.
If we're
Vitality are
talking
gonna have a
whole
rough
year-
beginning.
I think
And
I-
Champions is the
you know
most
what?
important.
Genuine, I believe FUT will have a better year than Fnatic.
really?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I know you've got them fucking 10th.
You had
or
a
whatever,
9th
but-
or something, right?
That it's some more missing. They had to go somewhere, and they weren't up in belief compared to all the other teams. You know?
I will
So-
not stand for FUT being above Fnatic. Fnatic has owned FUT
Yeah, put
throughout
them
history.
third. They got a sick map, Paul. It's such a good map,
I'm
Paul.
down to
Map change.
put. If
And
we're
Astra.
talking
Fnatic
whole
has to be
year,
over
if
Heretics,
we're
there's just
talking
no
whole
way.
fucking year, put Vitality number 1. If we're talking whole year,
No,
I
guys,
just
it's
know
mental.
this team is gonna
No,
figure
it
it
just
out. They're gonna find their
doesn't.
peak. Here's the thing:
It doesn't make
top
sense.
teams always fall off.
You said
If
this
you're one of the
wasn't a
best
super
teams in the
team,
world,
and now you're putting them 1.
I think they're a superb team, and they might be the best team at the end of the year.
Guys,
But
there
I
is-
think it's a team. It needs some time in the oven. They
Guys.
need time to cook. They're not going to have a great kickoff. But I don't know, man. I think if we're talking end of the year, I see
Fuck
them
it, I'm
having
with
the
you.
best potential at
Let's
champions.
do it. Why not?
No, but Heretics above them is stupid.
But
Dude, we got to
Heretics
go for
literally
what
always
proven.
finish second.
They
So,
do.
It's a
That's
good point.
not
First place
good.
first.
Year.
That
In
can't
terms
be
of
your reasoning.
365
Are you going to
days.
tell me that Heretics, after getting like heartbreakingly being the first team in the world to lose back-to-back global events in second place, isn't going to do that again?
Isn't gonna win EMEA, dude. We're just talking about EMEA power.
yeah, and in the
rankings, so
EMEA,
they're
where
gonna-
did they finish?
Second.
Yeah, but no one cares about the international stuff. It's fine.
No one cares
no one
about
cares
the
about the internal stuff. That no one cares about the regional leagues. Have you ever
Okay,
heard
so
someone?
if we
Have you
don't
ever heard
care about
anyone
the
go?
Team Liquid fans, I hear they're the only people.
Have you ever gone? I heard like anyone brag about winning a regional league.
Yeah, Team Liquid fans.
No one. Okay, maybe Liquid fans. That's what we got though. So.
That's all they got.
So Vitality number 1?
Dude, we can't put them number 1. That's madness. This is good potential. You argued for them to go over Fnatic.
Sure.
You did great.
Thanks, Lee. that really means a lot coming from you.
In power ranking something into the year and what's expected, I feel like this is good. I feel like this, in terms of top 3 at least, like, because that's what we're still talking about. In terms of where we are right now and expectations, this is good. Like, Heretics can also get even better.
Dude, what
And
if
that would keep
Apex
them in
5th player
first.
is like LeBron or something, though, and they're not going to be 12th by the
Yeah.
end of the year?
LeBron
would
would
not
put
be
them into
12
like,
with LeBron.
what, like 5th? I don't think LeBron's going to take them to like 1st in his first year.
You don't think
Like, you'll
LeBron
make
can take them to first?
Not to 1st. Like, no, not LeBron himself. LeBron also has like good players around him. Like, I'm not saying Apex has
Oh,
horrible players, but,
their import slot's already full. They can't
like,
sign
who's their
LeBron.
Kyrie? Who's the, I guess actually Floor's pretty much kind of Kyrie of
They could get
of
Kamala
Valorant,
because
not
there's
gonna
no.
lie.
Wait, no, there is no import for Game Changers.
No, game changers
Wrong.
don't count as import. Yeah.
Game
It
Changers
could
are
still
imports.
happen. I
Get
guess.
LeBron in.
I guess it
Gotta
could
get
still
LeBron.
happen.
Well, that ends our EMEA segment. Thank you guys so much for joining. We're happy with this power ranking. This
Yeah,
is our
it's-
final one.
Could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
We're,
I don't know if it
with
could have been
these
better.
two on, we did great, honestly.
I prefer just having Shio's list. See
Listen,
what people
swap
say.
5 and 8, and oh man, we're cooking. That's crazy. You'll see the future. So we'll come back to this in 5. I think this power ranking is actually correct for our timeline. There's another timeline where 5 and 8 are swapped, and it's the exact same thing, and that might happen this year. I'm just saying. That's
All right.
crazy. Put it back. It actually feels dirty to do that. Just put it back after everything we said. There's no way.
Couldn't even go through with it. That's wild. We were staying quiet as well.
No. I can't take advantage.
So that wraps things up then for EMEA. Thank you to the three of you for coming on this one. We're going to be doing another switcheroo. Wilkinson is coming back. Dryad and Wyatt are coming on, and we're going to return with Americas. Anything to say or plug before you guys go?
No, not really. I had my advert.
Oh yeah, there's
great.
the potato boys. What do they remind me?
Coach
The
Payne?
Potato
Potato
Boys.
That's what they're known as, yeah.
The potato. Honestly, that's a good name.
I
Maybe
liked
we
it a
should
lot.
go
I
for
like the
that.
whole breakdown. It was
Potato
dope.
Boys.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
I'll check that
Go,
out.
go check it out. We love that.
Go check out Potato Boys. You heard it here first.
yeah.
Slash
Slash potato boys.
TMV, Sliggy, Shio, thank you guys all very much. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back with Americas after.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
get
Thank
this.
you.
No problem.
Peace.
Have a good day, everyone.
See you.
You
Not
too.
you, Sideshow. I can see that you're there, not you.
Bye.
Bye. Why does it always start with this song? I'm gonna just click a random song. Okay, perfect. This kind of fits the Sideshow theme. This is the type of music I imagine Sideshow listening to. I'll get you back in on the call. I see Josh like with his smug face right now. Let me get him on. All right, we got Sideshow on. Let me get Dryad here, and then get Wyatt on as well. All right, Sideshow and Dryad, you should be
Hello.
on. Hello.
Yo.
Yeah, I mean that previous tune was giving me the whimsy of like a Jethro Tull, but without the DMCA ability. You know what I mean? Like fantasy pub landlord kind of thing. Handing out pies to those that are going into the wilds. What I've just witnessed from
Yeah.
those four, by the way, is abominable. What I mean, that was like there was a handshake agreement beforehand to all do the. I was just playing Hitman, and there's an episode in Hitman. There's a mission in Hitman where you have to go to Colombia and stop them from making and distributing the super cocaine. It literally calls it super cocaine, and
I wish someone would distribute some super cocaine.
Are you sure they didn't before Shio got on and started making his top 10 list?
It's possible he had the super cocaine. I really liked Foot 9th. I thought that was funny.
Seventh.
Stop the distribution of the super cocaine.
Um,
Why not enhance it?
There are many things that don't make sense in the world of Hitman. They don't really have a set philosophical agenda. They just kind of take the money from whoever's giving the money around. You know?
I was watching you play that for 10 minutes, and it made me concerned about what's happening in your subconscious, because you could not resist the urge for murder. You would just everyone you
That's so fucking loud. Narrator
was just-
heading level 1? Oh my god, shut up, computer.
What
Okay.
is Mimi doing?
What?
Fighting
I
with
turned
a
the
laptop.
narrator on my computer, and it was
voices.
like as loud as possible. Sorry, I forgot my mic was unmuted. That was just
Mimi's
my
having
honest
a-
reaction.
Debate in the marketplace of ideas with her inner voice.
And she's losing.
You hate
I
to
hate
lose
when
in the
I
marketplace
hate
of
when
ideas.
Dude, every morning I wake up and I lose the argument to the voices in my head, and we have to go another day.
Are you not a voice in your head?
Yeah, I have an internal monologue.
Well, yeah,
Some people
doesn't
don't have
everyone?
them.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude,
Isn't
bitches
I
just
learned
be
that
out here
recently.
not
It's
talking
crazy.
to themselves? Is it just
Yeah.
silent?
Dude, I have an external monologue as well. My wife berates me for the amount that I just go around the house mumbling and muttering.
I think
Like
that's a
I'm-
very British thing.
Yeah, a lot of British people are pretty thick as well, though, so I think it might just be a thick person thing. Thick as in stupid. Do you only is
Yeah, I
that
know,
not something
but
that people
for-
say in the US?
Been
You just
voting
thought I
on
meant
it.
like
know
thick,
that.
like juicy bootied, like caked up. Like a lot of British
That's
people
what
just
I
have a
thought.
fat ass.
Well, I mean, yeah.
No,
that's
thick
exactly
like
what I
thick
thought.
like stupid. Like, yeah.
Do a lot of British people not have a fat ass? I think that would be kind of
Nah, but
mean.
No,
to the
rates of
British
obesity
people.
are pretty large actually in the UK. Yeah, no, there's a lot of juiced up people out here.
Yeah, but I bet you're not higher than America.
Nope.
USA! USA!
I think you recently lost to Mexico actually. If we're talking.
Fuck! Well, still
obesity
America's.
records.
It's America's now.
Oh, America's. Yeah, that's the classic thing that people in the US always do.
Yeah.
Oh no, Canada. That's part of America when we do well. When Canada does well.
Is
You
everybody
guys
ready,
want
by the
Canada to be
way?
a part of England so bad.
Yeah, I think we're ready, are we?
What are we
Mimi,
doing?
Are you hosting or are you handing the sticks back off to me? What are we doing here?
I can keep hosting, or you can.
Sticks.
Yeah, no, you
decide
did
what
a great job with keeping the others on track for the EMEA.
Yeah, I did. One of the greatest at keeping people on track, I've heard. Okay, Wilkinson, you're famous for not going on tangents and not allowing long segments to happen. So I think that you should kindly take the reins back.
Oh,
Here,
right, okay.
Joshua.
All right. Well, let's get started with Americas then. We've got Dryad and Wyatt. I'm rejoining,
Or
hoisting the
Dryad.
reins away from Dryad. Is that what you called the combination?
Why did they take
Yeah?
you away for EU, Josh?
Because they said that I was unable to have a clear and unbiased approach to reviewing Karmine Corp. And listen, when they were talking about Karmine Corp potentially being in the bottom like 5 or whatever, dude, I was checking my watch. Oh yeah, it's January 6th. I'm about to storm the Plat Chat compound. we're about to take over these motherfuckers like it's the Bastille again. The French were rallying to me, man. I was about to unite England and France like I was bloody William the Conqueror again, and it was 1066. I was straight marching.
I didn't know you
Anyway,
were
sorry.
gassed up about the new K Corp like that.
I'm not actually.
They don't even have any of the like that. No, where's everyone from year 1?
Where's Scream? Where's
It's just-
Navera?
Where's Shin?
Right, yeah. I mean, if Shin was still on the roster, I would. Anyway, yeah, you've already got me yapping. You've already caught me monologuing. Let's get started with the first team then. First team is 100 Thieves because we're going alphabetically and they don't start with the letter of the alphabet. So this is a roster that had an incredible stage 1, right? They won America's stage 1. They looked great. They came in and they kind of underperformed a little bit, maybe compared to what you might have expected at Shanghai, but it wasn't bad. They just got a ticket straight through to the playoffs. And then they didn't actually capitalize on that level of success later on down the road. Do you consider them to be working from a place of like a solid foundation that they can build on? Or were you a little disappointed that they didn't make more changes this season? Because the only change they made, I think, was probably forced upon them because Bang decided to move to Sentinels, like, for the fucking bands, surely.
I think this is Wyatt's opportunity. These are your boys.
I was gonna let someone else go first.
I'll go.
Yeah, take it away, Dryad.
I think, well, first.
Hold on one sec. Is Dan super loud for everyone else?
I'm adjusting the audio as we
fairly
go,
loud.
Mimi. We're
Okay,
we're
sorry.
working on it. We're fine.
She was just
Okay.
my ears
She's
were
It's
gone.
okay.
very passionate about 100 Thieves.
Okay.
Go for it.
You're
Ryan.
good. Don't be self-conscious.
Anyways,
sorry.
I think, well, they were gonna keep the team the same, right? But I think Xander is actually the player that I'm the most excited to see. I think the core in general is something that has worked, but that's the thing about 100 Thieves is like they've always had like good moments, or even at the beginning, like the first split, Boostio looked like he was turning the team around and making them the best that they could be, but it was just not something that they could keep up, especially when all the other teams are getting better and when they were catching up to what 100 Thieves were doing. But I think Xander, though, is the player that I wanted to see in tier 1 for the past 2 years. He was in M80, and this guy is so incredibly consistent. Him on controller, I think everybody has praised and copied for so many years. I think Mel was talking about it too. So I think this is such a big piece, and maybe it doesn't look like it, that it can turn the team around and make them one of the best for sure.
I guess that's kind of what my point was, though. Do they need to be turned around? Like, do you think this was a team that was like slumping at the end of last year and needed a change, or were they in a decent spot?
There was something a little, but I don't think they needed like an implosion. Like I feel like this team, like if they had stayed the same, yeah.
No, I just can't help but chuckle when their only off-season result is a loss in a BO3 to Trust in Plug. It doesn't bode well. Carry on, Mimi.
It's all good. We're out of the neon meta.
Yeah,
We're
that's
not
the
going to
problem.
need to see that comp anymore.
Wait. What was this game? I didn't watch this game.
This game was Jerwin cooking them. And then after the game, or even before 100 Thieves, they posted a GIF, I think of like LeBron, and they were like, me heading into our offseason game with 7 days of practice. And then they lose to Trust in Plug, who then in the post-game interview were like, yeah, we had 2 days of practice. We're just fucking about. And they won. So that was a tough one. But guys, we're out of the neon meta. And everyone was, after that game, just the same narrative that's been happening for the last 2 years now, which is if we just cut Asuna, we're going to be good. And the proof was that he had 2 bad neon games and got cooked by Jerwin. But now we're out of the neon meta. We're not going to be playing as much neon, right, guys? We're fine. We're safe.
Yeah, but we're into the Raze meta. And
right.
Which also is a good Raze player.
But are they going to still keep Asuna on that role, or are they going to...
Who else would they put on Raze?
Yeah, it's not going to be Cryo. Cryo's Raze was tough when
and
they
it seems
did
like
that
they haven't...
experiment a while ago. And
yeah, they haven't made any changes to try to implement that.
All year... all of last year, rather, there had been this thing occurring in all of their series. Or, I say all, obviously, generalization. But in a ton of their BO3 series, there was this pattern of Asuna gives you one banger map where he goes crazy, and then gives you an absolute fucking stinker on the next one. Or in, reverse order.
Sure.
And there was just not a level of consistency. But in a majority, I want to say, if I remember correctly, their series, when I remember looking back at this, like prepping for casting some of their games, it was just consistently, he would give you one insane map a series, but there was just not enough consistency was the primary issue. And he has definitely been the lightning rod of criticism of the fans of the team, and if we just get rid of him, we'll be fixed, which... I'm not convinced of. This team has had this issue for years now, where whenever you look at their roster, I don't even know what I would want to change if I did it, because I think all of their players offer some insane maps and then just horrendous consistency. Like Cryo last year was going insane for all of Stage 2, that Stage 2 playoffs run, and then in Stage 3 when they came back from Masters, it's just, it's fine. Like, it's not particularly great. We were waiting for him to go crazy again, and it never really happened.
So with that being said, where are we thinking about putting them? I like the idea. We've been getting bolder on the power rankings as we've been going on. They went crazy bold with it on EMEA. I'm saying we just slap them in. Just slap them in.
Just put them in like 7th. No.
7.
I think between
like
that.
7.
I think
Somewhere
between
in the
that is
middle.
fine though. Yeah, like 6, 7, something around there.
I think you guys
happy
are
with a
underrating this
compromise
team a
of
little
6th?
bit. They lost a couple of games at the end of the season to some teams that were peaking at the right time. They had some problems clearly, but their peak was really strong. I have a ton of faith in Zix as a leader, and Boostio got slandered so much because he's a fucking idiot and he was trash talking and he deserved to get slandered to some extent because he was being a silly little guy. But I fucking loved that he was being a silly little guy. Having an IGL who's just gonna talk shit, be boisterous, have fun, I think that's sick. And I imagine he's gonna bring that energy into this year. I think Zix is one of the coaches I trust to have a really good read coming into the new changes, the new map pool, and I've really high stocks for Xander coming in. I don't have them a top 3 team, but I have them right on the edge, and I think 5th is like super reasonable for 100
Yeah, well, I think there are 5 teams that you could argue are above them though. So I'm down for 6, I'm down for 5, I'm down for 7.
5, 6, somewhere in there. That's cool.
See, also my thing with Xander is that obviously he's very good, but is he better than Bang? No. Would you confidently say he's worse than Bang? no.
Like they're about the same.
Sure.
in
Yeah,
my
it's
mind.
just kind of a nothing to me, honestly. It
they're
doesn't
gonna be
even
a
feel like a
great
roster
team.
move happened.
They're going to be a great team to rate the rest of the ebb and flow of VCT Americas around. They're going to be the rock in the ocean that everyone else has to.
They're the gatekeeper.
If they're the rock, I mean, the scene is in disarray, man. They can't be your rock.
I guarantee the next team we're about to talk about is not going to be the rock, though, because
They're going to be the cinder block.
We're talking about Cloud9 next. Cloud9 could not have a weirder approach to the offseason if they tried to troll themselves every single year. If they came in and it was like secret saboteur, and there was one person either on the coaching staff or in the management that had to fuck over the contract, that you couldn't orchestrate more ridiculous off seasons than this organization seems to have. So they've done the vanity in, vanity out. This time they decided it was time for the Mitch in, Mitch out, play with Mitch in an off-season tournament, then booted Rossi out in order to make room for Mitch. Nets come back in as well, so they've also dropped Moose towards the end of the season. The community's outraged about them, and because they don't like these kind of wishy-washy things, they think Cloud9 are now going to be bad. If the roster had been formed like this at the beginning of this offseason, I would be all right with it. So they're probably going to be okay, aren't they?
Yeah, I have the exact same, or would have had the exact same opinion of this roster if they formed it at the beginning of the offseason, as I have the same opinion now, which is that it looks just okay, fine. It's just a perfectly acceptable roster.
I think the whole drama and the reason why people are kind of questioning them, it's because of all the changes that they made. But I also just wonder, I mean, how many changes in the offseason do you guys think is reasonable? Because obviously, if you realize that a team is not working out, players not working out, I think it's valid to make the change. I mean, if you're going to do it at some point, you're going to do it right away. It does come to a point where it seems like they're looking for perfection, which they're never going to find until they stay with the 5 players for some time and they get the experience and they figure out if it's actually going to work or not. But I almost can't even blame them for a few of the changes. I think they've definitely pushed it way too far, because it's not only this year, but before they've done it a few times. But if this team is able to do, I mean, I don't know what their expectations are, but this team, like what you guys are saying, it just seems okay. And I think they're just trying to find a way to break it and actually make it to the top. I don't know if they're there yet. I mean, it's so hard, even with the players available. Everybody's so good, and we have teams that are already so much better.
Number 9.
Okay, I actually think that might even be generous. I don't think that's...
Who do you argue below?
Well,
it might be
no,
10. It might be 10.
Exactly. I'm saying it's not massively generous. I'm not saying they should be in 12th, but I think 9's reasonable, and yeah, maybe could be quite fair to them. I'm not really sure, because their performance in these off-season tournaments has been like decent, at least. When they played with Rossi, it was really good. Yeah, when they played with Rossi, it was really good.
Their initiator during those
But when they
tournaments?
played with Mitch, I don't think they played bad Valorant either.
They played the Red Bull Homeground qualifier with
Mitch
Mitch.
is good.
And they were a pretty good team. Like, I don't think this team is bad. I think you have to give credence to how good Oxy is. I think you have, like, the core that has put some success to him in the past. And I think I do still have the same worry that I had of old Cloud9 teams, of being over-reliant on him as an individual and maybe not having the team who's going to perfectly mesh, right, with all the weird stuff that happened in the offseason. Like, for me, they're like super like low middle of the pack, could have some good games and step up and go on a run like they have in the past, or could falter. But I even always just defer to history too, where every time they go deep, every time they make a playoffs, they always falter late in these seasons. And if we are looking at the entire year, I cannot justify them being any higher than 9, because I just don't have high hopes.
Yeah,
I think that's reasonable.
I think that's pretty fair. At the moment,
I don't know who's gonna be lower. It's
we'll see.
I think there's gonna be some. Wow, the thing is though, America's just got some crazy teams.
Most
in
of
there,
the stinker teams made like big changes that now make them competitive. So it's like the 9 through 12 is actually going to be really hard, I think, except for like 2 teams.
Some of the teams that we also clowned on then had good off-season results as well, and I know the Dryad's going to drag us over the coals for some of those. So we'll see. We will see. Let's move on to the next team, though. So the next team is one that it is actually a little similar, you could argue, to Cloud9. We've seen them in some of their off-season tournaments go back and forth with that level of kind of play. It's evil geniuses. People always give a lot of credit, though, to EG because they are the exact opposite of Cloud9 when it comes to, like, the structure of the organization. They tend to lock in a team. They only make changes like when Demon 1 came in and BCJ came out if it's going to benefit the team. People have got a lot of trust in the coaching staff to actually cook up good game plans. Like, all of the stuff from outside of the roster, people lend way more weight to than they do when they tend to talk about a team like Cloud9, even though the orgs have had similar levels of results. So is that what's selling us here again this year?
Let me tell you, I'm sold, baby. I'm on board with this team. Let me start by talking about who we have from the past. We have Superman, who was really good last year. He's always been good. No worries about that guy. You have Derek, who had kind of a rough year, but has historically been a player with a ton of potential that had obviously incredible runs in the past when he was with 100 Thieves. And then you have Nature sticking around as an IGL, who let's not forget. I think people really color EG's year last year as a horrible one. When you forget how fucking close they were to going on a run like they did in the past, right? They were 1 win away from stage 2 to making playoffs. They were in a 2-1 series against 100 Thieves where they very much could have won. It was a 10-13 loss on Lotus. This team was like around the corner from having a chance to have a resurgence like they did in the past. And now they've came into this year, and they've picked up Ye, who I think is in the correct system for him to succeed, right? Let's start by talking about Icy. I was an Icy hater last year on G2. I think he was the worst duelist in VCT Americas. But I'm happy to see him on this roster, because I think he is the perfect sacrificial system lamb. He will do whatever Potter tells him. He will play exactly how the team needs. He will listen to Nature to a T, and he will fucking be the victor for this team and throw his body on the line for Ye. And occasionally he's going to have those games where he gets confident, where he gets crazy. And I really think this is going to put Ye in a position to succeed. You're going to have a leadership core who has a chance to cook, to come up with something good in terms of the meta. And for all those reasons, I think they're like 6th or 7th.
I mean, that was giving me big Dragon's Den energy, even without the suit there. You're like, for all those reasons, I'm in. I'll give you 100K for 5% of your company.
Is that Shark Tank?
Oh, that's like
Yes,
Shark
it
Tank.
is.
Yeah,
It's
that's
UK
version of Shark Tank.
The
Yeah.
Dragon's Den.
I like
Are you
this
buying
team.
it? Are you buying it, Wyatt?
I have them somewhere in the middle of the pack too. I like the roster that they have. Superman was very good last season. I think Derek as well was very good last season. Kind of sleeper, had some insane stats by the end of the year. Was ranked like the number 2 Sova in a lot of categories by the end of stage 2 of Americas. Both of those players were very good. I do have some faith that Ye is going to play better at this point. I think the biggest question for me that I'm excited to see is how good Icy will perform in a team that I am going to assume will have a very different system, which is not one where he is being controlled by the master puppeteer and is seeking, as well as a player himself, to have more autonomy. Because their other option in this offseason was Sim, who is an extremely volatile duelist that did whatever he wanted all the time, was either dropping 30 or 10, and was going to get 20 plus deaths either way. And now they have Icy, who is traditionally a very reined in system duelist to a T, but wants to be a bit more freed up. And I'm interested to see how well he'll perform in another team. And if he can play at an extremely high level for them, I think this team could be in that mid-upper table, but I definitely have faith they'll be in the mid-table for sure.
I think
Okay.
we will get a question answered, and the question is simply, was Icy having such a rough year because he was just not performing at all, or was it because of the positions he was being put in because of G2's system, where he was having to play super sacrificial and do a lot for that team, which obviously brought success for the team, but brought horror to his own stats. And I think it's going to be a combination of both, but with a different system, I think there is room for improvement. And even if he is just a little beautiful piece of carrot on a stick, you have fucking Yaster in the back. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be just fine. And I also think yeah, he had some rough games, but in general, it was just okay. I think that's what we saw for the most part.
He was the worst duelist in Americas.
He was, yeah, but I'm saying it's not like he was going negative 20 every single game. He had some good games, and he was really good at using utility to set up his team for success as well, because it was not only about him. And obviously, that was the system I was working for at G2. But now, as you guys are saying, going into the system, it's going to be completely different. And I think it's like, yeah, he was not the best duelist, but he's going to be playing in a team that I think instead of him setting them up for success or for the setup play that they have planned, is going to be him finding that space and doing it. I mean, and he did it a bunch in Shanghai. He had a lot of great moments, and towards the end, he was really getting better. I mean, to the point that everybody, because he had a lot of haters, everybody just kind of had to be quiet. Like, damn, he's actually doing good.
Okay, where would you put them in terms of the power ranking, though? To me, they've got to go between 100 Thieves and Cloud9, I think.
7?
7th rather than 8th? You're prepping a little in-between spot there for an EG
I'm ready.
Cloud9 sandwich?
I think, hear me out. Playoffs, 6 teams. EG is the ultimate cusp of playoffs team. 100 Thieves is like, they're going to make playoffs. Will they do good? Will they do bad? I don't know. EG is always either going to just barely, tragically miss playoffs or make playoffs and go on a run. That is how this team works. For that reason, they're number 7. They're just the line.
I'm okay with that. Let's lock them in there. And let's move on to another
real
team.
quick,
I'm stun locked by Icy being the worst duelist in
Same.
Americas.
Who was
I want to ask you something, Mimi.
I'm
Who was
stun-locked.
MIBR's duelist last year? Okay, let's go to the next team.
Yeah, and that's kind of my my point exactly. Hold on, I'll think of it any second now as we are hearing keyboard audio.
All right, let's
keep it moving.
Let's keep moving. I agree he wasn't the worst, but now is not the time to debate it.
No, I'm trying not to sidetrack us, but that stun locked the fuck out of me. But keep.
Who was MIBR's duelist?
They changed it halfway through the year.
Yes,
FURIA
you're right.
is the next team, right? And FURIA are one of those teams that I famously said on the power ranking, if any of these teams in Americas was going to shit the bed, like Shio was saying,
okay,
if one of them
Icy's
just...
better than Paula. Yeah, you're fucking right.
You.
Okay, he's the 10th duelist in the
like 2 games.
Give it up! Give it up! Give it up! FURIA. This team I said was going to be the most likely to shit the bed. They then ended up beating out a lot of the other Brazilian teams I say a lot of the other Brazilian teams. They played against MIBR and they played against KRU, so not Brazilian team. But in the off-season events, is this roster going to be a good one or a bad one once we get into actual matches next year? Because Havoc was playing really well in these off-season games, and he played awfully in the regular season last year. Which version of him are we going to get at least?
If I remember correctly, Havoc did begin to play far better than he did at the beginning of the season towards the end, and I don't know if they were so much rumors as they were actually just true of him struggling with on-stage confidence being one of the talking points about him coming into the season, was then proved true by the beginning of the season, where I remember watching him and you could see his crosshair was shaky from nerves. And then as the season progressed, he was, slowly getting better. And then by the end, he was looking pretty competent in those final games. And now getting a bit more off-season experience, but being put in a more crucial role, arguably being switched over to the duelist. Played pretty well in the Invitational that they won. So, yeah, I have some faith. It was also good to see MW was playing incredibly well in that.
Yeah.
Heat is obviously coming off the back of the best year of professional Valorant he's played. So I think there's some big positives here. I think there's some things to get excited about.
Yeah, I really like this team. I think Heat, obviously last year when he was with KRU going in the initiator, playing a little bit different to what he was doing before, that really opened the doors for him to what we got to see in the tournament. This team really impressed me, especially because we've seen the players individually had some good moments, maybe a year and a half ago even, but we were kind of wondering when are they all gonna come back. I think Heat was sometimes a little inconsistent. Like we were looking for a team that was staying together and a team that was able to work together. And that's what I'm seeing with FURIA right now, a team that is connected really well, of players that we know what they're capable of. But the question was if they were able to make the improvements individually and as a team. And I'm very excited to see FURIA. They impressed me with what I saw. There's definitely things that are missing, but just the way that they were winning these matches and knowing and kind of being one step ahead of KRU, one step ahead of MIBR, I want to put them pretty high up.
My fear is that this is another FURIA that gives us a little bit of hope at the beginning. That has their peak. I remember the first ever season of Americas when this team looked so good after stage 1. For 2 weeks, they were the best team in the world. For those 2 weeks. As far as I'm concerned, they were the best team in the fucking world. Khalil, #1 player ever.
Yeah.
But they're not that anymore. And I think that this team, as it always has with FURIA, with these Brazilian squads, it's like, okay, we have some crazy firepower. We have some really high peaks, right? Like when we're all working together, when we have the right read, when we're playing up to our potential, it's so good. But I cannot let myself get hope that they will be able to do that consistently. But I think they will be a solid team. I think they're #8.
Number 8.
I rate them above. Oh, do I rate them above Cloud9?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think Cloud9 is going to be as bad as you. I think we're being colored by their trolling in the off season. I don't think C9 is going to be that terrible.
No, but FURIA is good.
Yeah.
The problem with FURIA,
but I also think Cloud9 is good. Like,
dude, FURIA at their best are gonna look really, really good. Because when Havoc's having a great game and Khalil's having a great game and you're getting like your peaks from MW, they're gonna look fucking incredible. But I do not believe you're gonna get the best from all of those players all year. Not a single year have you ever had the best from all of those players for a whole year. They've lasted like one stage max. Not all of those players, because Heat was super consistent for a super long time.
#10.
And maybe MW could do it as well. But you are not going to get the best out of Khalil and Havoc all year.
False. No, I don't believe you're going... I totally agree with that, Josh. They made a great off-season roster. I mean, I think they signed a player that is now their best player, which is great. Love that for them. And I totally agree with that. They have always shown a lot of volatility. Though last year was not, or rather this year, yeah, I mean, it was last year. We are now in 2025. In 2024, they were not particularly volatile. They were just not good. They lost a ton of games. They were just not good. Like that massive peak they had where they were overrated was 2 years ago now. Last year, they just weren't good. They're going to be consistently overall better than they were last year. There's no way that's not.
So where does that put them though? Wyatt?
I actually
where
think
would you
8
want
is
to put
right.
them?
I think 8 is right.
I think 8 is fine right now. I would honestly probably. I would not. I would have these 4 teams in different places entirely. To be honest,
we can't move them.
Yeah, we can.
No, we can't. No, they must remain where they are.
Segment idea. Where we move them around at the end. I mean, we can throw them an 8th for now, and we can figure the rest out later.
All right. Well, here's another interesting one. KRU Esports. This is the team that famously went on the run, and they have made a couple of slightly unusual moves in this offseason. And I think getting Mazzino back, right, which is a cool one. Mazzino
the gang's back together. They have Adversa, they have Mazzino.
The gang's almost back together, though, because then Nozwa ends up getting poached, and then so they lose that, and so Adversa is coming back in, right? So this isn't exactly the gang being back together. I think KRU would have wanted Mazzino to come back in and keep Nozwa. That would have been their ideal roster coming into this year, I've got to imagine.
Well,
I don't know. Dan, illuminate me with the truth.
So the initial rumors were they obviously wanted Sadak, right, for IGLing.
Right.
Shit happened, and now we got Adverso. But I think this is even if this was the number one, like the first decision that they went to, if they couldn't get Sadak, I think this actually makes a lot of sense because when the rosters were changing, this was when Ascension was going on. And if you guys were watching Ascension and what Adverso was doing, he was playing amazing.
He was insane.
He was so good. He was so consistent. His IGLing was really good. He was always one step ahead of the teams. It seemed, I mean, the competition was really hard, but Adverso was really good. It was fair for him to be part of the conversation of why they should pick this guy up, and especially obviously. What, 3 years ago now, he was playing with Leviatan. He already played internationally. He already has that experience, and he got some tier 2 experience that goes all the way back up. He was getting a lot of hate in that Texania tournament. I don't really know why. I mean, I was watching it. I don't think the team in general sometimes was struggling a little bit, but I think Adverso was great. I think he needs time to adapt to the system the crew has, because it might be just slightly different to what he was used to. But I think he's fine. I think the team makes a lot of sense. Obviously, having Mazzino, the guy who won MVP for the America stage, is also a great addition, and everybody's excited. I mean, for Latin America, people were saying that this is the best team that crew has had since obviously like 2021 run that they had.
Is that true?
So, and also first time they have 5 Chileans. So
I mean, that is sick.
I think it's crazy that people would believe that, because to me, last year watching Kesnet and Heat just bash people's heads in.
That's what I was going to bring up. Like, surely
than
Heat is
what I'm expecting.
Sorry, Josh. Surely
No,
Adverso is just a downgrade from Heat.
But people are excited about Mazzino, presumably enough to push it up and above.
I mean, yeah, but it's just, I mean, you're thinking about, yeah, if you compare like Heat and Adverso, sure, because they're so different, but you need an IGL who you're going to put.
Sure. Can you illuminate
Do you
a little?
need an IGL? Dude, this team has thrown the IGL stick to as many players as they possibly can. Mel's has been IGLing, Klaus has been IGLing, the Adverso is now... So is now Adverso, the plan is for him to be the IGL? The brand new player is going to come in an IGL for
Well, I
him.
mean, he's not brand new. He played with like all of these guys in the past, but he's brand new coming back to first time in Americas.
I mean, he hasn't played with all of them. Well, he's played with Melzer before, right? Because they were
Melzer,
they
Shy.
contemporaneous?
Yeah.
Oh, right, on Leviatan,
Lev,
right.
Yeah.
This is like the old Lev more than it is old crew. That's
I know.
crazy.
Yeah, people say that.
Okay, so where would we put this team then? I know that Sliggy is like drooling about this team. He's so high up on them. I don't know exactly where. Dude, Sliggy has them at number 1, I hear. He's not here to defend himself, so...
Wait, is he actually placing them that high? Like,
yeah, he's
really
got them
good?
at number 1, Dryad. Yeah, he's got them at number 1.
I knew it.
Dan, I want to hear first. In your perfect world, where is crew?
Do you want to hear it from my heart? Do you want to hear it from my brain?
I want to hear it from your mind.
Okay.
I want to hear it from
honest,
your mouth.
Be real.
I think that this team looks the roster looks amazing in paper. I think I have no questions about that. They have a lot of firepower. I like Adverso. I think they're gonna do great if it was in paper. Now, what I saw in the Texania tournament, it did not make me very happy to what I was expecting. I was expecting a very clean game, organized, and even though it was early and it's the off season and things can happen, I cannot place them high up for that reason. I think it was a lot of depending on firepower, sometimes playing very individually, not playing as a team, and I'm hoping that they can fix those things, but I don't want to put them 10th, but I also don't want to put them 5th. I want them kind of in the middle right now, and we can't.
Yeah, we may have trolled here.
This is terrible. Maybe I would put like 7 right now.
That's what I was thinking. I'd have them one step behind 100 Thieves, personally.
Are they a playoff team or not a playoff team?
For
Yeah, I think
champions,
they
you
get
know
into
they'll
playoffs,
be
yeah.
there.
Right, I'm at 5 on this right now.
As in, like, because that's the only available slot to put them in.
No,
Or you think they're actually better than 100 Thieves?
I like them more than... I think I like them more than all the teams here so far.
Really?
To be honest.
I would
Yeah.
put them.
I think that when we're speaking about the roster moves and how that's impacted the level of skill on the team, I think it's just in terms of player skill. I think it's evened everything out because you got Adverso is coming off of being statistically, I believe, the #1 best initiator from Ascension. Also, just the eye test watching those games, he was phenomenal. And even if you're going to say, which you can certainly say he's a downgrade from Heat, who we saw play at a phenomenal level against the best teams, not just the Ascension teams. If you're going to argue that that's a downgrade, which I think is valid, very valid, then you also have to acknowledge that Mazzino is an upgrade from MTA/Klaus.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think it's balanced itself out nicely. And also I think Adverso has a lot of potential to surprise and be as good as he was on the team as well. I think that this could overall be an upgrade. At the very least, has pretty much evened things out. And with that in mind, and them losing to Furia in the offseason invitational, but that being a pretty white-hot Furia that we're going to continue to argue is going to be very volatile, I'm going to put KRU around where they were last season, which is like around the top 5. So I think that's reasonable for them.
That's so
right
real
now.
and so fair. But
Let's
I think
leave,
also-
them, let's leave them there for now, though. Let's leave KRU there now. We can revisit these power rankings in a sec, but we need to move on to the other side of the LATAM puzzle, which is the new Leviatan, not the old Leviatan, which are now being called KRU. So this version of Leviatan is, I mean, really no longer essentially a LATAM team, but it still has King there as the IGL, but they have gone even more full global esport than you could have said they were even last year. So this roster it's bizarre. Demon 1, Natank with King, and then Tex and Com on the roster as well. This is like a fever dreams for somebody who just woke up out of even last year's off season. You wouldn't have expected them to make these kind of moves. What on earth should we expect from this team?
Look, I don't know. I don't know. I see this team and I feel just confused. Like you're saying, I don't really know what they went with Natank. I think that's the biggest question for me. They had a lot of options in Latin America, in NA. Like they had other options to go with. It's not that to say that he's bad. Obviously, I think that.
what if
Natank
it's
is good.
because Paris France champions?
Dude, look.
That's
here we
my
go.
conspiracy
I
theory.
wouldn't be surprised. Look,
Hey,
that's
it's like,
what I'm gonna say.
If I'm between like 3 players who are all good players, have all done well in tier 1, and we want to sign someone, would I not give a little deference to the Frenchman?
Because you think they're
I
going to
wouldn't be
rally
surprised.
around Natank champions? You have to get there first.
No, I'm just
guys.
saying if it's down to like 3 players, they're much alike in dignity. They have similar achievements, similar quality. Would you not
Okay.
pick the Frenchman?
I mean, I would. Vive la France. Let's go. Storm the Bastille. But like, okay. So in terms of this team, though, are they going to rejuvenate careers of people like Demon 1? Should we expect to see Demon 1 in prime form again? Is NRG's wasting of him in 2024 just going to be a blip on an otherwise extremely good career?
I mean, if on a scale of 0 to 10, if Demon 1, 10 out of 10 is champions, EG, all that, and then NRG is the 0, he's going to be somewhere in the middle. Like, there's no way
He's going to be somewhere
So that's
between
such
the
a-
two.
He's going to be
That's
so-
not
no.
analysis.
My point is, there's no way he's going to be worse than on NRG. He's going to be
Right.
better.
Okay.
duh.
Okay.
I'm just saying, he's going to be better, no matter what.
But Wyatt,
Okay.
No
here's what I
matter
want.
what.
Here's what I want you to answer. Is
You
he
can't
gonna
be
have?
worse.
Is he gonna have a Yay narrative arc where it just keeps getting worse and worse, and maybe now this
No,
year
Yay's
we're
gonna
starting
be
to
good
do
this
this
year.
again?
Yay's
Okay,
gonna be
okay,
good
but he
this
hasn't
year.
done it yet. You can't count
But he's
narrative
going
arcs that
to
haven't
be.
happened yet. Or is it going to be a tens arc where he's had a year of slump, people have stopped believing, and then he peaks back up towards the end? Which
I have a strong
narrative
opinion.
arc?
He's fucking back, baby. And I'm
Okay.
going to tell you why. We talk a lot about the fucking joy narrative. When players look sad, when they look like they aren't enjoying life on a team, when it is depresso vibes, players do not play well. And I'm not gonna, obviously there was other stuff going on. Demon 1 had a rough year for a lot of reasons last year, and the guy did not look like himself a lot of the time when he was playing on stage. But I watched the offseason that we saw from Leviatan, even just when he was playing in that spotlight event with the team, and I was talking to Calm, I was watching him play, and Demon 1 looked like he was having fun. He's back with his boy, he's happy,
Yeah.
he's smiling, he's confident, he's himself in the server, he's tapping heads. Like, I think him being back with Calm is such an absolutely incredible buff to like him as a player, because they're like friends. Like, he was at Calm's wedding, right? Like, I don't know how weddings work, but I think he was like one of the men of
I don't know how
importance.
weddings work.
Well, no, you
One
have
of
your
the
men.
men's of
If you're the
importance.
husband, you have your men, groomsmen, right? I think he was one of the men.
Right.
He's one of the men.
He's
That's
one of
great.
the men, and now he's playing with his man back on this team, and he's gonna be fucking good again. I swear.
Yeah, no, and the thing is like
The man buff.
No, but we talked about it last time. Is that once said that team of EG, they were so close to each other, they were such good friends, that kind of helped out Demon One, because he likes being hyped up by his teammates, and obviously does that. He's known to do that all the time, and now having Demon One in his team again, I mean, you're gonna see that constantly, just screaming at him, hyping him up when he gets his kills, and that's what Demon One likes, and I feel like that's why you're saying maybe that we're starting to see him like look happy and enjoy the game again that way.
Okay, so if you were going to power rank them, I would be looking at that 4th place spot that we have still open, where I'm not confident enough to put them into a top 3, but I'd be looking to slop them in there personally.
Slop them in there.
Slop them around that 4th spot.
You got me going with men and weddings. I'm just thinking about slopping. I've got to apologize. 4th place then.
I think we slosh him in there.
Okay. Okay. Is there any argument for them being higher?
I think it's tough to argue for that at the moment.
They're
Yeah.
a potential
Right.
team.
We
With who
simply
we have
must
left?
watch
I think
them.
we must
Yeah.
learn our lesson from last year with this team, that like, if we're talking end of the year after some time to cook, like I feel like 4th place is so reasonable. Like their 4th place,
Okay.
I'm like, yeah. If they're top 3, I'm a little surprised, but I'm like, okay, they had that potential. If they're lower, yeah, they had that potential. 4th place is so chill and safe and reasonable.
Okay, chill, safe, and reasonable. I like that. Let's go on to Loud. This is a unusual one because this is not Loud like you've seen it before. Of all of the great epochs that have ended in Valorant, this is certainly one of them as you enter 2025. Because you have no Less, you have no Sadak, you have no Aspas, you have, no Sassy that was previously part of this roster as well. It's only Pancada holding the fort down from that original roster that was founded as a Brazilian super team that did so incredibly well in its first year. And then you've got kind of Kawanzin and Tuis, who are the newer recruits, kind of filling out that core now for them. But this is essentially just a different roster under the same name. I suppose an apt question would be, should we be thinking about them at all like previous Loud rosters?
No.
No.
This is not Loud. I think Loud at its core was Sadak, and there was different people who came in around that, right? There was different important members. I think Let's probably the most important. Ospas obviously there too. It was like him as a leader in charge of this team, taking a lot of the control, developing these new players. I think you can say that he is the guy who made Tuis, who made Kawanzin, who made Pancada the players they are today, because they all came into his team when they were young, fresh players, and they exited as superstars. He is gone. This is a new team.
So then, if this is a brand new team, essentially, how are we thinking about them? Because this is a squad where you're not even going to get those Loud veterans on all of their, premium roles, I suppose is how you could put it. Because, okay, you've got Kawanzin, who's absolutely fantastic, underrated, I think, in his role as an initiator, superb player. Tuis, former duelist player before he joined up with Sadak, as you're saying, played smokes for them when they were at their peak, now is probably going over to play the Sentinel role for them while Pancada plays smokes, right? So, and then they're adding Dujazine back in, Vinny's IGLing. What are your expectations for the squad?
I am not particularly excited about this team, really at all. There's so much fantastic talent in Tier 2 Brazil, which was evident at Ascension, and even prior to that, players that didn't make it to Ascension, some of which are too young. Like, there's the Leviatan Academy team right now, has some sick players on it. Two of the Brazilian players on the team, Blows and Ghoul 33, are crazy. I don't know when they turn 18 and are eligible to play, but
Is his name
looking
Ghoul
outside of
33?
them, yeah, that dude's insane.
Guys,
But
Google Ghoul 33 for more.
even outside of that, this playlist.
Oh, it's 32. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm sorry.
Sato, Sato,
Let's move on.
Luke Zhou, like there are even like Zanatsu, there are so many excellent players. Not that DetonatioN is like a poor player by any means, but we saw him play a full year in America's 2023, and he finished, you know, statistically as like one of the middling duelists. Had some fantastic performances at the beginning, like when we were talking about that FURIA that went crazy really early on.
Sure.
Vinny was fine in challengers, but this is what I just didn't really want to see from the Brazilian scene this year. I wanted
Of
to
them
see
recycling
this,
talent?
Yeah,
Is that
I
what
want
you
to see.
mean?
There's so much good new talent. I want to see the new talent, and
Right.
it leads me to be not excited about this team. Though DetonatioN played in challengers last year as well, actually, with Team Hero Base, and they won a split 1 and then bombed out a split 2, so he didn't make it to Ascension.
Right.
And he was good as expected because he was a good tier 1 player then playing in challengers, but it's just not exciting. It is not an exciting roster, and I don't have high hopes for them to. I don't see this as a team that has some peak that they're going to hit. Like they're just all right. They're fine.
Do
I
you
think
feel...
they could though. I think
Really?
they could get a. I feel like it makes
Their
more sense
number.
for us to put them lower, way lower, kind of having no expectations for them. But also, I mean, the team itself, I don't think it's bad. I just think the competition in general is not going to
Okay.
be easy this year.
And that's fair enough. But when you're talking about the competition like that we've got on the board right now, are you feeling worse than you are about teams like Cloud9, teams like FURIA, EG?
They're I feel worse about them for sure than any of those other teams. I think this is a strong number 11 or number 12, right? Like obviously there's
Wow.
always the argument
Well.
that there is some firepower, there is some potential, whatever, there's a chance for that, but I honestly don't believe. I've seen too many Brazilian teams and too many just teams in general that just come in with some good firepower, a couple rookies, but seem kind of directionless and it doesn't work out. And I don't see that direction yet from Loud. And I think number 11 is really fair, or even 12.
I would put them number 9 and then Cloud9 number 10.
You guys are so low on Cloud9. Like I know they trolled in the
I love
offseason.
Oxy, but
Look at the team just as they are. Ignore all other stimuli in your brain. Look at the team as they are. Mitch was a good IGL in the event they played with him. Oxy has always been, in all the time he's played, one of the best duelists in Americas. You have Vic, who had a great year in Tier 2, one of the most highly awaited prospects coming into VCT, right? Like someone people are really excited about. Obviously, it's under weird circumstances. Obviously, the org trolled, but I cannot foresee Cloud9 being like the worst team in the league. Or being the 11th worst team in the league.
The problem is somebody has to be the 11th or 12th worst team in the league. So we're
And
going to have
it should be Loud and 2G.
Okay, throw Loud in there at 11th for now. We're going to have to rehash this back out once we get to some of these other teams later on. But for now, let's bolt maybe to the opposite end, right? We're going to stay on the same theme of the Brazilian teams, but we're going to have MIBR. Now, Wyatt, I want to start with you here because you were talking about the fact that you weren't excited about Loud because they were recycling a bunch of old talent, yeah? Now, Aspas is, to some degree, kind of like old talent, but he's not in any way.
But he's the most talented.
Yes.
But he's like insane
Durka,
talent.
also known old talent. Durka.
Yeah, but I
old
mean,
talent Zekin.
in no way has he fallen off. He's been at the prime of his game the whole time that he's played in Tier 1. But the pieces now that are around Aspas, he has not decided to just recycle other players that he's played with before. He's grabbed a bunch of players that are like part of what you were talking about, those exciting up-and-comers. I suppose Nozwa would be the exception to that rule, but Zenom and Cortesia...
They finally get to play together. I think, for me, Nozwa is a player that I've always felt is pretty underrated in the whole Americas scene. Hasn't really had an opportunity to be on a team to display his skill, but also there were some aspects of his game that were really cool last year that I think were not acknowledged. Like there, specifically the way he leads the team and communicates. There were some clips I remember we played back on the broadcast of their games, and he's so calm, and everyone was very listening to him with a lot of attention paid, and there was no hectic calls. Literally the opposite of those 100 Thieves clips. It seems like a very great leader, but I really think his gameplay is great too. Finally gets to play with Aspas, so you have that friend duo that wanted to play on Lev last year. Then you have Artzin, who was no attention was paid to him at all throughout the entirety of the year because MIBR were just bombing out and did the recycled talent snooze fest. But then by the end of the year, when still no one was paying attention to them because they were already out and had no chance of making it into playoffs, he started playing at a really high level on the Sentinel role.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they've kept him around. So already, that's a great trio. And then they've gone to the well of Brazilian talent that is fucking full. Like, which
people said it was going to be dry. People said the
no.
leagues in LA, it should be running dry. And suddenly,
which is mental.
What's all the water doing here?
Yeah, it really is
inexplicably
mental.
moist.
That shouldn't be the case, but there are so many players that are ready to break through from Brazilian Tier 2. Yeah, and in the Invitational, there was a lot of praise going Cortesia's way, which is more than justified. He was playing a great game throughout the entirety of the tournament, and they only fell at the end to, again, FURIA, who we're looking at as this volatile team that was in white-hot form at the time. Will they maintain that? I don't know, but this was a great first showing for MIBR. Definitely have high hopes for them. I think that they should finish this season as the best Brazilian team. I don't think that's a question.
Pull up
in
the
my
power
mind.
rankings.
Unless
Pull up the power rankings.
FURIA finally find consistency after individually their players not displaying it over their VCT careers.
I look at this team and I see direction. I see inspiration.
Get them out the number one spot,
right?
Kurt. Don't
Like-
don't jump.
We've had so long where there are Brazilian teams who it feels formless. It feels like recycling the same old talent. They've gotten the best Brazilian player, one of the best initiators in the league, with some fresh players with really high potential. Put that around a coach with a proven track record of success, and this feels like the team. And I feel like, is third place crazy? Maybe, but if it's at the end of the year.
Okay,
If
I
it's
can
the
tell
whole
you.
year,
Now that I'm looking
top
at this,
5.
we have to bump everybody
Yeah,
down
we have
by
to.
one.
Yeah, we do. We genuinely
we actually
do.
have to bump every. Kurt, can you bump everyone down by 1?
We've
Let
done a
me
bit
call
of a
Matt
troll.
Mistrax. We'll get back to you on that.
Oh, Matt,
No,
Matt, please.
They are not third. They are 4th or 5th is where they should be.
So I think the most interesting debate actually is how you view them versus Leviatan, which is a really interesting topic because Aspas was playing on Leviatan last year. But to me, those are two teams fighting for a similar kind of position. They don't have that like super dedicated core, right? Because Leviatan themselves have made a bunch of moves too. Although you could argue that Com, King, and Tex are now a core, but both teams have made some serious shifts so that they feel kind of like new teams. And I think they're hunting for similar positions with similar amounts of unknowns there as well. We don't really know how Demon 1 and the Tank are going to perform. We don't really know, I suppose, how the entirety of MIBR is going to perform over a full season together. Which one do you like the look of more?
I think
between those
MIBR
two?
for sure. I towards the beginning when they made the announcement that Aspas was going to be playing there, when we saw the roster, my first thought was this is going to be the biggest test year for Aspas on how he's going to do with teammates that he hasn't really worked with before, except for Noswar just for a little bit. But when I got to see them, I feel really good about this team, and it seems like they adapted to each other really well already. It's going to take some time, I feel like, for us to see them to that top 3, maybe for the second event, or a split 1, when we're going to get the chance to see it. But I think for Lev, I don't think I can put them before MIBR, before Aspas, before Noswar, before Cortesia. I don't see it.
Okay. Well, then, is that where we put them at the moment then? They're currently in 4th place, I believe. All right, let's leave them at 4th for now then, and we'll move on to another team. So next team, a really cool one to touch on again, if we're talking about the whole kind of swirl of these top players, NRG. What a devastatingly bad year they had last year. The Finesse and Som came in to try to save, but they'd already kind of fucked it up too badly. The ship had too many holes in it. But now they have Finesse and Som kind of long-term with a vision at the start of the year, instead of having to come in to try to repair the ship halfway through. And instead of having Demon 1 at the forefront, they've got Mada coming in from Tier 2 and Verno coming in from Tier 2 as well, alongside Bonkar. So Bonkar, one of the coaches that we've heard the most about in the English-speaking tier 2 kind of tier 1 regions. This looks like a great team. Like, just well put together, a very conventionally built team as well. None of the same kind of weird question marks that you get from some of the other rosters. This just looks like, yep, I can see where everyone would play in their roles. I can understand why it would make sense. You have an IGL. You have your star players. Where's the downfall? What am I missing? Aren't they just going to be good?
They will, yeah, they should be. They've gone with the traditional roster building method that we have seen work over and over and over. You have your experienced IGL. You have your experienced setup initiator, one of the best in the game. And then you have the upcoming players to put them in position to go crazy. Verno has been lights out in the offseason. Mata's coming off of being by far, like not even close, the statistical best duelist of NA Challengers last year. Like not even close. His stats cleared everybody. He only, I mean, unfortunately, which maybe if you want to be a nerd and really read into this, his worst game was the game to qualify them to Ascension that they lost.
He's a choker. They're going to fail. That's
yeah,
unfortunate.
if you want, if you want to like really be obsessive over that one game, but yeah, there's nothing not to be excited about with this roster. They even beat Made in Thailand, the number one ranked Pacific team, the best team in Pacific. They beat Sentinels.
This is the trad team, right? Like this is traditional family values. This is how like in the year 400 AD, this is how like God wanted a team to be built, or at least that's what some people are saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think a team can be whatever you want it to be.
Right.
But this is the ultimate, like, traditional, like, this team should be good. And they've proven that they will be good in the offseason. They look great in Soup. Finesse was cooking, but not in, like, a crazy way. They had interesting comps, but still implemented them in a way that was very fundamentally sound. They had players who really stood out with their new Tier 2 guys. They have Ethan and Finesse, who is, like, the dream leadership core. Sam, who has proven himself before. This team is an easy number 2 for me.
Oh, I thought you were going to sell it with the hot take of them being the number 1, but I agree with you. I have them at number 2 as well in my rankings. Wyatt, do you have a spicier take? Do you believe they should go in the 1 or the 3?
Definitely not 3. They're either 1 or 2 for me.
Okay. Oh, well, then that's very reasonable. We can agree to pop them in the number 2
listen,
position
we have some great evidence. I mean, you guys put Gen.G at number 3, right? On the Pacific rankings?
I think so,
yeah. I mean, and they bodied Gen.G. So
they did.
I think there's good evidence from the offseason to put them in number 1. And then we're going to do but whatever, we rank someone highly in the offseason and they blah, blah, blah.
But there is you could make an argument for them being the number 1 team.
If you're going to be evidence-pilled, I would want to put them in number 1. Yeah, and I would
Evidence
put them in
pilled
number
and
1.
Logic Max.
This is how we end up going down the right-wing podcast. We're going to get flagged as a right-wing podcast. We're like, if you like evidence, you can think something else.
And if we do that, YouTube will push us even harder in the algorithm.
That is true. Chat, make sure you do your own research. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Don't believe us for the power rankings. All right, let's move on then. So that's where we're putting NRG. So then there are a couple of options for who the people might think are going above them. And this might be one of the options for those teams that people might think we're putting up there. Sentinels. They had one hell of a year last year. An excellent year. They won in Madrid. They rebounded after not looking like they were quite going to be able to pull off a performance like that again, and had a superb finish to the year at Champions as well. This team then was forced to make some roster changes because both Sassy and Tens decided to retire. And they, I think, signed some excellent talent to try to replace those roles with Bang and Narrate. Kind of swapping around where the initiative would come from. Obviously, Tens was providing huge amounts of initiative from the smokes, but now it's probably going to be coming from wherever Narrate's playing, which at the moment looks like Sentinel, because John has been doing a lot of swapping over to Initiator. Do you think this team is going to be able to carry on that momentum from 2024?
Well, I think we have to look at why it was telling me to be evidence-pilled. And they lost to Gen.G and Made in Thailand. And for that reason, wealth.
Okay. Does anyone have perhaps a less evidence-pilled approach?
I actually, so we're looking at how they're gonna so these power rankings are for the whole year, right? Because I
Yeah.
think we need to also take into account Redux and if he's going to be playing, he's going to be coming in the middle of the season or not.
Do you think he will play?
I don't know. I hope so. If he plays, I would put him number 1. I think for sure. If he doesn't play, 3rd.
Wait,
You're assuming in this
wait.
hypothetical.
What? Wait, run me
would
through
they-
that one.
Who would they be? Who would Redux be replacing that would propel them from 3rd to
Are you
first?
saying they replace Zekin with Redux and they're from
No,
one
no,
Zelsis, surely Zelsis.
Second's
is who
not
we're talking
leaving.
about. So who then, Dryad? You're in charge. Who are you cutting?
Well, people are saying that.
No,
it's
I
gonna
want to
be
hear what you are
Celsius.
saying. I want to hear what you are saying, Dan. I don't want to hear what people are saying.
The people are saying that
People are
it's going to be
saying
Celsius.
it.
That's what that's what everybody's saying, right, guys? Right? It's not just me.
Deflecting Dan Dryad back at it again.
We call her deflecting Dan, folks.
But dude, I also has Redux been playing something else? I don't know if like on stream or something he's been playing something else.
why
than doing.
are
What,
we talking about
Minecraft? I don't
Redux?
fucking know what he's been playing on
It
stream.
matters.
He's been playing Hitman on
Rivals.
stream, has he? He's been.
It matters. I want to know if he's playing other roles, if he's playing the same, he's gonna
Oh,
play
I
the middle of
see,
the
I see.
season.
Is he supposed to play? Am I,
I don't
missing
think
something?
so.
This is a fucking
Isn't he?
conspiracy
Aren't they
theory.
making an academy team with him?
That's what I thought
Yes.
was happening.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
they
thought was
signed him to
happening.
Cube.
Yeah, with
He
a
can still
cube.
play. He can still play. He can be part of the two
He's part of
teams.
the
You're
Sentinels.
insane.
Let's unwind the insanity
Okay.
for a second.
Reasonable
Let's just
honesty.
assume this is the 5-person roster
Yep.
that they're running with this year.
Yeah.
And I would like to give you the pitch. They have a really strong core here. JonQT proved his worth as an IGL last year, as did, I think, Zelsis as like an emotional leader for this team and is one of the best like supportive players that you could get on a squad. Zekin obviously is a fantastic talent, and then you're picking up 2 people that you could call them like they're like potential whatever, like new stars, but it's not like they're like unknown tier 2 players. Bang has been around for a long time and proved himself as an incredibly consistent, strong controller player. And I think Narrate did the exact same thing, right? When he was playing over in Karmine Corp. This is a team where the roles make sense, where pretty much every player you look at here is going to have some really insane potential for strong firepower. You have a proven leadership core with John QT and Kaplan. This is a no contest top 3 team, but for me, they are my number 3 team.
Right. The only point that I'd like to pull you up on, didn't you say the roles make perfect sense on this team? Because I thought they did, and then I'm still unsure about that aspect.
John
I think
QT
that's-
Sentinels, Zekin.
But he's not going to be,
No?
presumably, because they've been running John QT on Initiator and Narrate on Sentinel. So that's what they've been doing in the off-season.
Oh, you're right.
And if they continue doing that, that's the thing that I'm going to be keeping a big eye on at the start of the year. Because I think that has the
Oh, yeah,
potential.
because they were playing like John QT on like Scout Initiator and then putting, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's got the potential to put a little bit of a spanner in the works, but I do agree with the analysis overall that I think if we looked at the power rankings, I'd be forced to put Sentinels above the rosters that I don't know as much about, like MIBR and Leviatan, even though they might end up lower than them by the end of the year. I just think there's too many unknowns at the moment about MIBR and Lev. I'd have to be looking in a crystal ball.
Yeah.
I think if you put Sen lower than any of those teams, you are gambling. I think if you are like, just like honestly, like the highest EV play is like Sen top 3.
And 2G top 1. Let's go.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, G2 number 12. Moving on.
before we get to 2G, let's talk G2 the other way around.
Well, they are exact opposites. One's going to be number 1 and the other.
So G2 were over the course of the entirety of 2024 massively successful in Americas. I can't remember exactly where they finished every time, but they had superb performance at Shanghai. They were finishing very consistently deep in regional stuff, in the
Second place in
international
both
events that
stage
they
1
went
and
to.
stage 2.
Right. So they're a very consistent squad. They then didn't quite perform how people were expecting at Champions. I think a lot of people were hoping that when they got to Champs, this was going to be their kind of like moment to go deeper than they had done the rest of the year. They didn't quite make it there. But it's undeniable that they've made an upgrade. Icy for Jorgamo, right? I know that Mimi stunlocked us earlier with the Icy's the worst in Americas, but But even if the spirit of that argument is true, that Icy was towards the bottom of Americas, that is because Americas has ridiculous duelist players, in my opinion. And Jorg has the potential to be up there among the best of them, and has.
He
been in
doesn't
the
have the
past.
potential. He is one of the best duelist players in Americas.
Yeah, he didn't play like it last year all the time, though. He was on a less good team. He was much more up and down.
I have no doubt he'll perform on this team. Like, absolutely zero doubt in my heart of hearts. You are switching him out for a guy who is going to be more aggressive, who is going to be kind of just having ridiculous impact on his own. Neon's falling away. It's going to be a Raze meta. I am in the mind that he is like just one of the best Razes you could possibly get from any region in the world. He proved that in his run with EG. Even when he was struggling last year too, I think he also proved how good he can be in that position. Like, I think this guy's just going to be unleashed on G2, which was one of the best cores of last year in Americas. And this is like such an obvious and excellent upgrade that I think it would be astounding if this team is not top 3. And I think they're most likely going to be the best team in Americas.
It's such a dream team to have. It feels like you look at everybody and the way that they've been playing, and it feels like people might, I don't know, I feel like there's some people that are kind of questioning how well they're going to do just because they couldn't really make it lift one of those trophies last year. But it's just so good. They've been obviously as a core for such a long time, a bunch of them. And then, I don't know, it's unmatched what they're able to do. And with the time that they've had with this change with Giacomo, it seems like they got the perfect piece that they were missing.
Yeah, if you want to lean into, I was just going to piggyback off Mimi's point, and also, yeah, but with Giacomo playing a lot of Raze in the map pool we're going to have heading into next year, there's going to be 4 easy Raze maps, like Bind, Lotus, Fracture, Split. It'd be really easy for them to just get those in the pool consistently if they want Jaw to just.
And he's a pretty good Jet player too. Plat
yeah,
Jet Play of the Year.
No, his Jet is really good. Playing Pearl, etc. But yeah, I also then second point I was going to make is just, we're going to take this back to facts and logic. Are we going to read into the offseason with them that much? Because it wasn't great. They had a few losses. They lost to the Rossi Cloud9. They lost to FUT. They lost to someone else. I can't remember who. T1. Are we reading into that
And they lost to
heavily,
MIBR in Kickoff Americas.
or are we chilling?
We're chilling.
Okay. Riot's made up our mind. We're actually chilling, Wyatt. We all decided before the show we're going to chill. I do think that this is one of those cases, just like G2 when they first got into partnership, where there's an obvious upgrade. It is an on-paper, obvious-ass upgrade. That doesn't mean it's actually going to work out like that. Because that's exactly what they did. They got rid of Tex when they came into partnership to upgrade it for Leaf on Duelist. And they actually didn't make that work. It didn't fit with the way that they wanted their team to work. And they had to move Leaf over, get rid of Net, and then add Icy back in to have a functional system. I don't think listen, the game's not as obvious as just get the best 5 players together or get an upgrade for a player and you'll pop off. But you have to... The evidence of last year, I think, is higher than the evidence of what they did in the offseason. And so that's what I would go with, is that they're probably still going to be really good.
Yeah.
Shall we throw them in at number 1 then? And we can quibble about the details after we've talked.
Yeah, let's quibble.
Yep.
Their mirror self.
Their evil
2G.
twin.
Yeah. So
Or their
2G,
good twin.
2G were a team that came flying out at Ascension. Okay. So this was the Tier 2 scene that we weren't keeping as much of an eye on. A lot of people were still looking at the Americas Ascension and looking at M80 and thinking they were guaranteed to qualify. A lot of people having the take that if M80 don't make it, it's tragic for the Tier 2 scene, etc., because it will imply that money doesn't actually win you games, as if that's a great thing to have in a sports scene. But this team has outperformed them towards the finish line. Were they better? Were they the best team of Tier 2 throughout all of the Americas the entire year?
Definitely not. They, even within Brazil, if I remember correctly, they qualified off of points. I think they finished 3rd and 3rd in both Brazilian splits to qualify off points, which is how they got there ahead of Hero Base, the team with Digizine that won the split 1. Yeah, they did. And then they just, they were either, you could say, peaked at the right time, / they just consistently improved throughout the year too.
Yeah.
While some of the other Brazilian teams were way more volatile, they were more consistent. And then at the actual event, they played at an even higher level. They were really a treat to watch. Like all of their players at various points were impressive individually, namely Spike and Silence. That duo is fucking ridiculous. And their leader, Zap, is he was just excellent
Insane.
at rallying the team throughout the tournament. He was so vocal, always keeping everyone hyped up. You might have seen there was this clip of him backstage talking to Spike after he had a poor game that was so heartwarming. Like that guy cannot understate how much he did for this team of young and experienced players at the biggest stage they played at. I'm kind of high on this team. I'm not gonna lie.
But let me give you the counterpoint then. So the counterpoint would be that, as you've said, they weren't actually like super consistent in tier 2 the entire time. They peaked at the perfect time. Maybe you could even argue like big game players. But also, one of the pieces of that deadly duo you're talking about can't even play.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. So if we're looking at this power ranking list right now, that's Spike, by the way. Sorry, I just cut you off. But yeah, that Spike can't play due to only being 17. He's going to be able to play at some point.
Is it like June, I think? It's kind of late in the season.
That sounds correct.
Let me look it up. You keep running.
It's in the doc, Josh.
And they'll have QCK in the meantime, who is, we've seen him play 1,000 games at this point, and he's good. I would rather have Spike, but, QCK, perfectly good replacement, at least for the time being. But yeah, that is quite disappointing, and that's why... we're going to have to put them lower. Or at least I'm going to have to put them lower than I would have liked to, due to that.
To jump in again, so Spike's birthday is going to coincide roughly, I think, with like getting ready for Toronto, if you qualified for that. So I don't think Spike is going to really be able to play much of even stage 1, just kind of roughly going through the numbers, like the months in my head, which means it's unlikely that they're even going to have an opportunity to get to Toronto because they're not going to have their big player. And even if they did, would you want Spike to come in? Maybe you would because he's that good of a player, but that would imply that they would have had a lot of success with Cabrera, who was their sub, so maybe you wouldn't want to mess with the winning formula. So if you're going to see anything great out of 2G, it's probably going to come in stage 2.
Am I trolling? Was it QCK subbing in, or is it...
No, QCK was at one point, and then they've gone for Gobera, I believe. Yeah, so I think it was rumored that QCK was going to be the sub, and then they shifted it out. Like
right.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think you have to rate them kind of low for this season.
Yeah,
even if Spike could play in the middle, we know how the visas for the Brazilian players work. I think they're gonna have to be planning on it from like quite some time before. Like, yeah, we're gonna have you here, and then you're gonna play no matter what. Even if the team before is already doing better, they don't want to make the swap. So I think there's a lot of things to take into account that make it hard to think about them being good. I feel like they already have so much against. I do want to say though that Zap is. I want to see how he's going to do it because he was in Ascension. He was standing up to any player. He was yelling. He was screaming. He was helping his team. And he was talking about it in the interviews that he's really good at being a leader when it comes to, being there for the team, being supportive, being nice, and being there for each other. But also when you need to do a little boost you and stand up and do that to the other team, then he's going to be able to do that as well. So I want to see if we're going to see that attitude because... for a team that has never played on this stage before, a team that is definitely going to need confidence, you can rely on a player like Sap, and that can change things a little bit. There might not be, number 1, top 2, make it to the island, whatever, but I think that can give them a boost to start off and to start feeling themselves on stage.
Okay.
But I think we should rate them number 12.
Well, I mean, they're going in the number 12 position right now because it's the only slot open. And
we've
then we
just
can figure
slotted
stuff
them,
out.
so now we have a chance to move teams around. But I still stand by the fact that I think we should keep them number 12. They're a team that had an incredible run at Ascension. No one can deny that. But they're losing out on their star player. They're also, of course, having the debuff of having to move to LA, to recenter their lives, to come out and do all of the additional challenges there is being a Latin American or Brazilian team switching over to the big leagues. And we've only ever had one Ascension team of pretty much any international league that is obviously in China you had some success, but it is very rare for the Ascension teams to come out and find a lot of success in their first year when they're qualifying in. And I don't know. I think the Americas playing field is closer and with more strong teams than it has been before. Like your Furias, your MIBRs that were once like the guaranteed bottom teams are no longer fielding rosters like that.
There isn't a bad roster on paper in the league anymore, I think. Like last year we were looking at MIBR and we were like, what the hell have they done? Like, what is this?
There's no gimme wins anymore. I don't think.
It doesn't look like it. Now, you just wait for one of those teams to shit the bed and, like, implode, and then maybe there's a couple of gimme wins around there.
But we have to build our power ranking off of the most likely expectation we have of teams. And I think the most likely expectation is that this will be the 12th best team in the league.
So even if, so
that
in
doesn't mean
that
they're
Tixinia,
terrible.
no, in the Tixinia tournament, though, they beat Loud.
But that's when they were playing with Spike still, right?
Yeah, and they beat the
Yes.
11th best
It
team.
was.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like they're still 11th or 12th. I don't think it.
I feel like even if I like the 12, but I think even if we were to put them 11, I'm okay with the 2.
And then you would be putting Loud into 12th in that situation for you,
Which I think
Wyatt.
is ridiculous.
Or would you be...
Yeah, Loud would be the last one.
Yeah.
It's
I'd
either
rather
one
keep
of
Loud
those.
in 11th, personally. I think that... I think that there's a mess at the bottom of the rankings, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that we've done it wrong. I'm just saying it's going to get scrappy down there. Because I agree that it's not going to be the case that there's gimme wins. So you're not going to have a bunch of teams who are just like 0-5 or whatever. I mean, depending on the schedule, I suppose they might unluckily begin like that. But I think a lot of teams down there can beat each other up and get a really tight pack that are competing for that like 8th place final playoff spot. It seems a little like Pacific, where you have 11th through 8th, like 8, 9, 10, 11, seem like they're all going to be taking chunks out of each other.
Because I feel like I'm perfectly fine with having 2G at 12th, especially without Spike. I think if they had Spike, still reasonable to put them in 12th, maybe 11th at that point, preferred over Loud. But I think that if they did have him, they'd have potential to beat a lot of the other teams around that 8th to 12th spot and ascend the rankings as the season went on. But I don't think they're really going to have that potential with Spike not being able to play. So I think that's fine to have them at 12th. I think Loud are fine at 11th. I don't really see a team you could reasonably put them over at this point.
I suppose the team that seems a little odd to me is EG being at the 8th place spot when I feel like they could... I don't know. They could very easily get overtaken by some of these other...
Or they could very easily be higher.
A bit higher, but not much higher. I don't see them being massively
I think
higher.
8 is perfect. They're on the cusp. But I could see them getting some upset wins over the teams above them. But I would, in any of these other games, I would, like, just if I'm looking on paper as it stands, I would predict them to beat any of the teams below them. I feel like EG is, like, the perfect middle.
So, are there any teams that look egregiously out of place for us then?
I think I would put Furia higher for sure.
How much higher though?
At least swap with 100 Thieves.
Swap with 100 Thieves?
I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
on
Furia-
board for
I
that.
No, that's psycho.
If you're gonna put them
No.
into 7th place, you'd have to slide 100 Thieves and EG down. I don't believe there's a case for putting EG above 100 Thieves personally.
I agree with, or well, I was going to say I agree with Josh. I don't think that's actually what you want to do, but I would do what you just said, Josh, which is sliding them both down
and putting Furia
moving
into 7th.
Furia up.
I'm
Yeah.
so cautious about believing in Furia.
so
I
hard.
just,
We
my
can't
gut
believe.
says
This
they're
is the
going
year,
to
guys.
betray me.
This is the year.
Are
This
you
is the-
are you confident in
They
believing
will
in
betray
100
us.
Thieves to be better than Furia for sure?
Absolutely, I'm more confident in 100 Thieves. Look at the 100 Thieves roster. It is. They won stage 1 last year. They went on
I'm
a
looking
run at
at it.
Shanghai, right? Like they did good.
Hey,
That is a good team.
Mimi, what happened
Yeah.
when 100 Thieves played against the winless Furia in stage 2, week 1?
Bad fucking things, Kurt. Bad things happen.
And that's the same thing that 100 Thieves
But
did
it's
the
not
year
the same
before when they
team.
played against MIBR, right? They have weird demons that possess them at the end of the year, but that doesn't mean they were terrible all year long.
That, by the way, was the like Khalil suddenly becomes Jesus Christ reborn.
I swear that's what Furia
Easter
are gonna do
Sunday,
again, man.
Khalil rose and destroyed 100 Thieves.
Yes, and they will have those games, which is
Yep.
why they are not a bottom tier team. They will upset some of these top teams. They might even fucking upset 100 Thieves again, but I do not think that they will consistently throughout the year, when we reflect on this entire year as a whole, be a more successful squad than 100 Thieves are. I can see 100 Thieves making a global if they have a good run. I cannot see Furia. Like, I think that is so much more unlikely. All of the players on Furia are so fucking good, but I just cannot believe, like the point Josh was making earlier, I cannot believe that they will all peak at the same time when they need to. I think they will have amazing games. I think the highs this team could achieve is incredible, but I just do not believe that they will do that enough to be any higher than like 8th or 9th.
Okay,
Maybe I'm insane. I'm normally the 100 Thieves hater. I would be putting 100 Thieves in 6th.
Real.
Dude,
Okay, no,
I
see
need to
it, though.
back off.
Bruh.
I need to
No,
back
no,
off from the 100
100
Thieves cope, apparently.
No, 100 Thieves 5th, Lev 6th, and then Crew 4th. Wait, MIBR.
What?
Wait.
What? Lev?
Dan, you were talking about putting 100 Thieves in 8th, and now you want them in 5th. What is going on inside your brain?
I just want to put Furia higher, but people, like, the teams have to be sacrificed for that. It's nothing
Right.
personal.
And you're
Somebody has to
throwing
die.
Leviatan on
But
the
is it
pyre.
something logical?
Well, you know what's logical? Crew makes it to every champion, so they got to be top 4.
That's not how that works.
I mean, I
Well,
can.
It's a power ranking, not a prediction.
Yeah, I mean, this is a power ranking going into the year.
Oh, we
Which
fucked it all
also,
up. Put it back.
I just.
It was so much better before, in my opinion.
Like-
there's no world Dryad where you can straight-faced argue that Crew is better than MIBR and Leviatan.
Well, when they make it to champions in their top 4, then we're gonna look
not
back and be
gonna
like,
make it to
"Why
champions."
didn't we put them top 4 again?" So
Because it's a power ranking, not a prediction.
well, they're a good team. We already talked
They
about
are
it.
not one of the 4 best teams in the league in terms of power. Their power ability does not
They
rank
will
that
be
highly.
at the end of the year.
If we're going off power, though, too, wouldn't we want Furia to be higher heading into this year? Like, we're rating them below teams that they just beat.
Well, off-season's
If
not
we're
really
being,
can't hurt
if
me.
we're being evidence-pilled,
Well, no,
Whoa.
we're
we want Furia
it's
to
a
be
p-
higher.
it's-
What are you, some kind of
power in
lefty?
the
We're not
future.
evidence-pilled over here. No, it is to some degree supposed to be a prediction of where they're gonna like end the season.
Dan putting Crew 4th is like some
It's
QAnon
hurting me.
shit. Like I cannot believe that we're putting them. That's not happening.
No.
They
Okay,
make champs every
MIBR,
year. I don't think it's
deserves
that
4th.
crazy.
Deserves 4th
They
right
might
now.
make champions. They always make champions, but they should
That's
not
what
be
I'm
4th
saying.
in the power ranking.
Okay.
Maybe they'll make champions because all of the other teams decide to give up, or they go on some crazy
What?
run
You're
towards
just
the end.
hating though.
That's
I'm not hating, man.
Josh, you don't think there's a chance Crew make
Because
Crew could
they're
make
good?
champions without all the other teams giving up?
Guys, please. Okay, Wilkinson is not restoring
What are we
order.
talking
We have
about?
to restore order. We are talking about swapping teams in a power
I'm
ranking.
melting.
Do we honestly believe Crew is 4th? Because I don't think that they are
No.
above Leviatan. I do not think they are above 100 Thieves. I do not think they I think they're 7th.
All right. I just want to
7?
get things straight. The way we did the other 2 rankings was like the ranking, what we think the teams will be at the end of the year.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Okay, what we
putting
think will
Crew
be at the
top
end of the
4,
year.
I think you kind of have a point.
They're not top 4. Holy
not.
shit, they're
They
not
have
good. Don't
always
empower
make
this.
champions.
Do you guys want to see something? You guys want to see something? You guys want to see
I
something?
want to see something really bad.
No.
Wait.
No, that's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous.
You know what? I like this.
Crew is not going to be better than Sen.
No, this is actually based from Kurt.
That's it.
Crew is
And the
not
stream-
going to be better than Sen. What do you
And
mean?
that's it.
At the end of the year, this is based actually from Kurt.
He actually, this is
This is-
What the hell are we doing, guys? We had such a nice power ranking, man.
No,
had
we
such a nice,
didn't.
Yes, we
sensible
did.
power
Put it
ranking.
back.
it was nice for you.
Oh, but this is better, is it?
This is not better.
I like
Actual
this.
man burning down the house. Ooh, I'm nice and toasty warm now.
It's
I'm happy right now.
I wouldn't say it's better or worse. There were just changes.
There were changes. There
There were
definitely were.
adjustments. Do we also? I mean, listen. Me personally,
Jesus Christ.
if we're talking end of the year, I'm
Yeah.
putting NRG number 1.
I'm not mad with that.
Venice is going to cook and ride off into the sunset.
G2.
I'm not mad with that. I don't have any problems about mixing things up in the top, top 2, 3 through 5. But like Crew 4, just because they have made champions in the past doesn't mean they're going to
That's
again.
not
It has no
evidence-based.
predictive power.
That's emotion.
That is evidence.
No, it's emotion. That's emotion.
No way.
By looking at their past,
No, all of the teams around them have changed.
Correlation does not equal causation.
And they haven't.
Of all the variables
Yes, they
in Valorant, Crew is the only constant. They are always
Yeah,
at champions.
You're right. Kurt's right.
It's
But that
fine.
doesn't mean they're the
Facts.
4th best team in America.
If they make
They will
champions
be at the
again,
end of
which
the
they
year.
will.
All right, put them in 4th, and it'll give me a good
No.
reason to piss off this fan base every time they play. Because I'm going on my anti-crew run again. I can't stand it with this shit. I'm going to be
it's
painting
gonna
myself
be-
fluorescent pink and throwing myself into fucking
I
pools.
can't wait to watch you cast like Crew versus Sentinels and just pace back and forth as Adverso is feasting upon them, and you just muttering, how is he doing this? How is he doing this every round? That's gonna be fucking. Oh, I'm gonna eat that up. Keep them in 4th, Kurt.
They might be
Keep 'em in
Sentinels, but they're not going to be better than Lev and MIBR
No, I think
all
yeah.
season long.
Yeah, you're right, because
I wanna
MIBR are gonna be 3rd.
real.
Oh, fuck me.
No, they're
Fuck
not.
me.
MIBR should
could.
be before. MIBR should be
What?
before
Okay,
Crew.
I don't want to hear. I want to first of all, if you guys think MIBR and Crew should be 3 and 4, I respect your opinion. Me, an empath, I respect your opinion. But I want to hear the argument of why Sentinels is not a top 3 team. I don't
Or a
want.
top
I
4
don't want.
team.
I don't want another team mentioned. I want to know how Sentinels is going to be the 5th best team in the league, because I don't fucking believe that's going to happen. Silence! Silence!
No. You want
by
want
the
me
end
to
of the
speak?
year-
I'm the producer though. I have something to say. but-
by the end of the year, I have. First of all, I think NRG is just going to be the best team in America's throughout and at the end of the year. NRG, that's a given. G2, we saw the level that they were at last year, got a big upgrade from what you said was the worst duelist in the league, Mimi, and now they have Jawjimo. So surely that's going to propel G2 to being above Sentinels this year.
Sure. I agree. I had G2 number 1.
All
What
right,
do you
whoa,
mean?
whoa, whoa. He's
Okay,
about to get to the
yeah,
controversial
that's what I'm
stuff.
saying. I'm giving
Okay,
you, giving you all. I don't even know if I agree with whatever the original point was, but I'm arguing for it. And then, and then you have Crew, who, again, I think the roster changes they made to me, either at worst, I think Crew is at the same level they're at last year, which was a team that made champions with potential to be better. But at worst, we'll be at the same level. And they always make champions. I'm putting them
Okay, I
in
said
number 4.
Do you know what this sounds
that was
exactly
an argument
like?
for Sen. How
This
was-
sounds exactly
Not even
like
letting me finish.
exactly like Wyatt's take on ZETA Division. They always
No, it
make
isn't.
it. They've made a couple of changes.
There was no
They're gonna make
always
it again.
with Zeta. There was
No, I suppose not. But they had done the previous year.
well, they won LCQ.
I cannot wait,
Dude.
I wish I could just see myself. I'm just imagining myself a year from now, back in this chair, Plat Chat Awards, worst take of the year, looking at this fucking power ranking and seeing Crew
It's
number
gonna be
4.
your face, Mimi.
It's not gonna be my face.
Dude, okay.
It is right now. It's going to be your face.
Wait, what would
why
you-
are we
what
not
would-
bringing up Tens being gone from Sentinels? He had such a good year
Yeah,
last year.
I'm
Yeah,
just.
and they signed Bang, who's great.
No, Bang is not Bang is not going to perform at the same level. If you've got
No,
an
but
argument
I
about
don't think they
Sentinels,
need
it's no
him to,
rate
because
because he's way better than Sassy was.
My worries with Sentinels, though I still easily have them somewhere in the top 5 minimum, is that the level that Tens was at. Bang is a great replacement, but Tens was at an insane peak, and Narrate, fantastic, probably better than Saucy. I am concerned about the role swaps that are occurring and not having. Listen, I'm an off season. Maybe I'm an off season overrater, but I'm not thrilled about what I'd seen in the off season. They're good, but was hoping for more, honestly. But even still, where I'm at, I don't even know why I was arguing the other point, because I agree with the top 4 right now. This is the top 4 I would have.
Yeah, because
It's like, this is what I would have as the top 4.
What about
I
MIBR
just-
though?
I cannot abide the crew always make it to champions.
No.
They lucked in there by going 0-9 and then winning LCQ and going on a heater run. And then the year afterwards, they do the same thing. They peak at the end of the year and make 3rd place.
And the
that's not
previous
how
years-
that's not how champs works anymore. You have to make top 2 or be consistent the entire year.
Yes.
The system is becoming anti-crew biased over time. They won't do it again. The system keeps changing to keep these fuckers out. They're gerrymandering so the crew cannot get into a position of power again. They won't be allowed. The establishment won't allow it.
And
Look,
Josh,
it's
I'm
fine.
so glad you made that argument because it's so true about that. And when I think of a team who is going to be pretty good throughout the year and then slowly build up and not have just one big peak at the end, but improve throughout the year and show real potential, I think of Made in fucking Brazil, and I think they are a top 4 team.
You guys are bonkers because you're all arguing different things, but because like you think MIBR should be in top 4, but crew shouldn't. Dryad's trying to put MIBR in top 3 and crew in top 4. Like,
So Dryad, you should
Wyatt's
stand
fine
by
with
me putting
Sentinels in 3
MIBR
and then
top
crew in
4.
4. There's no method here to the madness. It's just
No.
insanity.
Look, I'm okay with it because it's just gonna be like that. We put MIBR 4th, crew 5th, and then once again we're gonna be wrong in Plat Chat, and we're gonna look back. Wow, how did crew make champions again? I
They
don't
were the
understand.
5th team. They were the 5th team. They were one away.
I will change the fucking rules again to keep these guys out if they make it to champions. I'm going to be there sending letters to John Riot. Please, John Riot, you can't allow crew to get to champs again. We've got to change it. Only the top 1 team gets to champs this time. They can't go on a run.
This is fine.
Okay.
Though. This is
100
fine.
Thieves.
So you want crew at 5th and then Leviatan at 6th. Is that the idea then? You want... What do you mean you were arguing for crew in 4th?
Yeah,
Why would that not be the
yeah.
logical next thing?
Lev
Yes,
5.
that's good. That's good.
Sure.
Is this like the episode where Bren flipped a coin and had to argue the opposite of everybody the entire time? I'm getting trolled.
It's yeah. This is good. This is good. Yep.
Surely Lev shows
Bro,
more promise than crew.
I've genuinely, at this
That's
point,
what I believe.
Demon 1 back at peak.
I've forgotten what my own opinions are at this point. I for some reason was like, wait, I was gaslit into arguing for something that I don't even believe, and now I don't know what my own opinions are anymore.
This has confused every viewer.
Wyatt, where do you want Leviatan? And why is it in 5th place?
I want
What the
them in 6th with crew in 5th.
Okay, throw it in. I swear to God, just throw it in.
That's not right, though.
You don't know what's right. You can't see a crystal ball, Mimi. You have no more right than
I'm
anybody else to
looking at
judge
your
what's
head,
correct.
Josh. I see the fucking future.
Maybe that's why
I
I've got
might
some
even
bad
want-
takes. Everyone else can see my head, but I can't. I have to look in a mirror to see the future.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we put FURIA in 6th, though?
Oh, you son of a bitch. You are... you son of a bitch. I was going to argue Furia should be in 8th, but if you want to put them in 7th at least, please, God, help me, put them in 7th. Don't put Leviatan in 7th.
EG should not be 9th.
This is so wrong.
No, you sons of
No,
bitches.
but 100
9th
Thieves
for
are better
100
than
Thieves.
EG.
Mimi, close your mouth. Get him back in.
Wait, Kurt, where did you want to put Sen?
No, don't.
Sentinels? Holy shit, I thought we'd solved that already, please.
No. I'm just curious what Kurt thinks.
I genuinely think their potential is 3rd or their potential is 2nd, but I think they could drop all the way to like 6th. Like if Narrate and Bane don't work out,
No, I think that's valid. I think that's
fall
valid.
apart. I don't know.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But any of these teams could. That's why it's predictive. It's a power ranking. I think 3rd is most likely. And we solved that, didn't we? We solved that. It's a problem that got solved in the past. We fucking abolished that. It's a fucking
I just
constitutional
wanted to know
amendment.
Kurt's opinion. I was
Dryad,
curious.
Put these final 2 teams in.
Crew is not.
Well done, Dryad, with the powers of her mind.
Dude, I won't lie. Kurt's power ranking, the one that he did at the beginning, that was the best one. But this is good. This works
Yeah,
for
I
me.
was kind of fucking
At
with
the
what
beginning,
Kurt
it
did.
was empty, Dryad. There were no there were no teams in the slots at the beginning. Are you saying that was better?
Yeah.
That
then
might
we were
be.
all happy. Now look
But,
at us.
but the second one Kurt did, I think was
I don't even know what it was.
kind of base. I don't either. No, I don't remember. I'm just,
Why
just
is
stirring the pot.
Okay, I want to hear. All I've heard about KRU is KRU always making the champions. KRU always making the champions. KRU. I don't fucking care. I want to hear why
Okay.
Daniela Dan Dryad is Leviatan a worse team than KRU in your reverent mind.
Why Lev is a worse team? I just don't. I have questions about why they basically on that announcement, they show everybody that they tried out, and I do legit think that they picked up a French player just for Paris. Like, I think that's the case, and
Wait, who else did they,
that
I didn't see. Who else
influences
did
me
they
now.
try out?
That's
Where's that
actually,
post? I
when
didn't
you
see
could
that.
tell, like, they made a bunch of names, and it was like Tacolija, it was another Latin American player, it was like 4 people that they literally showed the names off on the announcement, and to see who
I
they were gonna
think
pick.
I think the only reason they picked Natang instead of Taco Lear is because Natang's
No,
French.
dude,
That's the
okay,
only
I'm
reason.
just giving an example. There were more.
Fucking DEI, am I right, guys? They're just on the French.
No, but okay.
The algorithm is gonna eat this fucking DEI mentioned plus 20,000 views. Thank you, YouTube algorithm.
Are we streaming on X, the Everything app too? We've got to be.
Go live on Rumble, Kurt.
We're gonna post our power rankings on Truth Social at the end of this. Okay, can we stop this episode?
You gotta do China after this.
We're not
ranking
we're not
is
stopping
not done.
until we're all satisfied.
I'll never be satisfied.
Okay,
Okay,
Dan.
no.
You argue that they picked up the tank because he's French. Do you think the Frenchman is gonna miss out on champions?
Yeah. But also, I just thought about it a little bit more. I think I'm biased.
Yes, your hair is fucking pink.
No,
Look at you.
It's not because of KRU. I'm not biased because of KRU. I'm biased because Lev only has one Latin American player. Like, we don't have anything else left. I cannot put. I gotta be with my people. That's why I'm biased. It's not
You
because
don't
of KRU.
respect the
It's because
opportunities going
So
to the
then
French.
you should recuse yourself from the vote.
yes. Okay. You know what? For this one, for KRU and Lev, I will, because that's literally. That's all that's in my head. Like, I just don't. I think the team is good. I think I look at the players individually. Obviously, King is good. Demon One is good. Tex is good. Tex is actually one of the best Sentinels that we have. If not, like top 3. I think I put him in the top 3 when I was doing that. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good arguments for Lev. It's just in my head, I can't.
So, Mimi, I respect you so much for fighting the good fight. Do you think you've now finally won and can put
I
Leviatan in
think
5th?
Lev can be in 5th. I don't think there's any contest anymore.
Right. So you've just beaten Dryad into submission, and now Wyatt's in a forced coma as well. Okay.
So
lock
the
it in,
next
lock it in.
topic of
Kurt, put it-
discussion
No,
is
Mimi, I'm not allowing you to
100
fight over
Thieves
anymore.
and
No,
EG.
we gotta lock it in.
No, we
gotta lock
don't.
it in
Why do we,
We have
have
to-
to lock it in?
because it's been 4.5 hours.
Well, we gotta,
and my family needs
do,
me.
we
Wyatt.
gotta do China now.
We do have to
Oh
do China.
yeah, that's true. Actually.
Yes.
Right, so we're gonna swap out, and we're actually gonna put in our 4 China experts now to do the China power rankings.
Can you pull it up again?
All right.
Yeah, I don't like
We'll
this.
do what we did. We'll do it. So I think we should lock it in. We have the cat here. Oh my God.
What does the
cute
cat think?
What does the cat think? Does the cat think 100 Thieves is being underrated?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
not
Where-
at all.
looks like
okay.
it's- that cat looks
I-
like it's rolling. Mixed Molly into its cat food.
Where would we put 100 Thieves if they didn't get stomped out by Jerwin?
That has no place in my mind.
That doesn't affect this. Anybody?
The
Or
Jerwin
the
loss is
Jerwin
not real.
factor isn't real.
I'm plugged up for 100 Thieves. I'm
8
loving
is
it.
foul. Putting 100 Thieves in 8 is foul. They should be 6.
Where?
KRU should be 7. Furia should be 9. And EG should be 8.
No, I'm good with this. I'm good with this.
This is better.
With this?
This is pathetic.
I guarantee, guys, this is what we had 30 fucking minutes ago. And then we undid it all.
I
and then
like
we
our
redid it
I
top
actually
again.
think it
6.
is. I think it is.
I like our top 6. I like our 10 through 12. 7, 8, 9. I'm pissed.
We're never going to find anything that everybody agrees on. I'd like us to accept that fact, agree to disagree, and live the rest of our lives in misery.
Josh, can
only
we
like
get everybody's
one spot.
happiness score on this?
Yeah,
1
absolutely.
through 10. 10 being happiest
Dryad.
you've ever been.
1 through 10. What's your happiness rating with this power ranking?
Well, I'm feeling a 5.
Okay. Wyatt, 1 through 10.
That's a great question. I'd give it like a 2.4.
Okay. Mimi, where's your happiness rating?
There are
with this?
3 teams placement that I disagree with. Everything else I'm happy about. So 3 out of I'm 75% happy.
So a 3 out of 10.
75% happy. I'm a 7.
I asked for a 1 out of 10.
7.5 out of 10.
Right. Okay.
No, actually,
lovely.
I'm increasing mine. I'll give mine I'm a 4.8.
Lovely.
Wow.
You're doubling it. Doubling the
Yeah.
happiness rating. Dude, I'm a 10 out of 10. I agree with this one 100%.
Yeah, right.
This is not
I'm
good.
going to hang it on my wall.
I can't wait for it, America's. The producers are going to be like, we should do a power ranking segment, and then it's going to be 3 minutes to do it, and it's going to kill us.
I like it. I
This is
think
the hardest thing. I actually think like the hardest it's been to power rank America's. Like this is fucking brutal.
Maybe it's very difficult.
I mean, it's
towards
always
the
hard.
middle and the bottom end. Much more difficult than it has been in the past. But I think that's a sign that the leagues overall are getting more competitive. Like teams are actually doing a good job of building their rosters. We're excited for MIBR, guys. What the
That's
hell?
fucking crazy.
We're excited for MIBR. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
That's true.
That's incredible.
I think
I
if
never
you-
thought those words would
The
come out my
only
mouth.
team that made moves that I'm not interested in are Loud. That's really the only team.
They're the
that
only-
hasn't done anything that's
Yeah.
exciting with their roster.
2G does not
It's just
excite me,
kinda-
but yeah.
I'm excited to see
I wanna see them.
teams playing at the tier 1 level. Yeah.
Sure.
Just because you like to push down the new up and comers, that
You're the
doesn't mean
fucking
we all do.
Tory. Go invade the Falklands, brother. Like, what are you talking about?
I think that does it for us then. Can we finally put a wrap on the Giga episode that has been episode 200?
Well, we have one more segment.
What about China?
What about China?
There's
Yes,
no
let's go,
world
guys.
that would...
What
Kurt,
are we thinking
Kurt,
about
lock the fuck in right
illegally
now.
gaming coming into this season?
EDG number 1.
Yep.
Lock in. EDG
No.
number 1.
EDG
Trace number 2.
No, I
Wolves
think
number
you're
3.
You're gaming.
Billy number 4. FPX
is
number
wrong.
5.
FPX higher. FPX
FPX
higher.
5.
FPX
Gen.G number 6. XLG number 7. Nova number 8.
DRG higher.
TEC
Yeah.
number 9. Tyloo number 10. DRG number 11. All Gamers number 12. Good night, everybody. What? This isn't the order I gave you at all. This is
Listening to you.
Honestly, this might be more accurate than the list that I gave you. It's not bad, actually. I mean, DRG are pretty overrated here, but I said that on the main
No
episode.
way.
You told me I was overrating an F tier team, so. Nova, way overrated. Way overrated.
Gosh, give us a reason. You can't just give rankings without a reason. People won't respect
You want
your
me to give you a
opinion.
okay? EDG, incredible team, ended up winning a Masters event. Trace, superb
Masters
as well.
event?
Ended up winning champions, whatever. You know what I mean. Trace, superb team, got 2 big fraggers with Fang Fang and Kai. They'll be fine. Wolves, basically their attempt at a super team. It's going to look super good. Spring, Juicy, Lysor, they got fraggers all over the place. That's great. FPX, we know what they're capable of. We've seen them at big events before. They're great. Then, I mean, Billy, I actually think are going to do fairly well. They've been winning in some of the off-season tournaments. They just got back in Neff, or not got back in, but got Neff, who's now going to be IGLing for them. XLG have been doing really well, but all of their players, or a bunch of their players, just got poached by JDG, so that's probably going to make both of those rosters worse. So I don't know what the fuck you do from 6 down, to be honest. But I like the top 5 teams in China. The rest of them, throw them around wherever you like. And Wolves
I
win.
agree.
Yeah, put them at number 1.
Yeah, that's so
I
true.
agree.
Yep.
That's a great take.
I'm glad we
that I
all agree
with.
for this one.
Yeah, that's perfect.
There we
so
go.
where's your
Thank you.
happiness rating on the Chinese
10.
power rankings?
10 out of
Ryan?
10.
10.
Did we talk about the new
across board.
agent?
Next week.
Uh,
Next week.
Wyatt, do you have anything to do?
Let's give
You-
let's give 20 minutes on the new agent.
You don't have to
So
eat
what,
or
we can
drink
hit
or see any
5
of your loved
hours?
ones.
Hey, didn't the episode with 600,000 views that
It
went
was
on
4
for like
hours.
Yeah, so if we go to 5, we'll get like 1 million views at least.
It's actually
Keep
exponential,
going.
so it's going to be like 3 million.
Incredible.
24-hour stream, Plat Chat, all Valorant all the time.
We'll be
Can we
number
do
2
a-
on trending next to Mr. Beast camps out in a Target for 48
And it's
hours.
all thanks to Sideshow's DEI joke. Thank God. The algorithm
Yeah.
loves us now.
Yeah. Do we have time for a Wyatt's Weekly Award? Do you have a weekly award for us, Wyatt?
No.
Dude, where's my res? Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. That's why it's weekly award.
Crazy. Crazy.
You've been
How
putting
old
this
do you
on
think
us.
that
clips
clip
are
is?
old. That's got to be like 4 years old, I think.
Yeah, it's at the
That-
COVID house 2020.
Yeah, it is 4. That's a 4-year-old clip. Now, this one was easy. I'm going to be so fucking real. This was the easiest Wyatt's Weekly Award of all time. This week, it's going to LeGoat, man. It was LeGoat James' birthday last week, and then he gave me 38 points against Portland, 30 against Atlanta. Come on,
What?
man. I
LeBron?
much appreciate. Yeah, it was
LeBron,
LeBron's
like
birthday last
the
week.
5th player for APEKS. He plays basketball, does he? Is he in the NBA?
Yeah, man. No, he went. He won me like $50 this week.
Are you into sports?
He won me like $50 when he dropped 38 on Portland.
Where
And
did
it
you
was his
find this
birthday,
most?
you know what I mean?
This is like the most JPEG'd picture of LeBron you could have found.
It's a great picture. What are you talking about?
It's
It
got
looks
so
like
much
it looks like it's a
artifacting.
film photo from like 1950.
Look at the
my
ISO
God.
or the artifacting. It's crazy. He looks like he's 92 years old. If that was his
I
actual
mean,
skin.
he is pretty old now. he's an old dude. He's still balling though. You know what I mean? Anyway, shout out to LeGoat.
Are we actually gonna talk about the new agent next week? Then is that the plan for episode
Yep,
201?
we'll do our
Let's
brackets.
talk about him now.
We'll do our brackets and the new agent and the big drama that's going to happen during the week that we don't know what it is just yet. So we'll
But
talk
there's
about that as well.
guaranteed going to be some.
It's
Cloud9's
going to
dropping another player.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, that's what you got looking forward to for episode 201. Now, it probably took you 5 days to get through this episode, so probably episode 201's out tomorrow if you're watching this like every time you get into your car or go to the gym or something. We'll see you then. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for joining us, Dryad Mimi Wyatt. Bye.
Bye.